Shadow Slave, Eternal Madness. By author, Rzxs. Chapter 26-50. After a while, nothing surrounded the convoy but the vast expanse of rolling waves. The 40 colossal vessels moved in a narrow formation, with the fearsome flagship serving as the arrowhead of the expeditionary fleet. Hundreds of formidable cannons were aimed in all directions, their fields of fire overlapping to create a lethal exclusionary zone around the procession. Nevertheless, Sunny was not reassured. He stared at the undulating surface below for some time, a dark expression never leaving his face. Despite the grandiose magnitude of their passage, the convoy moved with a surprising measure of quietness. If not for the sound of water being displaced by the mighty bows and splashing against the alloy armor, Sunny could have closed his eyes and imagined that there were no other ships around him. Wasn't it strange that he had felt much more comfortable aboard flying ships than these far more reliable seafaring vessels? He sighed, then activated his communicator and accessed the Maritime Safety Procedures Manual provided to each member of the First Army. In the past weeks, everyone had to study the sizable document and run a few exhausting drills to familiarize themselves with the strange rules of proper naval conduct. He pressed on one of the communicator buttons and massaged Gehrman. "Captain Sunless, take care of them while I'm gone, make sure nothing happens." Vice Captain Gehrman, "Yes, Captain." Inside the depth of the battleship, Raphael looked at the Rhino in front of him. "Not bad, Sunny, not bad. It's gorgeous, isn't it?" Raphael looked to his left and saw Luster. "Don't you have a job to do? Get to it before I drop you in the sea." Luster, hearing what Raphael said, ran quickly inside Rhino. "Piece of shit," Luster said, whispering. "What did you say?" "Nothing. Nothing. Ha ha." Raphael sighed and looked at the Rhino. "So, what's the status?" From behind Sunny came after finishing talking with Master Knave. Samara glanced up from the screen of her communicator, where a diagnostic program was displaying the results of a series of complicated tests. She offered Sunny a small smile. "Everything seems to be in order, Captain. He's a real beast." Kim affectionately patted the surface of the APC, which had been painted in a gray camouflage pattern. "This is a superb machine. Rhino is really fast despite being burdened by heavy armor, highly maneuverable, and has exceedingly durable internals. With the expensive upgrades we procured, he had become nothing short of a beast, indeed." Would you like to take a look inside, Captain?" Sunny looked at her nonchalantly and shrugged. "Sure. Of course I want to take a look inside. What kind of question is that?" Following Sunny, Raphael entered Rhino. "Captain, may I ask you something? Can you stop with the formality?" "No," Raphael replied. "Sigh, fine, what do you want?" Raphael looked at the very back of Rhino and pointed at it. "Why is there only one bed?" You see, I thought since we are both master, we would only sleep when the other finished sleeping, that why there is no need for another bed." Raphael smiled at Sunny and said, "I'll just sleep on the couch." Sunny looked at Raphael and smiled. "Is this his way to get revenge on me?" Raphael scoffed. "He is really like a camel, that doesn't forget a grudge." It's been few days and Raphael was now in his room, sitting on his bed. "So did you find a way?" "I'm sorry, my liege, we're still searching." "Are the corrupted monsters stopping you?" "Yes, my liege, it seems they have started attacking again." "Sigh, is there other things to report?" "Your Majesty, I've found what it seems to be a portal created by His Majesty Nether in the past, but I don't know where it leads to. There is also the problem of deciphering the runes. Since it was created by His Majesty, it will take long time." "How much exactly?" "Around a year and 3 months. Good, put all of your focus on it, leave the expedition to Kratos and Lilith." "With your Majesty." Suddenly from the outside Raphael heard a sound. It was the sound of women all singing. He quickly took his communication device and sent to all of the cohort to prepare for battle. Thanks to his Dragon Wrath attribute, this amount of mind damage was nothing. Leaving his cabin, he saw Sunny wearing chains of longing walking towards the security checkpoint. Raphael looked at Sunny and nodded his head. "Gehrman, do you hear something?" "Yes, I hear women singing." Thanks the gods, I'm not the only hearing them. I have messaged the others to prepare for battle. Sunny nodded his head and continued walking toward the security checkpoint. Reaching the security checkpoint, Raphael saw a man who was seemingly in his early 30s, with pale skin and dark, slicked back hair. There was nothing particularly memorable about him, except for how still his face seemed to be. Excuse me. The officer turned around and looked at Sunny without any particular expression. Yes. Sunny sighed, and then said awkwardly. That, the safety manual says to inform the nearest officer if I hear voices. Well, we both do. Hear them. So. The impassive man suddenly became more lively. A strange gleam appeared in his eyes. Oh, what do you hear? Sunny rubbed his face. Singing. I hear beautiful singing. The officer stared at him for a few moments, then nodded. I see. In that case, please follow me to the upper deck. Raphael looked at the officer and sighed. He walked toward Sunny and whispered in his ears. Captain, I'm sure that thing is not human. Sunny looked back at Raphael and nodded his head. He had already felt something wrong with this man from the beginning. Sunny looked back to the officer. Why the upper deck? The man smiled. Please, follow me to the upper deck. Sunny stared at him for a few moments, and then took a tentative step back. I'd rather not. The polite smile slowly disappeared from the officer's pale face. His dark eyes turned a little hollow. Oh. As Sunny backed away under the man's glossy stare, his communicator suddenly vibrated and let out a sharp sound. The Navy officer did not seem to react to it at all. Sunny, on the other hand, recognized the sound immediately. In the next moment, the lights in the passageway blinked in a specific pattern and simultaneously went out, submerging it in utter darkness. The battleship vibrated intensely for a split second, and then went still as its reactors were shut down. Absolute silence enveloped the mighty vessel. Condition Black had gone into effect. Raphael, seeing this, sighed. Condition Black meant that the fleet was on the cusp of dire danger. After the alert was issued, every member of the First Army aboard the 40 ships had to cease all activity. They weren't supposed to make any noises or movements. They were not even allowed to agitate their essence in any way. But Raphael didn't give a fuck. He already knew that the Condition Black was going to turn red in all-out battle. Summoning his death knell memory, he aimed it at the officer and used the slaughtering enchantment and shot at the officer. In a second the officer head was gone. The officer body turned into a formless mass of black water, which then fell to the floor and formed a puddle. Sunny looked at Raphael in a terrified look. Raphael chuckled and asked, "What? Are you crazy?" Raphael didn't reply and looked back. Almost at the same time, the rising voices abruptly disappeared, and the battleship trembled as its reactors came back online. The lamps in the corridor ignited, drowning it in light. Jumping back to his feet as the cruel sight was manifesting itself into reality in his hand, Sunny looked ahead and saw a familiar figure pressing something dark and slithering into the metal bulkhead. Master Knave had lost his midnight blue coat somewhere and was now wearing only his black wetsuit. There was a strange bone knife in his hand. Impaled on that knife was a. Before Sunny could make sense of what the creature looked like, it suddenly lost its shape and turned into a formless mass of black water, which then fell to the floor and formed a puddle. Knave's indigo eyes shone with dark light as he turned his head. "Master Sunless, are you all right?" Sunny cautiously nodded. What the hell was that thing?" The scion of the great clan knight opened his mouth, but before he could answer, the battleship around them shuddered, and a muffled thunder sounded somewhere in the distance. The main railgun was firing. Knave shook his head. "No time right now. Check on your cohort." With that, the handsome man seemed to disappear. A moment later, the lamps illuminating the passageway blinked and changed their color to ominous red. Condition red, all-out battle. Sunny looked at Raphael. Raphael understood and nodded his head. Taking his communication device, he quickly sent a message to the cohort to gather near the Rhino. "Go, I'll be there in a moment." Raphael nodded his head and went toward the Rhino. Occasionally, a loud and startling bang would roll through the massive compartment, indicating that something had collided against the hull of the vessel from the outside. Reaching the Rhino, Raphael saw 4 awakened standing near it with reserved expressions on their faces. Dorn, Quentyn, Kim, Luster. He frowned. Where are Bell and Samara? Quentyn straightened a little when he saw his superior approaching. They are in the dream realm, Vice Captain. We have already secured their bodies in the sleeping pods inside the Rhino. Raphael nodded his head. Everyone be prepared for any situation. Kim, playing with her fingers, looked at Raphael and asked. Vice Captain, do you know what is happening? No, let's wait until the captain comes. After few minutes, Raphael saw Sunny walking towards them. Where are Bell and Samara? They are in the dream realm, their body is inside. Sunny sighed. He looked at everyone and said. Get comfortable. This will probably take a while. His soldiers obeyed, sitting down on crates or leaning against the side of the Rhino. However, none of the 4 looked particularly at ease. Luster lingered for a moment, and then asked in a cautious tone. Captain, sorry, but what exactly is going on? Sunny shrugged. Something big and scary is trying to take a bite out of the convoy, what else? Don't worry too much, House of Night probably has things under control. I personally saw their saint joining the battle. Raphael, who was sitting above Rhino, whispered to himself. Moj, what rank is the abomination outside? It's a corrupted tyrant, my lord. Raphael nodded his head and looked at the hull of the ship. Suddenly, something collided against the hull of the ship again. Despite the fact that these loud bangs had been occasionally resounding across the vehicle stable for some time now, each was still extremely jarring. People trapped in the vast compartment could not treat them with indifference, no matter how much they might have wished to. Still, slowly but surely, they were growing accustomed to the startling noise of the collisions. This last one, though. Raphael frowned. The last one was different. He slowly turned around and stared at a certain spot on the opposite wall of the stable. The bulkhead looked a little deformed. Suddenly, something collided against the ship once again, and the alloy wall visibly bent inward. As hundreds of petrified people watched in fear, one of the sections of the giant compartment's outer wall bent slightly. An ugly deformity appeared on it, and as the echo of the loud and jarring bang died down, they heard the sound of water rushing into the narrow gaps between the different layers of the battleship's armored hull. A dark expression appeared on Sunny's face. His fingers twitched, and then he turned his head slightly. On your feet, soldiers. Dorn, Quentyn, Kim and Luster rose, ready for battle. However, there was a subtle sense of hesitation hiding behind their masks of professionalism and composure. Raphael, who on top of Rhino, got down and summoned his memories. A moment later, something crashed into the side of the ship with a thunderous bang once again, making the indentation in the bulkhead of the vehicle stable grow more pronounced. People that were closest to it shuddered and backed away. Some turned around and ran. Soon, the space around the damaged section of the wall became completely empty. Everyone in the large compartment had moved as far away from it as they could, pressing against the opposite wall and staring at the massive deformity. A second passed in utter silence, then another. Then, one more. All that could be heard was the sound of rushing water. Someone cursed in a stifled bang. As several people yelped, the wall bent inward even more, its misshapen portion growing in size and reaching slightly deeper into the vehicle stable. A loud, deep groan of contorting metal rolled through the air, reverberating in their very bones. Raphael looked at the outer hull and sighed. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive strikes crashed into the outer hull, exacerbating the damage and making the wall bend even more. People screamed and tried to get even further away from it, but there was simply nowhere for them to go. Some eyed the exit from the vehicle stable, while some stared at the contorted bulkhead, frozen still. Somehow, it still held. The metal groaned once more, but endured. Nothing happened for a dozen seconds. Then, another blow crashed into the damaged section of the hull, and the wall bent a little more. A single drop of black water seeped through the crack and rolled down. Hundreds of people watched the drop with horror written on their faces. Before the next strike tore the hull open, however, a tide of shadows suddenly rose and rushed toward the deformed wall as a wave. Converging on the damaged section, the wave splattered across its surface and then somehow solidified, turning into an improvised brace. This won't do. Raphael unbuttoned his vest and shirt, slipping them off with practiced ease. He glanced at Luster and tossed the clothes to him. Make sure there's not a single cut on them, he said flatly. Luster stared at him, wide-eyed and bewildered, clutching the garments as if they might combust. Sonny, his teeth clenched as he strained to hold the monstrous mass of shadows in place, glared at Raphael and asked, "Where are you going, Gehrman?" "Going to kill that beast," Raphael replied without breaking stride. "You're more needed here," Sonny snapped, frustration bleeding into his tone. Raphael turned his head slightly, his expression calm yet resolute. "Captain, please do your best to hold the wall for at least an hour." Without waiting for a reply, he sprinted toward the stairs, vanishing onto the upper deck. The upper deck was a chaotic mess, the dark water below churning violently as if the sea itself were alive. Raphael surveyed the scene, his expression hardening. Without hesitation, he dragged his hand across his chest, slicing deeply. Blood gushed from the wound, and he immediately activated his self-sovereignty ability to prevent it from healing. The crimson liquid spilled onto the deck in a steady stream, pooling and expanding with every passing second. Sonny, still below and maintaining his grip on the shadow barrier, glanced at Raphael through his shadow. His jaw tightened as he witnessed the pool of blood grow larger and larger, staining a third of the upper deck. After an hour, the crimson tide began to rise unnaturally, defying gravity. The blood lifted into the air, coalescing into a massive, shimmering spear. At its tip, a faint golden hue gleamed ominously. From Raphael's back, black wings erupted, spreading wide as he ascended alongside the blood spear. He cast his gaze down toward the sea and bellowed, his voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. "Get away from the monster if you don't want to die." Blood Wave, using his transformation ability, glanced up and froze, his expression pale as he spotted the massive spear of blood hovering above. Snapping out of his stupor, he barked at the others to retreat immediately. As the crew scrambled to safety, Raphael smirked. With a flick of his finger, the spear descended like a crimson comet. The beast in the water sensed its doom too late. The blood spear pierced its massive body with devastating precision. The monster roared in pain, thrashing wildly as its form began to deform. When Raphael consumed nether blood, even his immortal body couldn't withstand its destructive power. Now, with the nether bloodline coursing through him, his body had become a weapon of unparalleled devastation. From the very beginning, the monster stood no chance. The beast screamed in agony as its massive form began to break down, its body being destroyed from within. Finally, with a thunderous boom, the creature's body exploded into countless pieces, scattering debris and blood across the sea. As the echoes of the explosion faded, the black wings on Raphael's back folded inward, retreating into his body. His strength spent, he began to plummet from the sky. Suddenly, shadows surged upward, catching him mid-fall and gently lowering him. Raphael, breathing heavily, glanced to the side and saw Sonny standing nearby, his hands still outstretched, controlling the shadows. "I might be out for a week, Captain," Raphael said, his voice low but steady. Sonny allowed a rare smile to touch his lips. "You've done well, soldier. Take some rest." With everything done, Raphael forced his body to go to sleep. 3000 chapter. Holy shit. Anyway, with this we've finished the sea arc, and next chapter the cohort will reach Antarctica. See you tomorrow. Hand waving. Raphael looked around him and sighed. Hundreds of cut, crushed, and torn bodies littered the broken asphalt of the mountain road. Blood flowed down the hill, pooling into crimson puddles at its base. The carcasses of the fallen abominations towered above the corpses of their lesser ilk like mounds of rotten meat. Raphael retrieved his great sword from one of the fallen abominations and approached Sonny. Sonny looked at Raphael and smiled. "Good job there. Without you, it could have been 10 times harder. I just did what I was ordered to do." Sonny sighed and turned to the cohort. "Luster, go inform the army command that the road is secured, then bring the Rhino to the crest and park it on the slope. The rest of you, rest while you can. Oh, and also, good work. The members of the cohort exchanged glances, lively smiles spreading across their tired faces. We did all right, didn't we? With that, they walked away from the mass of mangled bodies and sprawled on the ground, steam rising from their blood-covered armor into the cold air. Soon, the Rhino arrived, its headlights painting a much more morbid picture of the recent battleground. The soldiers rested and recovered their essence. Since no one was seriously injured, Quentyn wasn't in a hurry to tend to the wounded. No one stood guard either, as Sunny's shadows could fulfill that role better than any human. Everything seemed peaceful and safe, but Sunny was not fooled. Down in the valley, the ugly rift in the fabric of reality still pulsed with eerie darkness, silently calling to him. The gate remained open. Although they had defeated the initial wave of nightmare creatures that had emerged from it, more could arrive at any moment. The first wave was usually the most dangerous, but not always. It typically consisted of the abominations that had been closest to the seed of nightmare when it bloomed. However, as long as the gate remained open, more monsters could wander through it into the real world. After an hour, Raphael heard a low rumbling growing closer, with subtle vibrations spreading through the surface of the broken road. He turned toward the source of the sound as a long column of army vehicles climbed the slope. Soon, towering war platforms reached the crest of the hill where the Rhino was parked, lingered for a moment, and then continued down into the valley. The army vehicles and mechanized infantry arrived next, accompanied by a good number of awakened. One of them stopped near the cohort's resting spot and glanced at the carnage below. His face paled. The man remained silent for a while, then glanced at Bell, who was relaxing on a boulder nearby. You guys killed all these abominations by yourselves." The swordsman simply smiled. "Sure did." The awakened stared at him incredulously. "But there are hundreds of them." Bell blinked a couple of times, then shrugged. "So, we're irregulars." The soldier opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. Bell, meanwhile, thought for a moment and added, "Don't be too impressed. Our captain and vice-captain probably killed most of them. We just stayed back and tried to make ourselves useful." The awakened soldier was clearly impressed. He looked at the swordsman with begrudging respect, remained silent for a few moments, and asked, "Who are your captains?" Bell suddenly laughed. "Our captains. They're the devil and his harbinger. The devil himself. Gather up." Hearing Sunny's voice, Raphael rose from the stone he was sitting on and walked toward him. As the cohort assembled around Sunny, he pointed to the glimmering crystals. "Those with unsaturated cores, share the soul shards among yourselves and absorb them. We have 10 minutes to get ready to move out. Our next task is to support the assault on the flank of the abominations making a ruckus on the other side of the mountain. Only dormant abilities and passive enchantments this time, so don't get too rowdy. Once the threat is eliminated, we can get some sleep." "Understood." There were no questions. 10 minutes later, the Rhino joined the column of army vehicles and rolled forward in the direction where flashes of light and explosions raged. The flanking battalion passed the small valley, climbed high up the mountain slope, then crested a narrow pass to behold a massive battle below. Around 2,000 nightmare creatures were pressing down on the defensive line of a well-organized human force. The soldiers weren't in a hurry to attack and focused on keeping the abominations at bay. Explosive shells, slugs unleashed by towering war platforms, mechanized infantry fire, and several hundred awakened worked in tandem to contain the raging horde. Just looking at the battlefield gave Raphael a splitting headache. "Why did I come here again?" He shook his head and sighed. At this distance, the 6 nightmare gates that had disgorged the horde were already whispering in his ears. If the 6 gates weren't bad enough, another gate opened directly behind the army, trapping them in an encirclement. "Captain, do you accept resignation letters?" "I'm not in the mood for jokes, Gehrman." "But I'm not joking. Gehrman, you see that gate there behind the army? That's your goal." "Yes, Captain." Raphael didn't waste time. Summoning his wings, he flew toward the gate. As he approached, he saw its guardian. Without hesitation, he descended swiftly, reaching it before it noticed him. Raising his great sword, Raphael crushed its head with a single blow. As he pulled his weapon free, he noticed abominations converging on him. Raphael sighed and activated one of his armor's enchantments. Attribute trait, Berserker. Attribute trait description: the more blood you shed, the stronger you become. Raphael charged at the abominations, cutting and crushing them with his great sword. Each kill made him stronger, but the sheer number of enemies seemed endless. To his left, he heard the sound of hooves pounding against the ground. A black horse trampled through the abominations, crushing them underfoot and tearing them apart with fangs. Its rider, clad in intricate onyx armor, wielded an air of menace. Raphael recognized them immediately: Nightmare and Saint. Continuing his slaughter, Raphael fought his way toward them. "Did your master send you here to help me?" There was no response, only the sound of Nightmare sneering at him. "Yeah, figured." The battle raged on for another hour. Together, Raphael, Saint, and Nightmare exterminated all the abominations in the area. The next day, rumors of the unknown warrior and mongrel spread like wildfire. So as you guessed, this chapter I copied a lot, like really a lot. And I think this whole volume will be the same, well, at least until the end of this volume, where a lot of things will change. Please have patience, believe me, V4 will be a masterpiece full of plot twists and revelations for the lore of this story. See you tomorrow. Hand waving. Raphael stood behind Sunny. In front of him, on the screen, the face of Master Jet appeared. "Sunny, I have a new mission for you." Soul Reaper seemed a bit tired as she spoke from the screen. "A bit of a problem. There's a Category 3 gate blocking their way, guarded by a powerful corrupted creature. From the initial observation, it's at least a devil, but it could also be a tyrant. Winter can't handle it alone. You and I are the closest, so, buckle up. Separate from your division and move southeast at full speed until you reach the rendezvous point. It's about 70 kilometers away from your current position." Sunny briefly studied the map, then said hesitantly, "A corrupted tyrant, are you sure the four of us can manage killing it?" All corrupted abominations were frightening, but a tyrant, the thought of facing one in battle made Sunny feel ill at ease. Master Jet didn't seem to share his concerns. She grinned darkly and shook her head. "The four of us are enough. However, this time, we won't be fighting alone. Someone else will be joining the fun." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Who?" Soul Reaper leaned forward slightly. "A saint." Raphael sighed as he heard Jet's words. It must be the time when Sunny gets Sin of Solace. Raphael knew how important Sin of Solace would be in the future. Without it, conquering the third nightmare would be impossible, or nearly so, if everything went according to plan. With a sigh, Sunny sent Luster the coordinates of the rendezvous point and walked over to the pilot's cabin. "We have new orders. Get to this location as fast as possible." The young man yawned, studied the coordinates for a bit, and then nodded. "Aye, sir." He lingered for a moment. By the way, what's there?" Sunny shrugged with a nonchalant expression. "A corrupted tyrant. Something like that." Luster paled, stared at him with wide eyes, and suddenly grew very quiet. Raphael walked toward two masters locked in a heated conversation. "Is definitely a woman. Hot as hell, too. I'm telling you, idiot, I saw that mongrel guy myself once. He's definitely a man. Everyone knows you're blind in both eyes when it comes to these things, Reaper. I mean, remember the time when that handsome saint tried to hit on you?" "What are you talking about? He just wanted to cooperate with us to claim a new citadel." "Damn, you're hopeless, you know that." "All men." Raphael sighed and interrupted. "That woman is not mongrel." Master Jet and Winter turned to him. Winter raised an eyebrow and asked, "What do you mean she isn't mongrel? And how do you know that?" "As I said, she isn't mongrel. I'm sure of it. And how do I know? Ask my captain, who sent me to that gate, alone. I sent Saint and Nightmare to help you, ungrateful bastard," Raphael thought bitterly. Master Jet smiled and waved at him. "Ah, Sunny. You're just on time. The Saint should be arriving any moment now, too." He couldn't help but frown. "Who, exactly, is?" At that moment, a vaguely familiar feeling suddenly overwhelmed him. Sunny sensed a massive shadow covering the ruined outpost, followed by a sound resembling the rustle of 1,000 wings. A fourth figure appeared among them. The woman standing in front of Sunny was tall and slender, with long hair cascading in waves of pale gold. Her posture was perfectly straight, and her cold face was dazzlingly beautiful. Sunny blinked, momentarily lost for words. Saint Tyrus, what are you doing here? Before him stood none other than Sky Tide of the White Feather clan. Everyone turned to Sunny, waiting for him to share information about the Guardian. Sunny glanced at Saint Tyrus, Master Jet, Raphael, and Winter with a dark expression. It's a tyrant, all right. Large, thick armor. Resembles an insect. There are around 500 drones under its command, many of them fallen. I've noticed at least 24 corrupted lieutenants, as well. He paused before calling out. Kimmy. The seer of his cohort activated her aspect ability, allowing Sunny to see the swarm of stone beetles in a new light. After a few moments, Sunny shared what little he had been able to gather, then glanced at the others with doubt. So, what do we do now? Saint Tyrus remained silent, but Master Jet smiled. Her smile was dark and vicious. What else? We kill it. Sunny blinked. How? Soul Reaper waited a moment, then looked at Sky Tide. The Transcendent crossed her arms. I'll handle the tyrant. As long as it's bound to the ground, I can attack the creature with impunity. If 1 strike doesn't crack its shell, 10 will. If 10 strikes fail, 100 will do the job. She looked at the irregulars and frowned. However, you'll have to deal with its retinue. That task is not going to be easy. Winter snorted and suddenly laughed. Easy? What's that? Raphael sighed as he looked ahead. His role this time was long-range support. With a practiced motion, he sliced his chest, and blood gushed out, pooling on the ground. Master Jet glanced at him and frowned. How long will you need? Raphael wiped his blade clean and replied. I don't know, maybe 10 minutes. Jet cursed under her breath and summoned her glaive, the dark blade glowing faintly in her grip. Behind her, Saint Tyrus hurled her javelin high into the sky, aimed at the corrupted tyrant. The weapon struck true, but barely left a mark on the thick, milky-white chitin. Meanwhile, Winter and Samara unleashed a volley of arrows and bullets, tearing through the advancing horde. The tide of abominations was nearly upon them. Jet turned to Sunny, her sharp voice cutting through the chaos. Sunny. He turned to see her running toward him, her short raven black hair flying in the wind, her chilling blue eyes burning with resolve. Her black leather armor clung tightly to her, and her glaive trailed behind her like an extension of her will. Sunny crouched slightly and interlocked his fingers, creating a step. As soon as Soul Reaper's foot landed in his hands, he strained his muscles and launched her into the air. Boosted by 3 shadows, his strength was monstrous. Jet soared forward like an arrow, her glaive flashing as it sliced cleanly through one of the corrupted creatures. The abomination stumbled, its massive body convulsing before collapsing in a lifeless heap. Raphael, still preparing his technique, glanced up briefly. His expression darkened. He could finish in a minute, but exposing his regeneration ability was too risky, it would jeopardize everything. Sunny fought with ferocity, cutting through the abominations with precision, but the endless tide was overwhelming. They weren't meant to win this outright. They just needed to hold the line until either Saint Tyrus killed the tyrant or Raphael completed his preparation. The battlefield descended into chaos. Blood and viscera covered the ground as Sunny pushed himself to the limit, his shadows weaving through the enemy like deadly vipers. From above, Raphael unfurled his black wings and ascended into the sky. 50 blood spears materialized behind him, floating ominously. Raphael's ability allowed him to manipulate his body to his will, and with the enhancement of his nether bloodline, he could even control detached parts of himself. Controlling all the spears took a heavy toll on his mind and soul essence, but that was nothing to a titan like him, and the toll in his mind was nothing compared to the agony of Moog's torture in his second nightmare. One by one, the blood spears rained down, piercing abominations and leaving destruction in their wake. Each spear carried a drop of Raphael's blood, which lingered inside the corpses, ensuring their demise. Captain, leave everything here to me and help Saint Tyrus. Raphael called out. Sunny nodded, diving into the shadows. With the line of defense momentarily secured, Raphael shifted his focus to the corrupted lieutenants. His spears descended in coordinated strikes, thinning their numbers. Among the chaos, Raphael spotted Jade, surrounded but holding her ground. Her glaive moved with deadly precision, but the strain was beginning to show. Raphael directed several blood spears to her aid, skewering the corrupted abominations threatening her. The battle raged on, and Sunny found a brief moment to look skyward. Above, Saint Tyrus clashed with the corrupted tyrant, her strikes relentless but unable to break through its thick armor. Sunny gritted his teeth and summoned Morgan's warbow. The black bow appeared in his hands, its weight familiar and reassuring. Drawing the bowstring, Sunny infused the weapon with essence. Soul Arrow. Death Dealer. A golden arrow materialized, glowing faintly with a deadly radiance. Its broadhead gleamed with an otherworldly light, designed to slice through flesh and cause devastating damage. Sunny took aim, time seeming to slow as he wrapped his shadows around the arrow. Then, with a deep breath, he let it fly. The golden arrow tore through the air, striking the corrupted tyrant's translucent wings. It didn't aim to kill, Sunny knew that was impossible with a single strike. Instead, the arrow pierced one wing and lodged into the base of another. Burden of Peace. The enchantment activated, causing the arrow's weight to increase drastically, as if it were a ship's anchor. Grounded by the weight, the tyrant's movements faltered. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Saint Tyrus lunged, her talons slashing through the remaining wings. With a powerful strike, she sent the massive jade beetle plummeting. Wounded and barely able to keep its weight in the air, the corrupted tyrant was ruthlessly sent into a perilous fall. The jade beetle tried to slow down the speed of it, but failed. A few moments later, the massive body hit the slope of the mountain with a thunderous crash. The jade beetle falling down crashed into the mountain with terrible speed. The impact caused the whole slope to tremble, as if from a powerful earthquake. As a result, not only Sunny, but also every other irregular, as well as every soldier of the stone hive, were suddenly thrown to the ground. Arg, damn. Slightly disoriented, Sunny sat up and looked around. Sunny strained to regain his wits and frowned. Did I do that? The damage seemed too exaggerated to be done by Sunny or his shadow tentacles. He couldn't see very far, either, because a wall of white stone was blocking his view. Where did this crag come from? If he remembered correctly, there were no large boulders or tall outcroppings near where he had fought. Had he rolled that far down the slope? As Sunny was trying to understand why a wall of rock suddenly appeared in front of him, a stream of inky black liquid flowed down its smooth white surface. Then, the wall of stone slightly moved. His eyes widened. Oh, crap. Craning his neck, Sunny managed to get a better look at the thing that he had assumed to be a stone cliff. Of course, it was not. Instead, it was the carapace of the corrupted tyrant that had been thrown into the mountain by Sky Tide's vicious attack. The creature seemed battered, with its milky white chitin cracked in several places and leaking viscous black blood, but very much alive. In fact, at the same time as Sunny looked up at it, the jade beetle's expressionless black eye shifted and peered directly at him. Its terrifying mandibles moved slightly. Oh, crap. Sunny jumped back at the same time as one of Tyrant's legs came down, shattering the mountain slope and sending another tremor running through it. He was only saved by his quick reaction and a bit of luck. Suddenly spear of blood came penetrating its white milky chitin. Kill it, Captain, my spears didn't penetrate enough. Sunny looked at Raphael, who was still flying in the sky. His face looked pale, like there was no blood inside of him. Damnation. In the middle of the jade beetle a hole was made by one of Raphael's spears. The spear lost its shape and made a small pile of blood that was melting the chitin of the beetle. Sunny cursed his mind and summoned the underworld mantle. He then summoned the shadow lantern. From the shadow lantern, shadow emerged, taking the shape of a large spear. Sunny took the spear and, using his feather of truth, he made himself as heavy as possible and thrusted his shadow spear into the hole. The jade screamed and tried to move, but in the end it stopped moving and Sunny heard the nightmare spell voice. You have slain a corrupted tyrant, remnant of the Jade Queen. Your shadow grows stronger. You have received a memory. With the Jade Beetle dead, Saint Tyrus joined the battle with the other irregulars. And after 5 minutes the battle was over. I don't know if I wrote the battle good, I hope there wasn't any plot holes. Anyway, next chapter will be Low 49. See you tomorrow. Hand waving. The initial several weeks of the Antarctica campaign were the most intense, at least for now. The divisions of the First Army steadily moved south, fighting through the swiftly growing swarms of nightmare creatures and establishing strategic encampments along the way. These encampments were going to serve as the transit points of the evacuation networks soon. Moving through them, all the population of the Antarctic center was going to be relocated to the siege capitals to await eventual salvation. The same thing, only on a much larger scale, was happening in East Antarctica, where most people of the southern quadrant lived. As days went by, the chain of nightmares grew more rampant, with it came the effect on the mundane humans. The chain of nightmares increased the rate of gate manifestations manifold, and that rate, terribly, spread to mundane humans as well. Not only was there an anomalously high amount of young people falling prey to the spell in Antarctica, but also, for the first time in half a century, people outside the usual age of infestation started to succumb to the first nightmares en masse, as well. Raphael looked at the night sky. This night was going to last for many months, and in this night many human will die. He was now walking with his cohort through the encampment of the first evacuation army, their armor covered in dents and painted by the blood of the nightmare creatures they had recently killed. Well, he was the only one wearing a suit. As an emperor, how could he show himself in mannerless way? The tense and tired soldiers hurried to get out of their way, throwing intense looks at the irregulars. Look, it's the devils. They're here. Thank the gods. Raphael sighed hearing the soldiers. In these weeks a lot of people were known in the campaign, but 4 people stood out from the rest: the Soul Reaper, the Devil of Antarctica, the Guardian Angel of Antarctica, and the Fallen Angel of Blood. And yeah, he was the last. Just hearing the name, Raphael shrugged in cringe. How did they even thought of such name? Shaking his head, Raphael looked ahead and caught a glimpse of the Rhino. Walking behind Sunny, he climbed into the Rhino. Sunny glanced at Kim. Status. She studied her military communicator. Army Command designated this camp as a green zone. Last check was 13 minutes ago. He nodded. A green zone was one with no gates close enough to affect the dream realm anchors of the awakened. People could sleep safely within its confines. Okay. Quentyn, tend to Dorn. Kimmy, Luster, Samara, and Belle, enjoy the first sleep shift. I'll stand watch until you guys return. They nodded and soon disappeared inside the sleeping pods. Quentyn got busy dealing with Dorn's injury, using both his aspect and an extensive medkit. Sunny, meanwhile, walked over to the command and communication suite and sat behind a console. Raphael looked at Sunny and asked, "Captain, why don't take some rest? It's been weeks since you took a break." "I'm fine, you don't have to worry." "You are absolutely not fine." Raphael walked to the coffee machine to make one for him and Sunny. Almost simultaneously, the symbol of an incoming communication appeared on the console screen. Fucking hell, couldn't they give us a break? Raphael sighed and continued making the coffee. A moment later, a familiar face appeared on the screen. Despite the pressure of leading the first irregular company into the meat grinder of the Southern Quadrant campaign, Master Jet looked relaxed and at ease. Like she always did, Soul Reaper flashed him a bright smile. "Hey, Sunny. How is it going?" He simply nodded. "We cleared that fallen nest. Dorn was wounded, though. He'll need a few days to recover." From behind, Raphael came and gave a glass of coffee to Sunny. Sunny took the glass and thanked him. Master Jet grinned and waved her hand in front of the camera. And it was a strange charm. No, actually, it was just a mundane piece of jewelry. The thing looked like a golden circle with 4 stars engraved on it, beautiful filigree surrounding them, and a purple ribbon attached to the top. "What the hell is that?" Noticing his confusion, she shook her head. "Gods, Sunny. Don't you know what that thing is? This is the Transcendent Star of Valor. The highest military decoration one can receive. It's your medal, Fool. I finally managed to get the army command to issue it. Sunny blinked. Oh. That's great. Master Jet let out an exasperated sigh. Quote. It comes with a very sizable contribution point reward, too. Instantly, his expression livened. Oh. That's great. What about me? Raphael asked. There is nothing for you. If you want, you can ask the old man to give you one. Jet replied. It took some convincing to make happen. Anyway, I'll hold on to it until we meet in person. About that, plans changed a little, so you'll have to complete one more mission before that happens. Ah, but don't worry. This one is a calm one, so your man will have plenty of time to recover. Calm my ass, Raphael thought. He already know what was going to happen and he really isn't looking forward to it. Raphael sighed and looked back at the screen. Your mission is to reach the installation, secure the VIP currently residing there, and bring him back to the nearest siege capital. There is a garrison of local awakened commanded by a master at the installation, too. They will be responsible for evacuating the regular staff and scientists. You can choose to go back on your own, but that would be a jerk move, considering that they are expecting reinforcements to help them make the journey. Sunny thought for a bit, then nodded. Sounds easy. Single quote. Yeah, no way. Something bad is definitely going to happen. Believe me Sunny, it's not easy. Master Jet smiled. It is, doesn't it? In any case, after that is done, we will probably remain within the walls of siege capitals for a long time, and finally have time to rest. Good luck. It's been 4 days since they left camp and started their journey to Low 49. Raphael looked at Kimmy and sighed. They couldn't contact the research facility nor could they communicate the army command. From the back of the Rhino Sunny came out. Raphael looked at him and said, Captain, we have a problem, we can't communicate the research facility. Contact army command then, ask them for an update on the installation status. Sunny replied, we couldn't do that either. Sunny remained silent for a few moments. So we're completely cut off from everyone. Is it because of the blizzard? Kim, who was beside Raphael, hesitated. I can't say, sir. A simple blizzard is not supposed to mess with the signal so much. Sunny rubbed his face. That doesn't sound good. After half an hour Raphael saw a facility from the projectors of the Rhino. The facility looked more like a small fortress settlement than a scientific base. It was perched dangerously close to the ocean shore, and had a thick wall surrounding it, with powerful turrets aiming at the dark waves. There was a large dome-like structure towering above the formidable fortress, painted white on the backdrop of the black sky. It resembled a giant, perfectly smooth egg. Reaching the facility, the turrets above the gates moved, taking aim at the approaching APC. Powerful spotlights ignited on the wall, cutting through the snow and flooding the immediate area with stark light. The Rhino drove to the fleet of transport vehicles and parked nearby. At the same time, the heavy gates of the fortress opened, and a lone human figure walked into the blizzard. With a sigh, Sunny opened the hatch of the Rhino and climbed out into the cold. He walked forward and studied the stranger. The man was tall, strong, and looked to be around 40. He was dressed in a black bodysuit similar to one Sunny wore, with an unzipped parka resting on top of it. He had dark hair and calm, intelligent eyes. There was a composed expression on his stern and weary face. Overall, everything about the stranger spoke of experience and discipline. Sunny stopped a few steps away and gave him a nod. I am Ascended Sunless, captain of the 1st Irregular Company of the Evacuation Army. You should have been informed of our arrival. The tall man lingered for a few moments, studying him, then returned his nod. I am Ascended Vern. He offered his hand to Sunny and said in a steady voice. Quote. Welcome to LO49, Master Sunless. Raphael stood near the coast watching the sea in front of him. After 10 minutes Raphael sighed and entered LO49. Walking the hallways he found Sunny walking with Master Vern. Joining them they walked toward the sleeping pods. In front of him the sleeping pods came to life, announcing that the people occupying them were waking up. Samara, Kim, and Luster returned almost at the same time. They climbed out of the pods and put on their clothes with dark expressions on their faces. At that moment, Luster blurted, "Captain, sir. Bad, it's really bad." Sunny looked at him darkly. "I gathered as much. Speak." The three awakened looked at each other. Eventually, it was Kim who addressed the masters. "The situation is still unclear, but there was some sort of earthquake, followed by the manifestation of multiple Category 3 gates. There were also several titans that emerged. The three saints fought one of them above the strait between West Antarctica and the center, and then, communications across all the southern quadrant went down. By the time we left the Citadel, people were still trying to understand what happened." Sunny's face darkened. All of that sounded very troublesome. It seemed that the chain of nightmares had reached a qualitative change, plunging Antarctica in chaos. "What about our orders? Have you heard from Colonel Jet?" Samara spoke in a subdued tone. "She did pass on instructions, sir." "Well, at least something went well." Judging by the heavy gazes of his subordinates, however, he would not like what they were about to say. Master Vern frowned as he looked at the beautiful sharpshooter. "Well, what does Army Command want us to do?" Samara sighed. "The region between this installation and the nearest siege capital is judged to be too dangerous to traverse. All the Antarctic center is affected, but its southern edge was seemingly hit the worst. So, we can't go back. The previous evacuation plan was scrapped." Raphael looked at Samara and asked, "Are they planning to evacuate us using the sea?" "Yes, although evacuation by land seems to be impossible at the moment, the naval convoy that delivered us to Antarctica is already on the way back to pick up the second batch of refugees. One of the vessels, battleship Ariadne, is going to be rerouted to the southern edge of the Antarctic center. If all goes well, it will reach us in 2 to 3 weeks. We are ordered to fortify LO-49's defenses and await its arrival." Vern let out a relieved sigh. "I see. 3 weeks, that should be doable." Raphael sighed and walked out of the room. He knew that the ship will be destroyed and no one will come. The only way was to evacuate now, but that would be impossible since there was no evidence. A few days passed in relative peace, and then a week. The news coming from the north were still strangely vague and fragmented. Then, however, that peace was spoiled by a sudden and dangerous development. Raphael wielded his greatsword, cutting down every abomination around him. Half an hour ago, a Category 3 gate had manifested. Now, all the awakened and the three masters were engaged in battle. 2 corrupted abominations stood out. One, the Guardian, was a demon, while the other was a monster. The honor of slaying the monster had been given to Raphael. As for the demon, that task belonged to his captain, Sunny. With his ability Seer, Raphael predicted every attack, dodging effortlessly. Raising his greatsword, he swung it with precision, cleaving nearby enemies in 2. Once the lesser abominations lay defeated, Raphael advanced toward the corrupted monster. He unsummoned his greatsword and raised his hand. Claws of blood emerged from his fingers, gleaming in the dim light. Fixing his gaze on the monster, Raphael dashed forward. Not only was he a titan, but he also used his ability to enhance his speed, moving like a crimson blur across the battlefield. In mere seconds, he closed the distance, slashing at the monster's abdomen. The creature barely had time to react, swinging its massive hand where Raphael had been moments before. Seizing the opportunity, Raphael kicked the monster's leg with enough force to bring it crashing to its knees. He followed up with a savage uppercut, his claws piercing through the monster's armor, driving deep into its skull. The monster went still. Raphael withdrew his bloodied claws, letting the lifeless body slump to the ground. Looking back across the battlefield, he saw no sign of the demon. It seemed Sunny had already taken care of the Guardian. As Raphael began walking back, his sharp eyes caught a small figure darting away, a tiny scavenger, missing 2 fingers, fleeing from the chaos. Raphael smirked. He knew exactly who this imp was. How could he not? He had laughed countless times reading about him in the novel. Letting the imp go, Raphael decided not to interfere. Messing with Sunny's fate wasn't something he was willing to risk. With a sigh, Raphael turned and made his way back to the facility. Raphael was now standing on coast watching the sea just like a week before, but this time is different. There was a gate deep in the ocean. Raphael clicked his teeth and walked back into the facility. A day passed and Raphael is now standing on the coast. Behind him was a man wearing a soldier uniform was walking aimlessly to the ocean. Raphael didn't stop the man, and let him go to his death. There was nothing he can do. If he stopped the man, the corrupted terror will be angry and will kill every living being in the facility. He looked back and entered the facility. 1 week passed and the moon was gone, but Sunny and Dorn were still on the wall overseeing the ocean. Standing there, Sunny looked at the dark waves, then at the screen showing the feed from the cameras, then back at the cold black water. Finally, he scratched the back of his head, pulled the memory storage device from the terminal and turned to Dorn. We're done here. Let's go. Not waiting for a response, he turned around and headed in the direction of the security center. As Sunny walked through the settlement, many people looked at him. Some of them seemed frightened, some of them seemed angry. Some were simply numb. Everyone was exhausted. Arriving at the security center, Sunny found Vern and Professor Obel sitting in silence with dark, tired expressions on their faces. The old man looked even more fragile and ancient than usual. Sunny placed the memory storage on the table in front of them. Vern stared at it for a moment, then looked up. "Why are you here?" Sunny sat down and rubbed his hands together to warm them. A dark, ominous smile appeared on his lips. My investigation is complete. I know why people are vanishing." Raphael stood near the dark beach like every day. From behind, Sunny walked toward Raphael and stood beside him. "Captain, did you find why people were vanishing?" Sunny looked at Raphael and replied, "Yes, when did you know?" Raphael smiled and said, "From when it started." Sunny gritted his teeth and spoke. "Then why didn't you stop it? Why did you let people die?" "I didn't stop it so that people can live. If I stopped them, the corrupted terror would be angered and kill everyone here. If he wasn't taking his time killing everybody, we would have already died a long time ago." Sunny glanced at Raphael and spoke with anger. "Then why didn't you tell me?" "I did, I told everyone, but they forgot everything after a few seconds." "Captain, if you're waiting for the Ariadne to help us, then we're all going to die. The Ariadne will not come." With this, Raphael walked back to the facility. 2 days passed, and just like in the novel, Sunny found the Ariadne shipwreck deep in the ocean. Raphael was inside the Rhino. After a few minutes, Sunny came with Professor Obel and his assistant, Beth. They entered the Rhino and closed the hatch. While Beth looked around with subdued curiosity, Luster sent the heavy vehicle moving. The sentries had already been informed by Vern, so they opened the gate and allowed the irregulars to drive through. Raphael, who was sitting on the couch, whispered to himself. "Moj. Yes, Your Majesty. Make sure to save them all. Don't let anyone die. As you command." Raphael leaned back and closed his eyes. Master Vern watched the Rhino enter the blizzard. He turned away and walked back to the facility. Suddenly, a crack sounded. He looked back and saw the space around him splitting. The cracking continued, creating what seemed to be a portal. From the portal, a man emerged. He had black hair, red eyes, and wore a black robe with red accents. Master Vern looked at the man in fear. Just being near him made Vern feel the urge to submit. "You must be Master Vern. I was sent by the Emperor to deliver you salvation. Come with me, and all the people here shall live. Stay, and you will die by the corrupted terror. Choose, Master Vern, and remember, hundreds of lives are in your hands." Master Vern looked at the man, then at the ocean. He remembered what Master Sunless said about the destruction of the Ariadne, but he still hoped for a miracle. Master Vern gritted his teeth and spoke. "We will come with you." The man nodded his head and said, "You have made the right decision. Now bring the others and come with me." Master Vern nodded, and after a few minutes, all the residents of LO49 entered the portal. Sunny inhaled deeply and looked at the others. The call is not too strong here. It should be condition green, so, congratulations, guys. You can finally rest. Despite their unease and doubts, his soldiers reacted to that statement with visible excitement. They, too, were on the verge of collapse from fatigue and exhaustion. Luster, Kim, and Dorn. You guys sleep first. The other three, keep watch and take care of our guests. They nodded, already knowing their roles. Yes, sir. But, Captain, what about you? Sunny looked at Bell with a dark expression. I have something to do. He headed for the exit hatch. Beth tried to get in his way with a question, but he simply looked at her, and the young woman suddenly backed away. Exiting the Rhino, Sunny walked into the blizzard, and then summoned the nightmare. His loyal steed rose from the shadows, its eyes burning with dreadful crimson flames. Jumping into the saddle, Sunny sent it galloping through the snow. He left one shadow to stand guard near the Rhino, of course. He flew back south, summoning the closed featureless helmet of the undying chain to protect himself from the cutting wind. His shadow sense spread outward, replacing sight that was useless in the furious snowstorm. Stopping at the very edge of Shadow Control's range, Sunny remained in the saddle, and sent another shadow forward. It slid south with tremendous speed, and eventually reached the walls of the facility. There were formidable turrets on them, powerful spotlights flooding the immediate vicinity of the fortress with light, snowflakes dancing in the wide beams. The gates that the Rhino had left no more than an hour ago were tightly shut. A fleet of transport vehicles was parked in front of it, covered in snow, their initial purpose long forgotten. The blizzard obscured the world, and for a moment, just like when he had first arrived, Sunny felt a pang of fear. It was as though the whole facility was empty, with only ghosts populating its streets. Only, this time, his fear came true. There was no one standing watch on the walls. No soldiers patrolled the deserted streets. The buildings stood empty, with screens still showing recordings of entertainment programs, food laying on the plates, and coffee growing cold in the mugs. But there were no people. There were no scientists in the research laboratory, and no officers in the security center. The feed of the functioning security cameras showed no movement throughout the whole settlement. The doors of the living quarters where the civilians had been confined were still locked, but there was no one inside. There were no signs of struggle, and no fresh footprints in the snow covering the ground outside. Everything was just still. 1,400 people had disappeared into thin air. They seemed to have simply vanished, like they had never existed at all. Many kilometers away, Sunny looked at the southern wall of the fortress through the eyes of his shadows. He felt compelled to send the shadow forward, and gaze at the dark ocean once more. But in the end, with a shiver, he decided against it. Soon, the shadow returned. Wrapping it around his body, Sunny commanded Nightmare to turn around, and rode into the blizzard without looking back. Maybe he did not want to. And maybe he simply did not dare. 3,683 words. This is the longest chapter I've ever written. Well, I hope that I summarized the LO49 arc good. Anyway, see you tomorrow. Hand waving. Moj, have you finished your task? Yes, my lord. Good. Make sure you treat them well. We will send them back after that day. As you order, your majesty. Raphael sighed and looked around. Professor Obel and his assistant Beth were sleeping. Luster, Kim, and Dorn would wake up soon and bring more information about what was happening in central Antarctica. Sunny was also sleeping after returning. Sigh, I need some coffee. Raphael's body was unique, so he didn't really need sleep. But sometimes, he wanted to feel more human, and do things that humans did. An hour later, Sunny woke up. With him, the pods slid away, announcing the Awakeners' return. Sunny looked at the three awake Awakeners and spoke. Quentyn, Bell, Samara, your turn. The three irregulars couldn't wait to get some much-needed rest. They were so exhausted that they didn't even stay to hear the report from their colleagues about the Dream Realm. A minute later, all three were gone to the sleeping pods. So, his soldiers exchanged glances. After a few moments, Dorn was the first to speak. It's not good, Captain. This time, Sunny did smile. Wow, who could have guessed? The giant man nodded awkwardly, then started the report. From what we found out, East Antarctica is still under human control, but the Antarctic center, it's a mess. His face darkened. The Saints managed to kill one of the Titans, but 2 more remain. A part of the mountain chain was destroyed in the battle. But that's not the worst part. Sunny let out a frustrated sigh. Just get to the point. Dorn looked down. The siege capital our division was supposed to establish, it's gone. Wiped off the map. The survivors, soldiers and civilians, were retreating to other strongholds. There's no organized First Army force left between here and Mount Erebus, sir. Sunny stayed silent for a long time, his expression resentful. Just like that, their 400-kilometer journey had just become 1,000 kilometers. 2 days later, they finally received word from Master Jet. The message had passed through several people before reaching Sunny. It was simple: retreat to Erebus and meet with Davis and his cohort of irregulars. Raphael and the others were inside the Rhino, waiting for Sunny's command. After a few minutes, Sunny's voice came over the communicator. Luster, bring the Rhino to the edge of the coastal highway. When they reached Sunny, Raphael stepped out of the Rhino and asked, "What's wrong, Captain?" Sunny didn't answer. He simply pointed at a line of military vehicles. Civilians. The convoy was already close, but they hadn't noticed him yet. Striking the butt of the cruel sight into the ground, Sunny hesitated, then activated the Light Eater enchantment. Immediately, the spear's silver blade glowed brightly. It looked like a small sun in his hand. Behind him, Bell and Dorn emerged from the APC with their weapons ready. Samara lay on the roof of the vehicle, resting her chin on her rifle. The other 3 irregulars stayed inside, guarding Professor Obel and Beth. The spear's light was too bright to ignore. Finally, the soldiers protecting the convoy reacted, turning their turrets toward the unknown threat. Their faces were tense and fearful. The lead vehicle slowed down. I hope they don't start shooting blindly. Using the extraordinary rock and its sonorous enchantment, Sunny amplified his voice. Calm and heavy, it rolled across the highway, cutting through the wind's howl. This is Captain Sunless of the 1st Irregular Company. Think twice before you shoot. Luckily, the soldiers held their composure. No bullets flew. A few minutes later, the convoy's lead vehicle screeched to a halt near the Rhino, forcing the others to stop. A figure in military uniform stepped out, hesitated, and walked toward Sunny. Judging by the lack of armor and the way he clutched his coat, shivering in the cold, he was an ordinary human. I'll leave this to you, Captain. Sunny nodded at Raphael. Raphael stepped forward. The soldier saluted. At ease, soldier. Raphael examined the convoy, carefully assessing it. After finishing, he returned to Sunny. What's your name and rank? The man hesitated, fidgeting with his collar. Sergeant Gear, sir. Sunny glanced at the battered convoy behind him and sighed. Here's my order, Sergeant Gear. I'm taking command of this convoy. You did well getting them here. Leave the rest to me. Raphael sighed at hearing this. So, why were they going south? Sunny replied without looking at him. They were heading to LO-49 to escape on the Ariadne. Oh. Sunny gathered the cohort and explained his plan. First, they needed to reach an abandoned military bunker to check the convoy's vehicles and repair them if necessary. Second, one transport would be emptied, and all passengers moved to the others. The sleepers would be transferred to the infirmary. Luster would drive the Rhino. Each cohort member would guard a transport. Bell would stay with the infirmary. Raphael would protect the rear, killing anything that attacked from behind. Sunny would lead the defense at the front. Sergeant Gear, your crews are responsible for their own vehicles. Same protocol applies. The soldier nodded. Yes, sir. Everyone stared at Sunny. He raised an eyebrow. What are you waiting for? Go. I want off the coast as soon as possible. Raphael took his great sword from one of the eggs and looked around. Half an hour ago, they reached the bunker only to find it had become a nest for one of the monster species. With Sunny's help scouting ahead, they took down the nest quickly. As the last of the creatures fell, shadows surged across the underground complex, dragging the corpses out of sight. About an hour after entering the bunker, Sonny emerged from the darkness and breathed in the cold air. Then, he looked at the soldiers waiting outside and calmly said, "Bring the transports inside." The soldiers stared at him for a few seconds, then turned and walked toward the vehicles without a word. What was there to say? In the end, they stayed in the derelict bunker for 3 days. The vehicles of the convoy had turned out to be in a worse state than Sonny had thought, so it took a lot of work for Kim and Samara to get them in shape with Quentyn's help. The patchwork repairs they implemented were not pretty, but at least the transports were not going to fall apart on the road, stranding dozens of refugees and bringing the convoy to a halting stop. In the freezing cold of the polar night, stopping meant death. That was without even considering the swarms of nightmare creatures prowling in the dark. The world itself was more than happy to kill them. The reason for their departure, even though the convoy wasn't ready, was because a horde of abominations, one coming from the east and one from the north. After 3 days of rest for some, and back-breaking work to prepare the convoy for the journey ahead for others, the small fleet of vehicles finally left the hangar of the old bunker. The blizzard had yet to come back, so their position was instantly revealed to everyone who would bother to look. Cutting the darkness with beams of bright light and tearing the silence apart with the rumbling growls of powerful engines, the convoy moved north. Their long journey had begun. 3 days had passed, and Raphael wielded his great sword more often than his fingers, hands, or legs. Killing abominations had become a habit. If he didn't kill at least 30 abominations a day, then something must be wrong. The convoy had stopped because one of the transports had broken down. Raphael sat atop the infirmary. From the front, he heard the 2 echoes that Samara and Quentyn had acquired during one of the battles in the past 3 days. They were growling. Suddenly, his ability, Seer, began showing him visions of different futures. In one vision wrapped in a golden thread, he saw a ghastly creature that looked like a mix between a bat and a leech. It had leathery wings, a long neck, and a head that seemed to be one giant, fleshy, circular maw. In fact, he saw thousands upon thousands of them. The hazy veil obscuring the sky wasn't caused by the returning blizzard. It was a horde of flying abominations, so vast it resembled a rolling stormfront in the distance. That massive swarm of abominations was moving swiftly in their direction. Waking up, Raphael quickly descended and ran toward Sonny. "Captain, we need to go now." Sonny, who was talking with Samara, looked at Raphael in confusion. "I don't have time to explain, we need to leave fast." "Vice Captain, the vehicle isn't ready for departure." "Forget the vehicle." For the first time, Sonny saw Raphael lose his composure, which meant something really bad was about to happen. Raphael looked around and finally spotted Kim. He quickly ran to her and said, "Kim, share my vision with the others now." Kim was surprised and shaken but quickly responded, "Why? Yes." Raphael used his ability, amplifying the vision tenfold beyond the limits of an ascended. When Kim shared his vision with the others, they finally saw it. Damnation. Sonny didn't waste time. He ordered the refugees from the 4th transporter to be moved to the infirmary. A few minutes passed, and everyone was ready to leave. The refugees were terrified. How could they not be, when even their leaders were visibly afraid? At the back of the convoy, Raphael glanced eastward. "Move, move, move. God damn it." Raphael didn't care about himself, not at all. What he cared about were the refugees. The children crying in their parents' arms, the parents fearing for their children, and the men and women longing to reunite with their families. He swore on his life that no one would die, even if it meant exposing himself. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the convoy began moving. The convoy sped through the mountains as quickly as possible, but the swarm kept closing in. Raphael gritted his teeth and climbed through the vehicle's hatch. Standing atop the vehicle, Raphael made himself bleed from every part of his body as quickly as he could, not even slowing his regeneration. Within minutes, hundreds of blood spears rose into the sky. The soldiers stared at Raphael, their hearts racing, all thinking the same thing. That's why they call him the fallen angel of blood. But Raphael didn't care what they called him. Standing firm on the vehicle, he sent his blood spears toward the horde of flying abominations, while poison-coated bullets fired in tandem. You have slain an awakened beast, brood of the devouring cloud. Raphael continued manipulating the blood spears, killing hundreds of abominations. Yet the horde seemed as endless as before. At the front of the convoy, the Rhino took a sharp left turn. The vehicles trembled as their wheels left the relatively intact road and entered a more dilapidated one. Raphael noticed this and realized they were nearing the old tunnel, the nest of a corrupted terror. But it didn't matter. They needed to get the refugees to safety, even if it meant entering a dragon's lair. The convoy wasn't fast enough, and the swarm began attacking. Raphael was sliced and torn apart, but his regeneration outpaced their onslaught. Looking back, Raphael saw the swarm converging on the Rhino, specifically, on Sunny. He must have used that memory. Now surrounded by abominations, Raphael was hidden from sight, giving him the opportunity to unleash his full power. Releasing his control over the blood spears, Raphael raised his hand and commanded, "Come forth, O darkness, and devour everything." Darkness erupted from the ground, ripping, melting, smashing, and consuming each abomination in its path. Noticing Sunny approaching him, Raphael quickly cancelled his ability. "Captain, what are you doing here? Saving your ass." At the same time, black walls rose from the ground, encircling the convoy. Hundreds of brood beasts crashed against them, but the walls held, at least for the moment. Ahead, the Rhino finally reached the tunnel and disappeared into its lightless depths. One by one, the other vehicles followed, with nightmare creatures in pursuit. The irregulars swiftly gunned down or destroyed the attackers. The vehicle Raphael and Sunny were on entered the tunnel last. It rolled forward for a few seconds before coming to a screeching halt. Raphael jumped to the ground, landing in a roll before standing quickly. Sunny fell from the roof and hit the ground hard but staggered to his feet. Another wall of shadows rose, sealing the tunnel's mouth behind them, thicker than the previous ones. It immediately came under savage assault. Though uncracked, its black surface visibly trembled under the relentless blows. In the echoing silence of the tunnel, Sunny bent over, spat blood, and looked up tiredly. His voice was strained. "Someone better blow up that entrance, fast." With Sergeant Gear's explosives, Kim's ability to pinpoint weak spots, and Professor Obel's knowledge of mundane science, they managed to collapse the tunnel entrance with small charges, cutting themselves off from the outside world. There was no turning back now. Only forward, deeper into the darkness. But at least they had escaped death, for the moment. I think the journey to Falcon Scott will take around 2 or 3 more chapters, since every chapter here is around 30 in the main novel. Anyway, see you tomorrow, hand waving. Also don't forget to write a review on this chapter. For anyone wants to know which chapter ended on chapter 930 in Shadow Slave. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. Raphael looked around the convoy, making sure none of the refugees had died. To his relief, no one had. There were injuries, but at least no lives were lost. Sighing, he turned his gaze toward the old tunnel. He could sense it, true darkness. To his displeasure, he couldn't control or influence it by any means. His ability, Hades, allowed him to control the darkness of the underworld, a force that seemed almost sentient, responding to his commands rather than being dominated outright. However, this darkness was born of the abomination inside, rendering it beyond Raphael's control. "We'll rest here for a few hours." Hearing Sunny's voice, Raphael walked back to the Rhino and entered. Sunny, seated in the lounge area, looked up at Raphael and spoke. "Ah, Gehrman, I want to thank you. If it wasn't for you, we'd have been a feast for that thing." "No, Captain. If it wasn't for you, we'd all be dead," Raphael replied, nodding his head before taking his leave. Sunny frowned as he watched Raphael walk away. "There are no injuries." Raphael didn't have a single injury. He'd been in the middle of the swarm and had used his blood spears, yet there wasn't even a scratch on him. And how did he manage to summon that many blood spears so quickly? Sunny sighed, glancing at Raphael, who sat quietly at the back of the Rhino. Not now, Sunny. Not now. Think about it when you've reached safety at least. 4 hours had passed since they entered the old tunnel. 1 hour ago Sunny, Dorn, and Bell went to scout the tunnel. And it seems they have just came back. The irregulars, as well as Sergeant Gear, Professor Obel, and Beth were waiting in the command suite of the Rhino. Sunny received several reports. The convoy had lost 1 civilian transport and 1 military vehicle as the result of encountering the devouring cloud. Luckily, it did not affect their logistics too adversely. After sacrificing the mobile infirmary to accommodate the displaced refugees, all they had really lost was a bit of firepower. The remaining vehicles had all been patched up and ready to move. Sergeant Gear sighed. We don't have a lot of ammunition left, sir. Additionally, our reserves of drinking water are also severely reduced. We discarded a lot of it to lighten the load on the transports before the swarm arrived. It should not become a problem in the next several days, but after that. Sunny waved a hand dismissively. Don't worry about water. I have a literally endless source of water. He remained silent for a while, considering the options. They could either pass through the tunnel, or remain where they were and try to dig their way out when some time had passed. Both options were less than ideal. It all comes down to how long I want to remain in the tunnel, it seems. The first option would allow the convoy to escape from underground sooner, if all went well during the drive to the opposite exit. The second option would force them to stay inside for much longer, but did not demand diving deeper into the chilling darkness. Neither was free of risk. Curses. In the end, Sunny just really disliked the idea of staying in the eerie tunnel even a minute longer than it was necessary. He sighed. Start the engines. We're leaving. A few minutes later, the Rhino came to life and rolled forward, slowly gaining speed. The beams of powerful spotlights installed on its roof cut through the darkness, forcing it to flee and cling to the walls of the tunnel. The civilian transports and the military vehicles followed, staying close to the massive APC. The darkness flowed back and devoured everything once again behind them, making it seem as though the convoy was traveling inside a small, fleeting, fragile island of light. Time passed yet they still didn't reach the end. It was like they never made a progress. Of course Raphael knew the truth. This tunnel was a never-ending loop. The only to break it is by attacking the corrupted terror which was evolving into a titan. After a while, Sunny finally left the roof of the Rhino and dove back into its interior with a dark expression. Walking up to Luster, he ground his teeth and said, "That's enough. Stop the convoy." Luster glanced at him questioningly, then shrugged. The APC slowed down, and then stopped. The other vehicles followed suit, and soon, the whole convoy came to a halt. Sunny left the Rhino and stood still for a few moments, staring at the weathered asphalt. Sergeant Gear and the members of his cohort soon approached from the direction of other vehicles, while Luster, Professor Obel, and Beth exited the Rhino through the hatch. Saint walked over to the edge of the roof, looking at them from above indifferently. Most of the gathered people had grave expressions on their faces. Noticing the grim mood, Luster blinked a couple of times, then turned to Sunny. Captain, why did we stop? Is there a problem? Sunny looked at him silently. Yes, there is a problem, you fool. Can't you tell? Luster scratched the back of his head. What, is there a nightmare creature ahead? Sunny sighed, then looked up. No, there's nothing ahead. That's the problem. We've been driving for about 7 hours, correct? What was our average speed? The young man hesitated for a moment. 30 kilometers per hour, sir. They had not rushed and kept a modest speed, to be able to react in case danger appeared front ahead. Sunny nodded. That is more than 200 kilometers of going straight forward. And yet, there is no exit. Do you see the problem now? Luster's eyes suddenly widened. Oh, well, if you put it like that, it really is weird. Sunny gritted his teeth. It's not just weird. If there was a tunnel of that length in Antarctica, It would have been the longest one in the world, by far. Everyone would have known about it. Luster paled a little, then studied everyone's faces. How come no one did, then? Sir. Sunny looked down and shook his head. There is only one possible answer. This tunnel, something is very, very wrong with it. Raphael looked at Sunny and sneered inwardly. Took you 7 hours to figure out. All right, let's not panic yet. Sunny looked around, then walked to the wall of the tunnel and struck it with his fist. A startling bang rolled through the tunnel, echoing in the darkness. In the place where his steel gauntlet had landed, a small impression appeared, with a net of cracks spreading from it through the cold stone. Get back into your vehicles. Raphael sighed and went back to the infirmary. After few minutes he saw Sunny running into the darkness while activating his Light Eater enchantment of the cruel sight to illuminate the path. After few minutes Sunny came back and ordered for the convoy to continue moving. The convoy moved for another 10 minutes. After that, Sunny commanded them to put the vehicles in reverse. The tunnel was not wide enough for the Rhino and the civilian transports to turn around and drive back. After a while, he gave the order to stop. Raphael looked at Sunny and sighed. Should I give him a hint? In the end Raphael went against that. All of this was important in Sunny development, and he will only interfere if it was necessary. The convoy traveled through the darkness, traversing kilometer after kilometer. More hours passed with nothing changing. Then, some more. Eventually, an entire day was gone. Slowly, a sense of dread was spreading through the exhausted refugees and the mundane soldiers. Even the irregulars seemed tense. Sunny commanded everyone to stop and make camp. People needed rest, and nothing would improve if they persisted forward despite everything. While the people of the convoy were settling into rest, Sunny observed them with a dark expression on his pale face. Finally, he winced and headed back into the Rhino. There, the irregulars were waiting, unsure what to do. It was not like he had answers, either, but Sunny had to decide what their next steps would be. He hesitated for a few moments. Luster, Samara, and Dorn. Go to sleep and report our situation. Perhaps Army Command has some idea about what we are dealing with here. 8 hours had passed, and Raphael stood watching as one of the panels slid away, revealing the insides of the pod. There, Luster slowly opened his eyes and looked directly at Sunny. Then, the young man flinched back with a startled expression on his face. "See, Captain, what are you doing here?" Sunny silently brought the cup to his lips and took a sip. "I am drinking coffee, fool. What does it look like I'm doing?" Luster opened his mouth, then closed it. He seemed to be very confused. "No, I mean, what are you doing in my citadel? How did you get here? That doesn't, wait." He finally looked around, realizing that he was inside the Rhino. However, Luster's confusion only grew. "That is not my citadel." Sunny frowned, studying the young man's expression. "Why would you think that you are inside a citadel?" Luster blinked a couple of times. "Well, that is how things work, right? You go to sleep in the real world, and are sent to the dream realm." "Don't tell me." Sunny closed his eyes for a moment. "So what you are trying to say is that you did not return from the dream realm. You fell asleep in the waking world, and woke up in the real world." Luster let out a nervous laugh. "Huh. That's impossible. Awakened don't stay in the real world when we sleep. But also, yes. The last thing I remember is settling inside the pod, sir." The corner of Sunny's mouth twitched. Raphael stood up and spoke. "Captain, this is bad. Not only this tunnel never end, but also stop awakeners from entering the dream realm. This worse than we thought." Without saying much, Sunny reached within himself and tried to sense the familiar pull, the pull of his anchor in the dream realm. Usually, as long as he concentrated on the anchor, he would initiate the process of traveling across worlds. However, this time, there was nothing. No matter how hard he searched, his soul scented devoid of the dream realm's pull. His connection to the ivory tower was gone, just like the call. Suddenly cold, Sunny glanced at the sea of darkness surrounding the fragile island of light where hundreds of refugees were trapped, shivering as they slept. What the hell is this place? 4 days passed since they found that they couldn't go to the dream realm. Raphael sat on top of the infirmary, watching as the convoy stopped their march again in sunny order. This time, however, there was one significant difference to the place Sunny had chosen to set camp. It was situated near one of the side passages, which they had avoided at all costs in the past. It seems that they replied to his message. Sunny's plan was simple: send a message to Nephis through Shadow Bond to ask Cassie how to get out of the old tunnel. After everyone gathered, Sunny started explaining his plan. There is gonna be 2 teams, one who is going to enter to the side passage and find the abomination, which construct of only Sunny, and the other team will wait for the signal and launch the convoy, escaping the old tunnel and reaching the surface. Raphael sat on top of the infirmary waiting for the signal. At first there was nothing. Suddenly the tunnel started shaking. Before he ordered Luster to start driving, the Rhino had already moved. As the Rhino rolled into the darkness, swiftly accelerating, the rest of the vehicles promptly followed. Raphael looked in front and saw the shape of the tunnel started changing. The loop broke. The convoy moved as fast as it could, but they weren't fast enough. The mountain seemed to be coming to life around them. It shook and trembled, more and more cracks appearing on the walls and the roof of the tunnel. At some point, one of the walls collapsed just as the last vehicle passed it, and a flood of something dark and soothing flowed into the underground passage. Sunny shuddered, realizing that it were the beetles. The tide of them rushed into the tunnel like a river of black liquid. However, that liquid was behaving as if it possessed a maleficent sentient. Instead of spreading in every direction like water would, it seemed to deliberately rush in pursuit of the convoy. Up ahead, a deep crack appeared on another section of the wall, and a few tiny bodies fell from it on the road. At that point, it seemed like the whole tunnel was ready to collapse. The civilian transports struggled to keep up with the Rhino, climbing up the quaking road. Behind them, the endless flood of dark beetles was gaining speed, swelling as new streams of them poured in. Dust and pieces of stone were raining from above. But ahead of them, in the distance, a circle of dim light appeared. The exit. Seeing this, Raphael quickly summoned a wall of darkness blocking the river of black liquid. This should buy us some time. But to Raphael's displeasure, the wall of darkness was destroyed in a second. Nope, I take my words back. Finally, the Rhino shot through the round opening, escaping into the chilling cold of the polar night. The vast expanse of the black sky appeared above, looking more beautiful than ever. Sunny, who was inside the Rhino, grinned triumphantly. Then, his grin disappeared. Finally able to see, he sent his shadows to take a look outside, and studied their surroundings. The tunnel had led them quite high into the mountains. Behind them, the stone slopes were cracking and breaking, with giant boulders rolling down into deep gorges with deafening noise. Rivers of darkness were flowing out of the mountain, all twisting to take aim at the escaping convoy. The damned beetles were continuing to pursue them even now. In fact, the wide streams of black insects seemed more like limbs of a colossal being than swarms of tiny creatures. They stretched and slithered, looking like giant tentacles, very much like those that Sunny could create himself, but on a much, much larger scale. Luckily, the fleet appeared to be a little bit faster than the flood of darkness. Oh crap! Hearing Luster's shout, Sunny felt the Rhino come to an abrupt stop. It was so violent and sudden that he was thrown off his feet, while Beth and Professor Obel grimaced in their seats, secured in place by durable straps. What is he doing? Has that bastard lost his mind? Before even standing up, Sunny commanded his shadows to look away from the approaching tide of black beetles and try to see what had made Luster stop. What they found made him utter a curse. Damn it all. Right in front of them, there was a vast canyon that seemed so deep that it might have as well been bottomless. There was a long, wide vehicle bridge connecting the two sides of the canyon. Sadly, the bridge had collapsed at some point in the past, maybe decades ago. Now, all that remained of it was a piece of broken road that hung over a dark abyss, and Rhino had stopped precariously just a few meters away from the edge. Raphael looked at the bridge, he gritted his teeth and started jumping on top of the vehicles reaching the Rhino. He opened the hatch and entered inside. Captain, you need to do something, these things are closing. Sunny gritted his teeth. There was not much time to think, so he did the first thing that came to his mind, without even stopping to consider if it was possible to pull off. If it was impossible, he would just have to change that. His essence surged, coursing through his veins with tremendous speed, and then flowed outward. His face paled as his eyes turned into two pools devoid of any light. Just as the darkness disgorged by the mountain moved, the shadows covering its slopes moved, too. The deep murk drowning the deep canyon boiled, rushing upward. Two black pillars suddenly broke through the snow covering the sides of the shattered road and rose into the sky, growing taller and taller with each second. At the same time, the tide of shadows rushing from below reached the edge of the broken bridge and bent, freezing for a moment above the bottomless canyon like a wave that was about to break. But, instead of breaking, the shadows continued to spread forward and solidify, as if forming a dark path above the abyss. If there was no bridge for them to cross, Sunny would just have to build one of his own. On the far side of the canyon, two more pillars rose, and another surge of shadows stretched into the air, growing meter after meter to meet the first one. Long tentacles of darkness shot from the tops of the pillars, turning into unbreakable chains. From them, dozens of smaller chains fell, fusing into the black surface of the growing bridge. Sunny was not concerned with how much essence he had, however, he was worried about the structural integrity of the hurried construct, and the speed with which he would be able to connect the two parts of it. There was not much time left. But there were very few people in the world who knew more about forming connections out of chains. After all, he had spent so much time in the ruined kingdom of hope, traveling from one island to another across the heavenly chains that bound them together. Chained together, inseparable, and stronger for it. Seeing this, Raphael quickly looked at Luster and screamed at him. "What are you waiting for, fool? Go, go." The young man looked at him with wide eyes, then glanced at the eerie black road that hung above the abyss, connected to nothing and only supported by dozens of swinging chains. Then, with trembling hands, he sent the APC rolling forward. Its massive wheels soon abandoned the cracked asphalt of the broken road and touched the black surface of the shadow bridge. The manifested path of shadows shook slightly, but held. It bore the full weight of the Rhino, and then that of the next vehicles that drove onto it. And then, the next. Soon, the whole fleet left the solid ground and entered the aerial road built by Sunny. He grabbed the metal handle on the hatch of the last vehicle and allowed its momentum to pull him with it, then climbed onto its roof and crashed down on the cold alloy. After several seconds, Sunny glanced back, at the approaching wave of darkness. It was already so close, too close. But at the same time the Rhino crossed the shadow bridge, but it didn't stop. It continued driving forward and the other vehicles followed it. After the last vehicle crossed the shadow bridge, Raphael looked at Sunny and screamed. "Captain, now!" Sunny didn't need to hear Raphael, he quickly released his control over the shadows. The shadow bridge suddenly turned ghostly, collapsing into shapelessness, and then dissipated into the night. Myriads of dark beetles plummeted down, and even more of them continued to flow front the slopes of the battered mountain, plunging into the abyss of the canyon like waterfalls of pure darkness. But the fleet was safe. Raphael took a heavy breath and entered the Rhino sitting on one of the seats in the lounge. He raised his middle finger, and whispered, "Fuck you, Weaver. Man, this arc took way more words than I expected. I was planning to fit 2 arcs in this chapter, but if I add another, the chapter will end up being at least 6k words. Anyway, see you tomorrow." Hand waving. Also, don't forget to leave a review for both this chapter and the fanfic. This chapter stopped at the chapter 943 in the original novel. Raphael stood on top of the infirmary, scanning his surroundings with full alertness. When the evacuation army fought the Whispering Legion and killed the Titan, the resulting earthquake had destroyed much of the mountain range, leaving the area in chaos. With no other way to reach Erebus Field, the cohort decided to take the coastal highway. The problem: the highway ran along the water and was completely exposed. The cohort's original plan to reach Erebus Field involved hiding from abominations, avoiding confrontation, and making the journey with no casualties. It was slow but safe. The coastal highway was the opposite. It would save time but came with extreme danger. As always, Raphael was tasked with protecting the back of the convoy, but this time, he was alone. The good thing was that, unlike in the novel, Saint hadn't evolved, meaning she was also protecting the convoy. Thanks to Raphael's gift, Saint had already become an Onyx Saint. Since she had absorbed something from the tunnel abomination, she probably needed just 1 or 2 more dark orbs to evolve again. The sound of battle echoed in Raphael's ears, but he didn't move. His job was to guard the convoy from ambushes at the rear. And sure enough, a horde of 300 abominations approached from behind. Raphael opened the hatch and spoke to the soldiers inside. "There's a herd closing in from behind. I'll handle it. Don't stop for anything." Without waiting, Raphael leapt from the infirmary, landing on solid ground. He slashed his own body, letting his blood pour onto the earth. As the horde neared, Raphael calculated they would reach him in 1 minute. That was all the time he needed. 50 seconds later, Raphael let his body heal and stood at the edge of the blood pool. His figure shifted, growing taller until he stood 3 meters high. His arms lengthened, bones jutting out into swords, and another pair of limbs emerged beneath his current ones. Raphael summoned his Dragon Wrath armor, completing the transformation. The herd entered the pool of blood, but Raphael remained still. Inside his body, his blood flow quickened, doubling his strength. He also activated his Berserker enhancement. As the abominations' claws slashed toward him, chains of blood erupted, binding them in place. "I need to finish this in 5 minutes, no, 3. Raphael dashed forward, slicing through the abominations like a hot knife through butter. His bones were as strong as an ascended titan's. In under a minute, Raphael slaughtered every abomination within his domain of blood. But more still approached. He repeated the process. It was a massacre. Raphael obliterated the horde in 2 minutes and 38 seconds. Summoning darkness, he devoured the corpses and their blood, erasing every trace of the battle. He spread his black wings and flew back to the convoy, shifting back into his Gehrman sparrow form. Landing on the infirmary, he opened the hatch, only to find weapons pointed at him. "Is this how you treat your savior?" The soldiers relaxed, apologizing immediately. "It's fine. The horde's gone. You're safe." Raphael glanced ahead at the front of the convoy. "Looks like they dealt with theirs too." Time passed, and Raphael kept fighting abominations drawn to the convoy. Glancing at his essence reserves, he frowned. 4 cores left. This was the first time Raphael had depleted so much essence in 1 day, even during training with Kratos and Moj. Suddenly, he felt the call of a nightmare gate. In front of the convoy, a gate was guarded by a tyrant. Should I help? Before he could decide, the guardian fled. Raphael's eyes narrowed. The only reason an abomination would run was if something stronger was coming. He activated his Seer ability. Raphael saw hundreds of silver threads representing every possibilities and futures, yet one of them was intertwined with a golden thread. From the sea, a giant stone hand emerged, rising onto land. Raphael slammed his fist onto the vehicle below, careful not to damage it. Goliath. Goliath was one of the 3 titans, the others being the Winter Beast and the Fallen Whispering Legion. This was the titan that destroyed Erebus Field, the convoy's destination. And just like he divined, a titanic stone hand suddenly broke the surface and soared into the night sky. The arm of the submerged giant rose above the coastal highway like a dark tower, easily reaching 20 or 30 meters into the air. And then careened, starting to fall in the direction of the convoy. The convoy accelerated, barely escaping in time. Raphael looked at the titan in front of him. Goliath looked more like a small mountain that had come to life than an effigy of a human. The surface of its body was rough and unpolished, like a natural cliff, and its proportions were all wrong. His legs were powerful and stocky, and its torso was massive and asymmetrical, with mounds of stone rising from its back like humps. The giant had 3 arms, each hand possessing a different number of thick, short fingers. His head was like a misshapen hill of brown rock, with 2 cavernous holes gaping in it, drowned by darkness, and a single circular eye set deep in the center of his forehead. Raphael spotted Sunny riding Nightmare, charging toward the Titan. Spreading his wings, Raphael flew beside him. "Captain, what the hell are you doing?" "I'm buying time, damn it. Buying time. You'll be crushed in seconds. Thanks for the confidence boost. I'm just being honest." Sunny sighed and looked at Raphael. "Gehrman, you must protect them, do you understand? This is an order. Fuck, you must come back alive, do you understand?" Sunny didn't answer. He urged Nightmare forward. Raphael gritted his teeth and returned to the convoy. Landing on the Rhino, he entered the vehicle. Luster glanced back. "Vice Captain. The captains. I know. Keep driving." A minute passed, and Raphael looked back at Goliath. Will Sunny really survive? Raphael already knew this was not just a novel, no, it was real. Everything happened and will happen is real. So could he really trust the novel? For Raphael the answer was, number. A lot of things have changed from the novel, the biggest is that he exists, and that was everything Raphael needed. Exiting the Rhino, Raphael summoned a saint from the underworld. At his peak, he could summon 3. But now, 1 would do. Protect the convoy. The saint knelt. "Yes, your majesty." Raphael summoned his wings and flew toward Sunny. Seeing Goliath smashing into Sunny making him fly near the water unconscious, Raphael quickly summoned the darkness and shaping it into a massive hammer as large as Goliath's hand. Raphael wielded the hammer and struck Goliath's chest, making a thunderous sound echoing in the area. The Titan lost its balance and started falling down, but a wall of darkness made it stop. Goliath regained its balance, and punched with his right hand at the hammer, but before it reached, the hammer lost its shape and fell down at the earth. From the sky Raphael flew downward, strengthening his body to the max and making a fist with his hand and punched Goliath's face, creating a crater. But Raphael didn't stop, he continued punching until its face started breaking. Goliath raised 2 of his arms planning to crush Raphael, but 3 chains made of darkness made sure none of his arms moved. Raphael stopped punching, and flew back to the sky summoning a massive hammer made of darkness in his hand. He flew toward one of Goliath's arms and struck his hammer, destroying the arm entirely, but he didn't stop, he went to the other 2 and destroyed them too. Raphael looked at Goliath and spoke. "You're lucky. If you had no purpose, I would have killed you here and now, what a shame." Raphael struck Goliath's chest and spoke again, his voice shifting, commanding, regal, like that of an emperor. "Fall." It wasn't a suggestion. It was an order. Goliath toppled backward, crashing into the ocean. His massive form sank beneath the waves until there was nothing left to see. Raphael summoned his darkness, enveloping Goliath's severed arms and sending them to the underworld. They would make excellent material. Drawing on one of his memories, Raphael cloaked himself, vanishing from sight. Minutes passed before he spotted Sunny regaining consciousness. Behind Sunny, a figure emerged, the imp. Raphael watched as Sunny fought the creature. As in the novel, the imp managed to escape. Staring at the sea, Raphael chuckled. It must be furious, since most of the Low 49's residents have already fled to the underworld. The abomination lurking in the ocean was none other than the terror of Low 49. Satisfied, Raphael sighed and flew back to the convoy. While soaring through the night sky, he caught the scent of something strange. Snowflakes drifted down around him. Raphael caught one and smeared it across his palm, leaving behind a black streak of soot. It's ash. So the Erebus field has fallen after all. He let out another sigh and continued flying. Upon returning, Raphael noticed the saint he had summoned standing atop a nearby mountain, silently watching over the convoy. Raphael gave him a nod. The saint knelt, then dissolved into the darkness. Nearby, Bell sat on the roof of one of the transports, a sword resting across his lap. Raphael descended toward him. "Why did you stop? I thought I made it clear, don't stop until you reach Erebus Field." Bell startled at first but quickly composed himself. Vice Captain, we couldn't reach Erebus Field because, Bell sighed. It's better if you see for yourself. No, Raphael said firmly. We wait until the captain returns. The captain is alive. Of course, he is. Do you think the devil dies that easily? 30 minutes later, a lone figure rode into the circle of light surrounding the convoy, an infernal rider clad in black, fearsome armor. The soldiers tensed, rifles rising to meet the imposing figure. But as the glow of the lamps revealed his face, relief washed over them. Sonny had returned. The cohort and civilians erupted into cheers. Raphael approached and bowed his head slightly. Thank you, Captain. If it weren't for you, we'd all be dead. The others nodded in agreement. Sonny looked uncomfortable, embarrassed, even. It was my duty to get you all to safety. Still, I said it's fine, Gehrman. Sonny exhaled, brushing it off. He turned to the cohort. What is the situation now, then? Dorn's face darkened. The remaining transports are in bad shape and severely overloaded, sir. I don't think that they'll be able to travel for much longer. That was to be expected. Sonny waved a hand. Are they going to make it to Erebus Field, at least? And, by the way, why did you stop? Is there a large number of nightmare creatures between us and the city gate? None of the members of the cohort answered, which was strange in and of itself. What made Sonny really anxious, though, were the fallen expressions on their faces. What? Dorn remained silent for a bit, then turned his head in the direction of the mountain pass. It would be easier if we just showed you, sir. They walked through the camp, and then crested the slope of the pass. From there, Raphael had a clear view of Erebus Field, which was supposed to be half a dozen kilometers further north. Supposed to. Raphael looked down and started massaging his forehead. Erebus Field was no more. With the fall of Erebus Field, the convoy had no choice but to press on toward the last siege capital Falcon Scott. Master Jet Echo led them to an abandoned military bunker stocked with armored vehicles and supplies. The convoy rested there for a few days, gathering strength. On the third day, survivors from Erebus Field stumbled upon the bunker. Weary and battered, they were taken in. The convoy, once numbering only 300, swelled to over 4,000. Civilians were transferred into the vehicles, while the awakened and soldiers formed a protective perimeter around them with their military vehicles. When everything was ready, the convoy departed for Falcon Scott. The journey proved easier than expected. Few abomination hordes crossed their path. Along the way, they encountered Nave and his crew. His ship, barely afloat, had sustained heavy damage and could no longer sail to Falcon Scott. They too joined the convoy. With the help of Master Roan, the 4,000 soldiers, 30,000 civilian refugees, a few thousand shipwrecked sailors, 100 awakened, around 20 sleepers, the irregulars, continued moving towards Falcon Scott. Raphael looked at the fortress in front of him. The alloy wall was at least 70 meters tall and surrounded the whole siege capital. Its bastions housed railguns that seemed like scavenged from decommissioned battleships. Thousands of turrets were placed along the wall's length, some aiming at the ground and some staring into the dark sky. MWPs patrolled the battlements. Raphael heard some people crying behind him. He looked at the gate on front of him and smiled. They have finally reached Falcon Scott. Happy New Year everyone, party popper. This might be one of the best chapter I've written until now. I really liked how it came out. Don't forget to leave a review on this chapter and the fanfic. Anyway, see you tomorrow. Hand waving. The chapter stopped at the chapter 980 in the original novel. In a conference room, the strongest warriors in central Antarctica gathered to discuss the defense of Falcon Scott. The First Army had already abandoned hope of reclaiming central Antarctica. Their only option now was to retreat and evacuate the civilians. Their mission was clear: hold Falcon Scott for 3 weeks. It wouldn't be easy. The First Army had already detected 2 Titans marching north towards Falcon Scott. Thanks to reports from Sonny and Raphael, they also knew that the Heart of Darkness, which had vanished from radar, and the Terror of Low 49 was heading their way. The first threat to arrive, however, was the Devouring Cloud. Raphael glanced at Saint Tyrus as she gave the order to end the meeting. Suddenly, the lights flickered. From the pool of darkness at the center of the room, a figure emerged, a man in his 40s with black hair, red eyes, and a black robe with red accents. The two saints reacted instantly, summoning their memories and striking at him. The man's expression didn't change. He simply raised his hands, halting their blades midair. "I bear no harm, humans. In fact, I'm here to help you." The saints retreated, weapons still aimed at him. The man sighed, pulled out a sheet of paper, and held it up. "Master Jet, please take this and verify its authenticity." Jet glanced at Saint Tyrus, who gave a small nod. Stepping forward, Jet took the paper and examined it. Her brow furrowed. It was a contract between Saint Kor and the Emperor of the Underworld. Though she wanted to dismiss it as a forgery, the signature and official seal were unmistakably genuine. Jet silently passed the paper to Saint Tyrus. Tyrus glanced at it, then back at Jet. "Is it real?" "Yes." Tyrus's frown deepened as she looked at the man. "Why did your emperor make this?" "That, I cannot say." "Then why are you here?" "As I said, I'm here to help." The man gestured to the screen at the front of the room. "Not only do I have more information about these 5 threats, but I also bring a message from the Emperor." He stepped closer to the screen, pointing at the devouring cloud. "Let's start with this one. The devouring cloud didn't birth just one fallen tyrant, but 2. That makes it far more dangerous." The room buzzed with murmurs until one of the masters spoke up. "How can we trust you?" "Trust me or not, that's your decision." The man moved on, pointing at the terror of Low 49. "Unfortunately, we know little about this one. What we do know is that everything it kills becomes part of its army. The longer it lives, the stronger it grows. I recommend killing it quickly." He shifted to the heart of darkness. "You may have noticed its disappearance. Don't worry, we know where it is. I'll reveal that in a moment. However, you need not concern yourselves with it. When it appears, His Majesty will handle it. Your task is to buy enough time." His hand moved to Goliath, eyes locking on Sunny with a faint smile. Sunny's expression hardened. "Goliath, that thing is already half dead." Sunny narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" When His Majesty learned of the fall of Erebus Field and the death of millions, his anger was immense. He descended personally and fought the beast. By sheer luck, it escaped by diving into the sea. But it lost all its arms, and its chest and face were destroyed. Any ascended strong enough can finish it. Moog's gaze lingered on Sunny. "You were lucky, ascended sunless. If not for His Majesty, you'd already be dead." Sunny sneered. "Send him my thanks. It will be done." The man turned back to the screen. "Now, about the heart of darkness. I said I'd tell you where it is." His finger drifted back to Goliath. Sunny's eyes narrowed. "Are you saying it's inside Goliath?" "Yes. As you know, ascended sunless, the heart of darkness dwells in caves, like the tunnel you explored. What better cave than Goliath itself, a walking mountain?" Moog sighed. "And finally, the winter beast. I regret to inform you, but you stand no chance against it." Saint Tyrus clenched her fists at his words. "That's why His Majesty sent me to deliver this message." He unraveled a scroll and began to read aloud. "To the brave warriors of humanity, I ask you to stand and fight for your people. Hold the line and buy us time, we will come and slay the beast." Finishing the message, Moog rolled the scroll closed. A master raised his hand. "Why do you care about us?" Moog smiled faintly. "Why assume we don't? In the end, we fight the same enemy." With that, Moog stepped back into the pool of darkness. "I hope we meet again, to celebrate our victory." Raphael stared at the spot where Moog had vanished, a small smile tugging at his lips. He had done everything he could to ensure their survival. One day had passed since the meeting ended. Standing atop the wall, Raphael watched as the devouring cloud marched toward Falcon Scott. Master Jet studied the approaching brood swarm, her icy blue eyes cold and calculating. She sighed. The devouring cloud is behaving differently. Minutes later, the devouring cloud entered the firing range of the rail guns. The thunderous roar of tungsten rounds tearing through the sky made the wall tremble. Raphael knew the bombardment had killed countless creatures, yet the endless haze seemed to swallow them whole. Not even a ripple disturbed the veil of horrors. The devouring cloud kept advancing, undeterred. By now, the swarm should have slowed. It had reached the killing field between the city wall and the mountains, where heaps of nightmare creature corpses lay scattered. The brood beasts were expected to feast before continuing their assault. But they didn't. Contrary to every prediction, the swarm ignored the rotting flesh and surged forward at an even greater speed. That was when Winter finally acted. She took a deep breath, raised her bow, and summoned a single fiery arrow. Her black eyes darkened further, the blood-red pupils glowing faintly. The bowstring hummed, and the arrow streaked into the night, leaving a trail of flames. When it struck, the polar darkness vanished. A brilliant flash blinded them all. A sphere of fire erupted in the center of the swarm, expanding like a tidal wave of destruction. Then, it collapsed, only to explode again. Flames swept through the abominations. Some disintegrated, others fell like burning stars. The rest burned as they darted frantically, their flesh melting away. Yet they did not die alone. Each burning creature collided with another, spreading the fire. The sky blazed orange and white, driving out the night. The army resumed firing. Raphael didn't hesitate. Blood flowed from his hand as he summoned hundreds of crimson spears, launching them at the swarm. You have slain, you have slain, you have slain, you have received. Despite the devastation, the brood swarm pressed on. Half of the killing field lay beneath its shadow. Winged horrors reached the wall, talons scraping against the alloy. The battle raged, until a massive shadow tore through the clouds, lightning crackling across the sky. A net of destruction enveloped the devouring cloud, reducing thousands to ash. A giant bird with gleaming white feathers descended, thunder dancing along its wings. Its talons, sharp as steel, slashed through the abominations. A hurricane followed, scattering the brood. Saint Tyrus had returned from her battle with the winter beast. The soldiers cheered, believing victory was at hand. But Raphael knew better. The wall trembled beneath his feet. Raphael's eyes narrowed. The call of the nightmare grew louder, filling his mind with screaming whispers. In the next instant, the world twisted apart. The sound of tearing alloy ripped through the air as the battlement beneath him crumbled. A shockwave hurled him backward. A nightmare gate had opened, directly below where he and Jet stood, destroying a large section of the wall. Gritting his teeth, Raphael glimpsed Saint battling the gate below. More gates erupted inside and near the city. But the army responded swiftly, containing them. The devouring cloud finally retreated. The battle was over, at least for now. Raphael merged his spears into one and hurled it at the retreating swarm, slaying thousands more. He exhaled heavily, eyes lingering on the broken wall. This is going to be a headache. Raphael looked down at the healer of the cohort. Quentyn had lost consciousness near an active gate, which meant that his soul was stolen away by the call. He had been thrown into an unexplored, dire region of the dream realm, surrounded by numerous nightmare creatures and abominations so vile that words could not describe them. His only chance of survival was to fight his way to a seed, challenge it, and conquer the second nightmare alone. I should have protected him. Even though Quentyn had survived in the novel, Raphael knew this wasn't fiction. This was reality. And Quentyn's fate was uncertain. Raphael lifted his gaze to the dark sky, his jaw clenched. Anger burned in his chest. If the sovereigns had listened to his warnings, if they had stood alongside the First Army, none of this would have happened. Raphael's blood boiled at the thought. A part of him yearned to tear open a gate to the underworld, summon his legions, and drown every abomination in Antarctica in rivers of blood. But he couldn't. The underworld faced its own war, a relentless siege by the unholy Titan's army. If Raphael called his forces here, who would defend his kingdom? The Nether Array barely held the unholy Titan at bay. Without it, the underworld would have already been reduced to ash. That was why Raphael made a silent vow. When this was over, when Falcon Scott endured, he would show those clans what true fear was. Raphael exhaled slowly, burying his rage deep inside. He stepped forward, climbed into the Rhino, and closed the hatch behind him. It was already the second week of the siege. Raphael walked alongside the other irregulars. Minutes ago, they had been summoned to a meeting by Saint Tyrus. Together, they entered the compound and were led to a spacious room on one of the underground levels. There, two people were waiting for them. Master Roan was standing in front of a false window, studying the projected image of the night sky. Master Roan was standing in front of a false window, studying the projected image of the night sky. Raphael had not seen Sky Tide in a while, at least in her human form. She looked battered. Her elegant armor was bent and broken, white steel marred by dried blood. Her hair, which had once fallen down like a cascade of pale gold, now looked lifeless and bleak. Her dazzlingly beautiful face was pale, blackened by ugly bruises. It seemed that holding the winter beast back was taking a toll on the transcendent of the White Feather clan. Master Roan turned at the sound of the steps. Ah! Ascended Jet, ascended Winter, ascended Dale, ascended Gehrman, Sunless, welcome. Sorry for the sudden invitation. The meeting discussed the emergence of a new fallen tyrant in the devouring cloud. Raphael raised his hand and said, "If there really is a new fallen tyrant, then that man might be telling the truth. There's a chance there are two tyrants, not one." Saint Tyrus nodded, her gaze steady as she replied, "Yes, we've considered that possibility. And just as he said, Goliath has truly lost all of his arms." She then glanced at the irregulars, studied them for a few moments, and added, "Ascended Winter will contain the swarm. Roan will bring the tyrant down. The three of you will make sure that the creature never takes flight again. That is the battle plan." Sunny smiled darkly. What if Winter fails to hold back the swarm? What if Roan fails to isolate the tyrant? What if the three of us fail to kill it in time? Saint Tyrus gazed at him for a while, her amber eyes both beautiful and cold. Then, she uttered simply, "Don't fail." Master Jet laughed. Shaking her head, she patted Sunny on the shoulder and walked toward the projection of the fallen tyrant. "All right, I like that plan. Let's discuss the details." Raphael looked up at the sky. In the distance, he saw the devouring cloud heading toward Falcon Scott, with members of the White Feather clan moving ahead of it. As if on cue, there was the sound of light steps, and Master Jet approached from further along the wall. The members of her cohort, now fewer than before, followed. She looked around briefly, then said, "I've just received the word. Roan and his people are approaching. The devouring cloud is in a frenzy, do not know what they did, but it worked. Prepare yourself." A young woman from the White Feather clan descended from the sky, informing them that there were two tyrants. Just as Moj had warned. Suddenly, two radiant spheres of light suddenly appeared in the distance, tearing through the darkness. One deep within the swarm, across the killing field. The other, unexpectedly, was even further away, but in a different direction, to the west of the city, near the ocean. The devouring cloud had barely reached there. The irregulars didn't hesitate, they quickly split up. Raphael and Jet would handle the southern threat. Sunny and Dale would deal with the one in the west. Raphael summoned his wings and glanced at Jet. "What?" Jet raised an eyebrow. "Come, we'll get there faster if we fly. Are you trying to flirt with me in the middle of a war?" Raphael remained silent, his expression unchanging. Jet sighed. "Tisk, you're not as fun as your captain. I'll take that as a compliment." Jet jumped into Raphael's arms, and without delay, he flew toward the tyrant. "This is the first time I've flown like this, you know." Jet called out. Raphael ignored her and flew at full speed. As they neared the devouring cloud, he dove toward the horde, shielding Jet from harm. His armor materialized, and with a surge of power, he activated his Berserker enchantment. His blood flowed faster, doubling his strength and speed. Reaching the tyrant, Raphael released Jet and summoned his greatsword. The tyrant was monstrous, leathery wings, a lean body with 6 segmented legs, a tail ending in a jagged stinger, and 3 long necks with circular maws. It was a grotesque mix of wyvern, worm, and scorpion. Raphael and Jet descended together. With the force of his flight and enhanced strength, Raphael slashed downward, severing one of its necks completely. But he didn't stop. The momentum carried his blade through a second neck as well. Jade landed atop the tyrant, driving her glaive deep into its soul. Raphael hit the ground hard. His bones shattered, piercing his organs, but his body healed almost instantly. The tyrant shrieked in pain, thrashing as it lost two of its heads and felt its soul being torn apart. Knowing time wasn't on their side, Raphael dashed forward, aiming for the last head. The tyrant lashed out with its stinger. Raphael dodged, narrowly avoiding the strike. Jade leapt from the tyrant's back, slicing through one of its wings to prevent it from taking flight. Furious, the tyrant turned its attention to Jade, a fatal mistake. Raphael dashed left, hurling his greatsword at the final head. The tyrant jerked, dodging the blade, but Raphael was already beneath it. With two blood-forged swords in hand, he leapt and severed the last head in a single stroke. As the tyrant collapsed, Raphael grabbed Jade and flew away from the horde. Now that the tyrant was dead, it was Winter's job to eradicate the remaining creatures. Without their leader, they stood no chance. Raphael landed on the city wall, exhaling deeply. Behind him, the devouring cloud's brood was being annihilated. He glanced at Jade, still in his arms, and set her down. Colonel Jade. Colonel Jade. A man in his 30s came running toward them. Jade frowned. What now? Ah, the terror of LO-49 has been found. Saint Bloodwave is fighting it now. Jade gritted her teeth. This just keeps getting worse. Raphael sighed and took to the skies. Jade called after him. Where are you going? To check on the captain. He was near the water. Flying toward the ocean, Raphael saw the awakened killing other humans. Because of Raphael's interference, the terror of LO-49 didn't have the massive army it did in the novel. That made things easier. Beneath the water, Raphael spotted Sunny donning Weaver's mask. The terror of LO-49 suddenly froze, as if it had ceased functioning. Sunny approached the corrupted terror, lingering only for a moment before driving his sword into its heart. The white cloth wrapped around Sunny exploded with movement, then stilled. Raphael exhaled in relief. In a single day, they had killed both the devouring cloud and the terror of LO-49. If everything went right, the volume should end in 4 or 5 chapters. Pray that nothing will go wrong because I've cooked for you guys a top tier of volume. Don't forget to leave a review on this chapter and the fanfic. Anyway, see you tomorrow. Hand waving. The chapter stopped at the chapter 1020 in the original novel. The second week of the siege had ended. A few days ago, the devouring cloud was eliminated. The terror of L049 had been slain that same day. More people had been evacuated, and the process was still ongoing. The siege capital still stood, firmly in human hands and mostly intact. Raphael sat in a familiar office within the underground government complex, the same room where he had first met the other irregular officers before the siege began. The office remained unchanged, except for the image projected onto the false window. It still displayed a view of the city, but now, fewer people walked the streets. The blizzard was picking up again, reducing visibility. One more chair sat empty. There were only 4 people in the room: Raphael, Sunny, Jade, and Winter. The large space felt painfully hollow with just the 4 of them. Dale had been gravely injured during the last battle. If Raphael hadn't intervened, he would already be dead. Master Roan was also wounded while luring the devouring cloud, leaving him bedridden for weeks. They had lost 2 powerful masters, but they had also killed 2 disasters. For a few moments, they sat in silence, enjoying the brief reprieve. After days of constant fighting with little rest, this meeting felt like a rare moment of calm. Soul Reaper exhaled and glanced at her datapad. I'll update you on the current situation. Most of the details have been sent to your communicators, so check them later. The key points: the wall is still holding, but just barely. 3 breaches have turned into 5, as you know. Army Command believes we won't lose control of the defensive barrier unless something catastrophic happens. Winter raised her hand, cutting her off. What's the point of talking about it? Let's get to the real issue, the priority targets. 2 out of 5 are down. Sunny killed the terror, and the devouring cloud's brood mother and father were dealt with by you, Sunny, and Mongrel. That's the good news. What about the other 3? Master Jet paused briefly. That's exactly why I called you here today. Goliath was expected to arrive yesterday. He's been moving unusually slow these past 2 weeks, so the timeline shifted. We should expect that big bastard tomorrow or the day after. Raphael tapped the table with his finger. If Goliath is near, then we need to prepare for the real threat, the Heart of Darkness. Master Jet nodded. Yes, that's why we're here, to make a plan to kill it. The meeting continued, focusing on strategy and formations. The plan was simple but dangerous. Sunny would take the lead in killing Goliath. Once Goliath fell, the Heart of Darkness would emerge. From there, they had 2 choices, either take it down with Saint Bloodwave's help or wait for the Emperor of the Underworld. They chose the first option. Raphael wasn't disappointed by their decision. From the start, he could have killed the Heart of Darkness in the tunnel, but he didn't, for one reason: Shadow Shell. That was why Raphael had spared Goliath. Sunny needed to learn Shadow Shell. Without it, conquering the 3rd nightmare would be nearly impossible. The moment Sunny mastered Shadow Shell, Raphael would step in and kill the Heart of Darkness. Raphael looked at Goliath, who was marching toward Falcon Scott. From a vast distance, the thunderous steps of the colossal giant echoed across the world. Even though the soldiers could not see anything due to the raging snowstorm, the sound alone made them pale and grip their weapons with trembling hands. Boom, boom, boom. Each step hit them like a mental attack. Jet tried to contact Army Command but cursed when the interference made it impossible. Calling out to one of the messengers, she said tersely, "Inform HQ that Goliath is approaching from the south. We need reinforcements here as soon as possible. Go." The pale-faced messenger saluted and disappeared from view, leaving them with nothing to do but wait. Raphael sighed. His role in this battle was to kill the abominations accompanying Goliath. The honor of battling the Heart of Darkness went to the others, which Raphael was more than happy with. He glanced at Saint, and a lengthy, sharp javelin appeared in her hand. It was about 3 meters long, incredibly heavy, and entirely white. A sense of immense, wild, destructive power radiated from the weapon, making even Sunny feel slightly uncomfortable. Goliath continued toward the south wall, but suddenly, the Titan's massive, malformed head turned slightly, and his single eye stared back. The milky surface of the giant's eye quivered, then slid away like an eyelid. Behind it, a second eye was revealed. Unlike the first one, which was white and featureless, this one was a furious red, as if made of pure magma. 3 incandescent pupils floated in its depths, like windows into a blazing inferno. Beneath Raphael, the 70-meter-tall defensive wall of the city groaned and shifted. Glancing over the parapet, he saw the impregnable alloy. It was melting. The Onyx Knight instantly moved. Taking a single step, she raised the javelin behind her. For a moment, Saint's entire body formed a graceful arch, from the tip of her foot, to her hip, to her shoulder, to her fist. Then, her hand whipped forward, and the battlement beneath her shattered from the immense pressure. Even her vambrace cracked, shards of onyx falling like precious gems. At the last moment, 4 shadows slid from her fingers and wrapped around the siege souvenir. The long, immeasurably heavy javelin shot forward with the speed of lightning. A deafening boom echoed as sound barriers were pierced, and a powerful shockwave rolled across the battlement, throwing soldiers off their feet. The artificial memory streaked across the black sky like a line of pure darkness, creating a whirlwind of hurricane winds in its wake. A split second later, it struck Goliath's eye. There was a flash of light, followed by a world-shaking thunderclap. And then, the sound of shattering stone. The siege souvenir plunged between the Titan's 3 pupils, disappearing into the molten red eye. Then, it burst out of the back of Goliath's head in an explosion of broken stone. The colossal, headless body of Goliath tilted forward, slowly falling as though floating in the air instead of crashing in an obliterating avalanche of stone. Below, hundreds of nightmare creatures were already panicking, desperately trying to flee to avoid being crushed. Even with Goliath's death, the soldiers didn't feel any relief. The abomination had already been half dead. The true battle was just beginning. When Goliath's body hit the ground, large portions cracked like the shell of a rotten egg. And from within, a tide of darkness poured out, eviscerating the wounded nightmare creatures that clung to life and stretching toward the broken city wall like black tentacles. The Heart of Darkness. The Masters advanced to confront the Heart of Darkness, and Bloodwave joined them. Raphael descended to face the horde of abominations. Summoning his blood swords, Raphael decapitated an abomination with a single strike. The chaos had begun. Raphael continued to slaughter abominations until the count surpassed 100. Gripping his swords, he gritted his teeth and thought, "Next time, I'll order Moj to make me a weapon capable of growing bigger and longer, so I can crush 1,000 of them with one attack." The battle raged on until Raphael heard Mog's voice. "Your Majesty, he did it." Raphael didn't need to summon the darkness, he had already done so long ago. In front of the moon, a dragon drifted through the sky, its long black body glowing with faint lines of gold. Its sharp antlers curved high, and dark scales covered its fierce face. Smooth, curved horns extended from its head as it exhaled. Sharp claws hung beneath its coiled body, ready to strike. The dragon roared, making the earth tremble. Descending toward the Heart of Darkness, the dragon reached one of its rivers, opened its massive jaws, and devoured the beetles until it reached the core. The dragon bit into the core and soared into the sky. In the heavens, the sound of shattering glass echoed, and the river of darkness collapsed. The dark beetles, which had acted as one organism before, now scattered aimlessly. Some grew lethargic and burrowed into the ground, while others wandered away. Raphael looked at the dragon and smiled. To be fair, Raphael could have summoned darkness from the ground to devour the core. But as an emperor, showing his strength for the first time, he had to appear as imposing as his title demanded. In his old world, they called this aura, and now he would show them the aura of an emperor. From behind, he heard the retreat call. The army was preparing to activate the rampart protocol. Anyone who didn't reach the secondary defense line would perish in the explosion. Raphael summoned his wings and flew back to Falcon Scott. On his way, he spotted a shadow streaking toward the cohort. Raphael dove down to intercept, but he was too late. In the next moment, Luster lunged forward, pushing Kim aside and throwing her to the ground. Something flashed through the cold air, instantly filling it with hot blood. The black blur didn't stop. A sharp blade flashed toward Dorn, whose face was frozen in shock. This time, Raphael wasn't late. He summoned his great sword, engulfing its tip in darkness. He descended swiftly, slashing at the shadow. With darkness consuming the blade, even shadows were vulnerable. The shadow retreated into the darkness but reappeared behind Samara, aiming its blade at her heart. However, a jade sword suddenly blocked the attack. What the? Sunny, who had thrown himself into the path of the enemy, was flung backward by the impact. The force was so intense that his hands went numb. He hit the scorched road, rolled, and jumped to his feet. Kim landed on the ground, as did Luster, but both of his legs had been severed at the knee. Blood poured from the terrible wounds. Raphael quickly summoned ropes of blood, pulling everyone toward him to shield them. He glanced at Luster and gritted his teeth. From behind, another shadow emerged, attacking Raphael. But Raphael had anticipated it. Turning, he struck the imp. The creature tried to retreat into the shadows, but Raphael's darkness-infused blade severed its arm. The shadow fled, but Raphael didn't care. That was Sunny's problem to deal with. He found Luster's severed legs nearby, grabbed them, and looked at Sunny. Suddenly, Sunny's voice rang in his head. "Take the others and get to the secondary defense line now." Raphael nodded, tied a rope around the injured, and flew off. Dorn gritted his teeth and protested. "We can't leave the captain alone." Raphael sneered at him. "And do what? Become deadweight for him? It's better to let him fight alone than have to protect you all while battling that thing." Dorn fell silent, unable to argue. Reaching the secondary defense line, Raphael handed Luster to Dorn, ordering him to take him to the infirmary. They cut his legs cleanly. They should be able to stitch them back. Minutes later, explosions erupted in the distance, sending a cloud of flames that reduced everything to ash. When the fiery cloud dissipated, a lone figure emerged, walking toward them. It was Sunny. Another chapter will be uploaded in minutes. It will be the end of this arc. The battle was over. More than that, 4 out of the 5 direst threats to the siege capital were now eradicated. The Devouring Cloud, the Terror of LO-49, the Heart of Darkness, and Goliath, despite the terrible price the First Army had to pay, they were dead. Now, only the most powerful of the horrors remained. The corrupted Titan, Winter Beast. But it was being contained by Sky Tide of the White Feather Clan, so. For the first time since the start of the siege, the people of Falcon Scott felt hopeful. There were only 3 people in the conference room, Raphael, Sunny and Master Jet. Winter's seat was empty. That was because Winter was dead. To make it worse, when Dale heard about her death, he killed himself. Raphael looked down at the table and spoke. This is fucked up. Soul Reaper, Sunny and he were supposed to be having a strategy meeting right now, but there was nothing really for them to discuss. After some time spent in silence, Jet suddenly shook her head and stood up, accidentally sending her chair flying into the wall. She stared at it in confusion, then cursed. We're just wasting time here. Go rest, both of you deserve a break. Gods, we all do. Raphael looked at Saint Tyrus in front of him. After 3 months of fighting the Winter Beast, she had finally lost. She somehow was still alive. However, she looked like a corpse. Her whole body was covered in blood and blemished by severe frostbite. Tyrus was unconscious, breathing shallowly. Her face was terribly pale, and her lips looked blue. And that was, without a doubt, only after the healers of the White Feather Clan had tended to her. Roan was standing above her, not looking much better. He had been severely injured while luring the Devouring Cloud toward the city. Even now, the charismatic master was yet to recover from his wounds. One of his arms hung limply in a sling, and his usually lively face was dark and lifeless. When Raphael, Sunny and Jet entered, Roan slowly looked away from his wife and gave them a dull glance. Soul Reaper gritted her teeth. Roan, what the hell happened? He stared at them for a few moments, then turned back to Saint Tyrus. Isn't it obvious? She lost. Actually, it's a miracle that she was able to hold back that monster for so long. It's also a miracle that she survived. He remained silent for a while, then added evenly. You are asking the wrong question, though. Master Jet's icy blue eyes widened slightly. She hesitated, then asked coldly. What the hell is going to happen, then? Roan lowered his head. Then, he straightened his back, and looked at them once more. I think you know. His eyes were bleak, and tired. The Winter Beast is coming, and there's no one to stop it. It's over. Maybe tomorrow, or the day after that, anyone who still remains in this city will die. I'm sorry, Soul Reaper, there's nothing else we clan can do. When the civilians heard that Sky Tide had lost, chaos engulfed Falcon Scott. Everyone scrambled to board the ships and escape. Amid the pandemonium, Raphael's message to the army was leaked. Now, some were screaming his name in anger, cursing him, while others were desperately praying for him to save them. Luster, Kim, and Beth had already departed on the last ship. Saint Tyrus and Bloodwave, along with their clans, had also fled Falcon Scott. Raphael sat atop a house, watching the departing ships from afar. From the shadows, a figure emerged. It was Sunny. Why didn't you leave? Sunny asked. Raphael smiled and replied casually. I was going to ask you the same thing, Captain. Are you going to keep up the formalities? Raphael shrugged, choosing not to answer. Sunny pressed on. Why did you come to Antarctica? Didn't I already say the reason? I was ordered to monitor you. Why did you come here, Captain? Don't tell me you had a fight with your girl. Sunny stumbled for a moment, his balance faltering. Raphael caught the reaction, and his eyes widened. Don't tell me that's actually what happened. The devil of Antarctica came here because he had a fight with his girl, ha 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 ha. Sunny looked at Raphael, feeling a pulse of irritation throb in his forehead. Ha ha ha, you know, Captain, I was there when you danced with Changing Star. If I were you, I'd be damned if I let another man take her when I die. So make sure to live. With that, Raphael turned and walked away. As for Sunny, there was a faint hint of red on his face. Raphael stared into the blizzard raging in front of him. From his left, Sunny's voice cut through the icy winds. Advance. Raphael took the first step forward, and the soldiers followed. Moments later, the snow swallowed them whole. The pitiful humans trudged onward, marching toward their deaths. Behind Raphael, a soldier on the brink of collapse suddenly disappeared as a shadowy figure emerged and took him. It happened again, and again, on every bridge they crossed, people vanishing without a trace. Yet no one dared to look back. Minutes passed, and thousands were gone. The closer they drew to the heart of the storm, the deadlier it became. The cold was murderous, the winds howled with fury, and each step forward felt like an impossible task. Raphael glanced toward Sunny. There was no one left but the two of them. Raphael finally spoke. That's enough, Captain. We've done everything we could. But Sunny didn't respond. He kept walking, defying the impossible. Raphael sighed, his form shifting as he began to transform. He strode forward, placing a firm hand on Sunny's shoulder. Sunny, that's enough. Sunny turned, expecting to see Gehrman. Instead, he saw a young man, Raphael. He had long black hair, pale skin, a powerful physique, and eyes with black irises surrounding stark white pupils. What are you doing here? Sunny asked. I've always been here, Sunny. For a moment, understanding dawned on Sunny's face. He lingered, then asked. Why now? Why did you act only now? Sunny, this isn't the best place to have this conversation. Sunny's expression darkened, a sneer on his face. Why? Are you afraid of dying? Sunny, I said. Why did you act now? Sunny's voice cut through like a blade. If you had acted earlier, hundreds of thousands of lives could have been saved. Raphael's voice remained calm, yet heavy with meaning. Do you think the underworld has the luxury to save everyone? Even now, my soldiers are dying in the underworld, fighting the army of an unholy titan as we speak. Sunny paused, digesting the words, and then asked. What about the ones in Lo 49? They're alive. Didn't you find it strange that the terror of Lo 49 didn't have as many slaves as expected? That's because I made sure they lived. Sunny didn't reply. Raphael continued, his voice sharper now. Do you want to know why the clans are fighting each other instead of uniting against the chain of nightmares? Sunny remained silent. When a sovereign is born, they create a domain. A domain grows stronger by bringing more citadels under its rule. Now, guess why they're at each other's throats instead of helping humanity? The tomb of Ariel, Sunny said quietly. Yes, the tomb of Ariel, created by the demon of dread, is something they can't afford to lose. Each citadel strengthens a sovereign, and the tomb is invaluable. But here's the truth, Sunny, it's impossible to reach the tomb, let alone conquer it. These so-called necessary sacrifices, they've all been for nothing. Raphael's tone hardened, a dangerous edge to his words. That's why I swore to strip them of the one thing they value most, their strength. He sighed, stepping back to let Sunny see what was behind him. Go, Sunny. They're waiting for you. From behind, a figure emerged and placed a hand on Sunny, teleporting him away. Raphael turned and walked back toward Falcon Scott. Behind him, a towering figure appeared, flaming red hair, 4 black eyes, 4 muscular arms, and 2 sharp horns jutting from its forehead. The creature's onyx black armor glinted faintly in the dim light, though it was battered, and its body was riddled with wounds. Without looking back, Raphael addressed the figure. You have 30 seconds. Bring me its head. The towering warrior, Kratos, didn't waste a moment. He dashed into the storm, heading straight for the winter beast. Raphael exited the blizzard to find thousands of people lying on the ground, exhausted and broken. He smiled at them and raised his voice. Warriors of humanity, you've fought valiantly against these vile beasts. Even when the odds were against you, you stood your ground and protected the weak. Now, you can rest. Leave the rest to us. He clenched a fist and struck his other hand with it. I congratulate you, humans. You have survived. You've lived to tell this tale. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed from behind. The earth trembled violently. The blizzard had vanished, and so had the mountain behind it. From the sky, Kratos descended, holding the severed head of the winter beast in his hands. The crowd stared at the beast's head, tears streaming down their faces. Some hugged one another, while others screamed in joy. Raphael smiled at their relief and triumph. One of the soldiers took his communicator, switching it to an open signal. His voice trembled as he cried, "Hick, Falcon Scott, Hick, Falcon Scott didn't fall. I repeat, Falcon Scott didn't fall. The Emperor has come. The Emperor has saved us all. Long live the Emperor. Long live His Majesty." With this chapter we have officially finished Volume 5 Dread Knight, but this volume will continue for 2 more chapters. I'll be skipping all of Volume 6 until the end of it, Battle of Black Skull, since there isn't really something important happened in that volume. Tomorrow I'll be uploading 2 chapters too, finishing the volume. Anyway, see you tomorrow. Hand waving. This chapter stopped on chapter 1060 on the original volume. Moj walked through the grand hallways, documents in hand. Servants bowed deeply as he passed. As the Prime Minister of the Underworld and the Emperor's right-hand man, it was their duty to show respect. But Moj was long used to such displays. Even before His Majesty ascended the throne, Moj had commanded reverence as the sole sacred being in the Underworld, the protector of its people for millennia. He stopped before an imposing door and knocked. From beyond, Raphael's calm voice echoed, "Come in." Moj entered the office and found Raphael seated behind a mountain of documents, tirelessly attending to his duties. Without looking up, Raphael sighed at the sight of the papers in Moj's hands. "Give them here." Moj silently handed them over. "Your Majesty, I can take care of these for you," he offered. Raphael shook his head firmly. "No, Moj. You already have enough responsibilities." Moj sighed, stepping aside to stand quietly near his emperor. Hours passed as Raphael worked through the endless reports. Finally, he raised his head, frowning at Moj. "Why are you still here? Don't you have things to attend to?" Moj bowed. "I've finished my tasks, my lord." Raphael grinned suddenly and sprang from his chair. "Take me there." Moj smiled faintly and led the way, exiting the office. As they walked, Raphael noticed 2 children running through the hallways. He crouched down, catching them both mid-sprint. "Hey, what did I say about not running in the halls?" The children's faces lit up upon seeing him. "Big brother," they exclaimed in unison. Raphael couldn't help but smile as he began tickling them. "Ha ha ha, we're sorry. Ha ha ha." He finally relented, setting them down gently. The boy hesitated, then asked shyly, "Big brother, can we do what we did last time?" Raphael tilted his head. "What do you mean?" The girl tugged at his kimono and chimed in, "Can we fly on the dragon like before?" Raphael froze. As an emperor, he was supposed to be without weakness. But when it came to children, "Arg, if you ask me like this, I can't refuse." He sighed dramatically. "All right. Later, not now. Go gather all the children." The kids beamed with joy and ran off, laughter trailing behind them. Raphael's smile faded as he watched them go. He could see their souls, and the dark seeds buried within. He regretted bringing them to this place, but there had been no other choice. At least within Moj's domain, they were safe from the nightmare spell. "Let's go," Raphael said, his tone somber. Moj nodded and continued leading him. After a few minutes, they arrived at the throne room. On either side of the throne were intricate circles of glowing runes. "Did they work?" Raphael asked. Moj nodded. After over a year of effort, they had successfully replicated a nether portal. With this, Moj said, sending people to the overworld is no longer an issue. "Are they ready?" "Yes, my lord. As you commanded, 50,000 awakened, 1,000 ascended, and 40 saints stand ready for war." A predatory grin spread across Raphael's face. He could finally fulfill his promise. "Good. We'll strike when they least expect it." Moj mirrored his emperor's smile. "As you command, your majesty." Raphael left the throne room and walked toward the living quarters of the humans. 3.5 months had passed since the siege of Falcon. When the survivors had reported what had happened, the people had been furious. Demonstrations erupted against the clans, and some had even formed a cult dedicated to Raphael. Though the demonstrations were quelled, the resentment lingered. As he walked, humans bowed deeply in his presence. He acknowledged them with a nod and a smile. When he arrived, he found Master Vern speaking with an elderly man. Vern noticed Raphael and immediately bowed. "Your Majesty." "Raise your head, Vern. You are my guest," Raphael said warmly. "Still, Your Majesty." Raphael shook his head, cutting him off. "I came to tell you that in 2 weeks, you'll be able to leave the underworld." Master Vern's face brightened at the news, but he glanced at the non-awakened nearby with concern. "Don't worry," Raphael assured him. "We'll provide charms to protect them from the nightmare spell. But I recommend having those capable of conquering their first nightmare do so." He glanced at a nearby training ground. "In the end, we've trained them rigorously to ensure they can face any nightmare." Master Vern sighed in relief and nodded. Raphael turned and headed toward the children, who ran to him with laughter and joy. "So," he said with a grin, "who wants to fly on a dragon's back?" The children cheered, running toward him. Days passed peacefully, and Raphael cherished the fleeting calm, knowing it wouldn't last. Finally, the day came, the day to fulfill his promise to the sovereigns. Raphael sat upon his throne, his gaze sweeping over the thousands of soldiers kneeling before him. Moj approached, carrying a cup filled with a golden liquid. Raphael stared at the cup, knowing what it represented. It held an immense concentration of divinity. Drinking it would awaken nether within him. He hesitated, reluctant. But sometimes, sacrifices were necessary. With a deep breath, Raphael drank. For an ascended, or even most saints, such a dense amount of divinity would have been lethal. But Raphael was different. Within his soul, something ancient and terrifying stirred. Moj watched his emperor, a rare smile gracing his face. After millennia, he felt the presence of his true lord. The soldiers shuddered as an overwhelming, suffocating aura of killing intent filled the hall. Yet they felt elation, not fear. Raphael opened his eyes. He felt infinite amount of essence inside of him. His power were 10 times stronger. Rising from his throne, he addressed the army. "My soldiers, this is the day the empire reveals itself to the world. Those who call themselves sovereigns dared to disrespect me. Do you accept this?" The soldiers slammed their spears into the ground in unison, their voices thunderous. "No, Your Majesty. I warned them, yet they did not listen. Now, as promised, I will show them the wrath of the underworld." He raised both hands, his voice commanding. "Rise, my soldiers, and become the spears that deliver my wrath." The soldiers rose to their feet, their spears striking the ground once more. "Yes, Your Majesty." Moj turned to the army and bellowed. "Long live the Empire! Long live the Emperor!" The soldiers echoed him in unison, their voices shaking the very walls. Raphael turned to Moj. "I'll go first." Moj bowed deeply. "May Nether's blessings be with you, Your Grace." Raphael nodded and disappeared into the waking realm. The Battle of the Black Skull had begun long ago. Short chapter, but I think stopping here is good. Another chapter will be uploaded today ending this volume. Anyway, see you after 3 or 4 hours hand waving. Raphael looked down at the battlefield. The underworld was waiting for his signal to attack. Even when they are killing each other, they are observing other parts of the battlefield. Raphael tilted his head and chuckled. "Are they waiting for me? I'm honored." In one part of the battlefield, he saw Sunny and Nephis fighting against Dire Fang. Tisk, Shadow Bond is such a cheat. Raphael watched as Sunny dashed toward Dire Fang. Sunny gritted his teeth and let out a bestial growl, using all his prodigious strength to push himself off the ground and leap into the air. Dire Fang was too fast and skilled to allow the unexpected attack to reach its mark, though. A split second before Sunny could bring his sword down on the saint's neck. A massive clawed hand shot forward, catching him in the chest. The power of that blow was overwhelming. The onyx of the mantle cracked and exploded, as if struck by 5 transcendent swords. The manifested shadows comprising the shadow fiend shell were instantly sliced and torn apart. In an instant, the shadow's pawn was mutilated beyond recognition. The upper portion of his torso was entirely destroyed, exploding into a fountain of darkness. His horned head was severed and flew into the air. 2 of his 4 arms were ripped off. The entire mangled carcass was thrown back. The sin of solace slipped from his fingers. That was the thing, though. Raphael looked at Sunny and smiled. Smart. Sunny had used his shadow's pawn as bait, forcing Dire Fang to target its upper body. Almost at the same time as Dire Fang's claws tore through the upper chest and neck of the shadow fiend, the entire shell suddenly lost its coherence, dissolving back into ethereal shadows. And, just below the harrowing cut, the top of Sunny's head was revealed. The dissipating shell was thrown back by the strike, but his own body, freed from its embrace, continued flying forward like a bullet. Time stood still. Catching the hilt of the sin of solace with his own human hand, Sunny used the tremendous augmentation of shadow and flame to fill his muscles with dreadful strength. And drove the tip of his sword into the saint's bestial eye. Not bad, Sunny, not bad. Raphael looked away toward another part of the battlefield. He saw the 2 siblings fighting each other, but in the end, the Prince of Nothing rose above Morgan. Raphael looked inside his soul. Nether was still devouring the divinity. He looked down and flicked his finger. Sunny, who was staring at the dead body of Dire Fang, felt his shadow weakening. He looked up and saw a veil of darkness covering the battlefield. Mordred, who was aiming his sword at Morgan's head, stopped and looked at the sky. Matic, who was fighting against Beastmaster, glanced at her and nodded. Beastmaster did the same. Both stopped, ordering their armies to halt. Raphael, descending from the sky with his cape floating behind him, wasn't surprised by their actions. He descended slowly, stairs made of darkness forming beneath his feet. When he reached the ground, he looked around. Everyone on the battlefield turned their gaze toward him. Matic raised his sword and asked, "Who are you?" Raphael glanced at him and spoke, his voice full of authority. "Your death." Matic frowned and dashed at Raphael, but before he could reach him, a sword made of darkness flew toward him. Matic raised his sword to parry the attack, but his weapon shattered. The sword his brother had forged for him was utterly destroyed. The dark blade continued its path, penetrating his abdomen. Matic was thrown back. He grimaced and looked at the sky. 10 swords followed, each striking their mark. His arms and legs were severed. Ag. Raphael glanced at him and said coldly. Pathetic. Turning his gaze to the others before him, he spoke. I don't understand. When there's a common enemy, the 2 sides should join forces to fight against it. Yet, you've broken even this simple logic. Raphael chuckled and added, is it because you were born in this world? The world of the goddess of war. You've truly impressed me with your stupidity. Beastmaster gritted her teeth and commanded. Soldiers, kill him. Raphael sighed and finally unleashed the presence inside him. Everyone felt it. The killing intent was so heavy it felt as though they were being devoured. Raphael raised his voice and ordered. Kneel. Without realizing it, their heads struck the ground. Beastmaster, paralyzed with fear, instinctively tried to flee into the dream realm, but something was blocking her. A gate opened behind Raphael. He turned to it and spoke. Now, his voice echoed across the entire dream realm. I warned you, sovereigns, but you refused to listen. Now, you shall bear my wrath. Raphael grinned, then addressed those before him. Bear witness to the wrath of I, Raphael, the Black Emperor. Sunny stared at Raphael in fear, feeling the overwhelming presence. From the gate, the dream realm went silent for a moment, but then everything changed. The dream realm shook and trembled, and what Sunny saw made him feel true horror. The dream realm quaked and trembled. From the hollow mountains, giants emerged, crushing everything beneath them. Thousands of warriors poured forth from every side of the dream realm. Moj stood atop the mountains, raising his trident high, and declared, People of humanity, your sovereigns have refused to heed his grace's words, and now his wrath has reached the heavens. Drop your weapons and save your lives, or fight and die a meaningless death. To the left of the hollow mountains, Kratos stood, waiting for his adversary. And then he arrived. The man was tall and broad-shouldered, his lean yet mighty physique exuding power. Muscles rippled beneath his glistening skin, and the unbearable heat of a crucible caused his sweat to evaporate as it appeared. His bare torso was painted in hues of vermilion by the angry glow. He had dark hair and a thick, dignified beard. His noble face bore a harsh and austere expression, and his cold gray eyes shone like tempered steel. Kratos looked at the man and grinned. Would a sword capable of cutting through anything prevail against an indestructible body? The answer would soon be revealed in their battle. To the right of the hollow mountains, Lilith stood facing her opponent. Lilith was a demoness who could charm anything and everything, bringing catastrophe in her wake. Her adversary was the corpse of a breathtakingly beautiful woman dressed in a regal red gown, the Raven Queen. The battle between the demoness and the Raven Queen had begun. Meanwhile, atop the hollow mountains, Moj gazed at the sky, waiting for something. As expected, a man descended from above. He was gaunt, wearing a tattered spacesuit. The visor of his helmet was cracked, and the oxygen tank strapped to his back had long since run empty. Astarion landed gracefully and looked at Moj with a smirk. Your true body is sealed in the underworld. Why do you think you can fight the sovereigns in their own domain? Moj's crimson eyes gleamed as he replied. The Emperor has simply ordered it. Astarion chuckled at Moj's words. Your Emperor is nothing more than a mere ascended. Moj's voice sharpened with fervor. It is only a matter of time before His Majesty fully awakens Nether. When that moment comes, your head will be presented to him as a gift. Astarion let out a low laugh and replied. We'll see when that time comes. And thus, the battle between the Lord of Blood and the original Dreamspawn began. Raphael walked toward the Nightmare Gates. Despite the fact that the two abominations behind the gate should have already emerged, they still hadn't. He glanced behind him as a pool of blood manifested on the battlefield. Some of the saints barely clung to life, but all the ascended and awakened were dead. That day was forever etched in humanity's history as the wrath of the Black Emperor. Raphael turned his gaze to the surviving saints and spoke coldly. I recommend retreating to the Dream Realm. Face these two great abominations, and you will die. Either way, it doesn't matter, you will perish in the Nightmare Desert. With a single gesture, he dispelled the veil of darkness, making it possible for them to escape to the Dream Realm. Raphael himself was pulled back into the Dream Realm. Through the draw of the Nightmare Gate, he found himself standing where it had all begun. The Nightmare Desert. In the book, The Rise and Downfall of Humanity, it is written that while the sovereigns emerged victorious against their enemies, humanity ultimately lost the war, forfeiting 30% of its territories. Volume 3, Emperor End. Volume 4, The Hanged Man, opening quote. I shall bear their sins for eternity, and wait for my salvation. Finally we have finished the third volume. I know most of the people didn't like it since I copied a lot, but I hope you liked the ending. Also believe me, the next volume might be the best one I'll be writing. It's full of plot twists, drama, character developments, and finally some lore. I might take a break, or not, it depends if I've the enthusiasm to write. Also please leave a review on this fanfic and some power stones, so more people can read it. See you again next time. Hand waving. A man walked across the white desert, his cane striking the earth beneath him with each step. His long black hair flowed down to his back, and his deep black eyes scanned his surroundings, as though searching for something, or someone. Around him, vile abominations lingered, but none dared to approach. The man continued his journey, paying them no mind. After a few hours, he stopped. Before him stood a massive block of black stone resting between the white dunes. One end of the block was cracked and shattered. The entire structure radiated a familiar, ghostly darkness, marking it unmistakably as a seat of nightmare. Raphael smiled faintly and summoned a circular table, surrounded by 8 chairs. However, one of them stood apart. It was no ordinary chair, but a throne. He strode toward the throne-like seat and sank into it, his gaze fixed on the nightmare seed before him. Raphael let out a soft sigh. His plan had worked exceptionally well. Now that the sovereigns had lost parts of their domains, they were undoubtedly furious. But they could do nothing. The forces of the underworld were too overwhelming for the current humanity to oppose. Their only choice now was to rebuild, to strengthen humanity and nurture the birth of new saints. This was precisely why Raphael had ensured the saints were heavily injured but left alive. On the other hand, the ascended and awakened had been mercilessly slaughtered. This wasn't an act of cruelty, but a calculated step to unite the sovereigns, the clans, and the government against a common enemy, the underworld and its emperor. Yes, Raphael had deliberately cast himself as the villain to unite humanity against their invaders. The reason behind this was painfully simple: he would live forever, trapped as a prisoner within his own body. When Nether inevitably awakened within him, Raphael wouldn't die. His immortality would ensure he remained alive, a fate far worse than death. For someone who had already lost everything, whose last hope had been shattered, continuing to live was a far greater torment than the mercy of death. And yet, the only way for him to die was to be slain by death itself. He had come to this conclusion through the description of his sacred aspect, undying. You are one who deceived death, escaping its grip and breaking its chains. But beware, for death will not let you escape again. By escaping death, he had become immortal. But if death came for him once more, it would inevitably claim him. But death, the shadow god, had already perished in the Doom War. Yet, his successor still lived, Sunny. This was the true reason Raphael had gone to Antarctica, to ensure Sunny survived. He hadn't cared about the plot. His motives were purely selfish from the beginning. Leaning back in his throne, Raphael closed his eyes. All that was left now was to wait until the cohort was gathered. Raphael opened his eyes and looked to his left. A monstrous, winged abomination walked across the sand. Its powerful limbs and long tail were dwarfed by the size of the massive black stone block. Raphael turned to the creature and smiled. You must be the Prince of Nothing, come, sit. But make sure to change your form before doing so. The abomination opened its maw, and a small human body tumbled out onto the sand. A moment later, the creature dropped its massive head, lifeless. The human body stirred. The Prince of Nothing slowly rose to his feet. Mordred approached the table and bowed toward Raphael. To meet the Emperor of the Underworld, what good deeds have I done to deserve this honor? Raphael chuckled at Mordred's words and replied, There is no honor in meeting me, Prince of Nothing. Mordred smiled faintly and asked Raphael, What is His Majesty doing here? Same as you, planning to conquer the third nightmare and achieve transcendence. Mordred rested his hand on his chin and asked, Why do you need to conquer the third nightmare? Couldn't you just escape through the dream gate behind you? Raphael smirked. If you want to know, I must start from the beginning. Oh, please start. In this hell, what else is there to do? Raphael chuckled and spoke. If you insist, then let me ask you something. Why do you think the underworld made a human their emperor? If I had to guess, it's because you've got nether lineage. Raphael nodded and replied, You're half right. It's true I have nether lineage, but I'm also the vessel for their true emperor. Raphael paused for a moment, his expression darkening. Of course, I don't plan to sit idly by. The only way to fight against Nether's will is by achieving divinity, and the underworld doesn't want that. Mordred glanced at Raphael, a sad expression flickering across his face. That must have been painful for you. Raphael chuckled inwardly. Look at him, trying to show sympathy even while he is ready to kill me. That's not even the worst part, Raphael said aloud. The worst part is when Nether fully awakens and takes control of my body. Thanks to my ability, I'll remain alive, imprisoned in my own body, with nothing to do, for an unknown amount of time. Raphael noticed Mordred's face change briefly, only to return to normal. He grinned and continued, When Nether awakens in my body, he'll seek to regain his former strength. Unlike us, his way of becoming stronger is by devouring something, or someone. Raphael's grin became more hideous as he added, Guess who he'll go to first? For the first time, Mordred's mask of benevolent decorum cracked, revealing the hideous face of hateful madness beneath. Mordred charged at Raphael, slashing his sword across Raphael's neck, severing it cleanly. Breathing heavily, Mordred looked down and sighed, regaining his composure. He'd lost control. Suddenly, he heard laughter from his left. Raphael's body casually walked over to his severed head, picked it up, and placed it back onto his neck. "You've truly lost it, Prince of Nothing." "Ha ha ha." Mordred frowned at Raphael. "Was it an illusion?" Raphael sighed and spoke calmly. "There's no need for us to fight. We both want the same thing. You don't want Nether to awaken because you want to kill your father with your own hands. And I don't want to be imprisoned for eternity." Raphael walked toward Mordred, a faint smile on his face. "To achieve these goals, we have to conquer the third nightmare." Raphael stopped in front of Mordred and extended his hand. Mordred sighed and reluctantly took Raphael's hand. Raphael smiled and gestured for Mordred to sit at the table. Now, all they had to do was wait for the cohort. 5 days had passed since Mordred arrived at the Nightmare Seed. Raphael sat at the circular table, his gaze fixed on the horizon. In the distance, 6 humans were running toward them across the white sands. He rose from his seat and gave Mordred a nod. A few minutes later, the cohort finally reached them. Effie glared at Raphael and spoke sharply. "What are you doing here?" "Conquering the third nightmare and achieving transcendence," Raphael replied calmly. "After what you've done, you killed thousands of people." Raphael's expression didn't waver. "So did the clans in central Antarctica, abandoning the government to handle it all on their own. Ask Sunny if you don't believe me." Sunny remained silent, refusing to respond. Raphael's gaze swept over the others as he spoke. "Enough talking. We don't have time for this. Besides, you've brought something with you." The skinwalker was breathing down their necks, so there was no time to hesitate. Sunny reached Mordred and looked at him with a scowl. "You better not pull anything once we're inside." The Prince of Nothing lingered for a moment, then grinned. "Ah, you took the words out of my mouth. Sunless, let's survive." Sunny nodded, then turned to his companions. What was there to say? He forced out a smile and shouted, "Everyone, stay alive. We will return as saints." With that, he spared each of them one last glance. There were sparks of white flame dancing in Neff's eyes. Cassie was pale, but full of unbreakable resolve. Kai was looking at the black stone with a sense of resigned trepidation. Effie seemed grim and determined. Raphael had the same expressionless face like every time. Jet was smiling. She shook her head lightly and grinned. "Life is sure unpredictable. Who would have thought that I'd end up challenging the third nightmare, after all?" Soul Reaper laughed as she looked at Sunny. "Sunny, thank you." He stared at her for a moment, then shook his head. "What a lunatic." Raphael took the lead, walking ahead, and the others followed him in silence. His plan was straightforward: conquer the nightmare in the very first loop. He couldn't be sure if the loops would reset Nether's progression to the state it was in when he first entered the nightmare. Raphael wasn't willing to take that risk. All that mattered was conquering the nightmare as quickly as possible. 1 step, 2, 3. Slowly, the white inferno of the raging sandstorm disappeared, and all that remained was boundless darkness. In that darkness, Raphael heard the voice of the spell. "Ascended. Prepare for your third trial." Its words echoed in the void. 13,700,078 brave ones, welcome to the nightmare. 1. Inhale. Let's do this. 1. A huge misunderstanding in the Shadow Slave community is the belief that the number represents the amount of loops the cohort has gone through in the nightmare. This is incorrect. The number is shown before they even enter the nightmare, meaning the loops haven't started yet. Instead, the number indicates how many people have attempted to conquer the nightmare, whether it was King Darren's people, those who came before him, or those who came after. Finally, it happened. We've reached the third nightmare, the best arc in Shadow Slave. I'm so excited to finally write what I've been envisioning since the first volume. Also, please leave a review on this chapter and the fanfic, and drop some power stones so more people can discover it. Your support means everything. See you again next time. Hand waving. Raphael dreamt of a black pyramid. Somber and wreathed in darkness, it rose from a sea of flawlessly white sand like a towering mountain. Its slopes were like vast plains, and its sharp peak was like a spear that pierced the heavens. Outlined against the backdrop of the starlit sky, the pyramid was like a black rift in the fabric of the world. Its edifice was built from millions of colossal stone blocks. Each block was darker than the darkness itself and perfectly aligned, leaving no gaps between them. And each of them, Raphael frowned at the view in front of him. Each of the stone blocks was a seed of nightmare. There were millions of them, some already in bloom, some still waiting for their turn to blossom. At the base of the pyramid, the nightmares were shallow and weak. Higher, they were harrowing and unfathomable. And higher still, the slope of the colossal pyramid was broken and covered in cracks, with many blocks either shattered into dismal dust or missing. 4 vast scars were tainting its immaculate surface, as if some unholy beast had torn through the eternal stone with titanic claws. Above the scars was a narrow capstone. But Raphael, even though Nether had awakened inside of him, he was not someone who could gaze upon it. The moment he did, his soul convulsed in agony, and his consciousness shattered. The time reversed its flow, but then stuttered and froze. The time warped and screamed. The silhouette of the black pyramid exploded into a myriad of lightless shards. And then, Raphael was no more. Raphael opened his eyes in a dark room, the only light seeping in through the doorframe. He rose from the bed and walked toward the door, pushing it open. Above, 7 suns radiated light across the sky. Beneath him stretched an endless ocean, with no land in sight. Ahead, a massive tree loomed over the horizon. Raphael smiled. He had been summoned to Chain Breaker. He wasn't surprised, his seer ability had already revealed this moment to him. Walking toward the tree, Raphael sat beneath its branches, letting the sacred leaves shield him from the relentless suns. Closing his eyes, he let the wind blow through his hair. Peace settled over him. Raphael opened his eyes and activated his Hades ability. Nothing happened. He felt it immediately. His connection to the underworld had been severed. Whether this was because he was trapped in a nightmare or the tomb of Ariel itself, he couldn't tell. Suddenly, weakness overcame him. Nether had finished devouring the divinity and slipped back into slumber. But even as Nether slept, it grew stronger, slowly tightening its grip on Raphael's body. Raphael exhaled and walked toward the runic circle, staring at its ancient symbols. It's going to take me a while to make this work. The reason he had been studying sorcery was to repair the runic circle. In the first loop, there was no mad prince to guide Anank to Sunny and Nephis. Without intervention, the two would die, either in the storm or by something far worse. He didn't know how much time he had to fix the circle. But he would try, betting on fate to carry him to them in time. First, however, he needed to repair the ship. Repairing the ship wasn't difficult. Even without summoning the darkness, his blood served as a powerful material. Raphael sat beneath the hull, gazing at the 7 suns overhead. He glanced at the runic circle and whispered, "I really screwed up." A week had passed, and there was no progress. I was never the smart one in the family. He chuckled, recalling old memories. Rising to his feet, Raphael returned to the runic circle, sitting cross-legged at its center. Taking a deep breath, he examined the runes for the 100th time. Even if there was no progress, he had to keep trying. Failure was not an option. 2.5 months passed. At the heart of Chain Breaker, Raphael sat within the runic circle, pouring his soul essence into the ancient symbols. Suddenly, the ship trembled and began to shake. Raphael grinned as the battleship lifted from the ocean's surface, floating steadily into the air. He guided the ship forward, steering it toward the future. Even as the chain breaker soared, Raphael knew it wouldn't last long. The runic circle wasn't fully repaired, and several key runes were still missing. But he didn't care. As long as the ship could fly and get him to his destination, nothing else mattered. Chain breaker sped across the sky, driven by Raphael's essence. Days passed. Between flights, he paused to repair the circle or regenerate his essence. Miraculously, the runes held longer than expected, surprising even Raphael. After several hours, a shadow moved in the distance. A black serpent swam through the ocean below. Raphael descended the chain breaker toward the serpent. Sunny, in his serpent form, looked up as the ship's silhouette cast a shadow over the water. Sensing the approach, he coiled protectively around Rzxs. The ship halted mid-air before gently touching the water's surface. Raphael stepped to the edge of the deck, staring down at the black serpent. "You two lovebirds, coming aboard or not?" Sunny relaxed, sighing in relief. For a moment, he thought the butterfly had returned. Lifting his massive form, Sunny tossed Rzxs onto the deck before dismissing his shadow shell and climbing aboard. He examined the ship for a long moment before asking, "Where did you find this?" Raphael crossed his arms. I was summoned here." "Why? Do you recognize it?" "You could say that." Raphael didn't press further. "Anyway, I'm glad you're both alive." Rzxs stepped forward, silently observing him. It had been a long time since they last met, and their previous encounter had not ended well. "How did you know we were here?" Rzxs asked. "I saw the future." Sunny frowned. "What do you mean?" Raphael sighed. "My awakened ability. I can see the destiny of whatever I choose." Rzxs narrowed her eyes. "So you're like Cassie?" "No. Cassie sees fate through visions. I can observe destiny at will." Sunny scratched his head. "Isn't that the same thing?" "No. Destiny shows every possible outcome. Fate is a singular path bound to happen. Fate can change if someone alters destiny, but they are not the same." Raphael knelt beside the broken runic circle, sighing. The chain breaker could no longer fly. "Look, I know you both have questions. I'll answer them later. Sunny, can you summon Saint to help me sail?" "Why not just fly it?" Raphael shook his head. "The runes are broken. It can't fly anymore." Sunny nodded, summoning Saint. As the ship began to move, Raphael watched them head below deck to rest. The chain breaker sailed forward. "I wasn't happy with how this chapter turned out, but I'm too tired to rewrite it, so bear with me. Anyway, see you tomorrow." Hand waving. Raphael sat under the tree, gazing out at the endless sea. To his relief, the storm from the novel never came, but that only made Raphael tense. Everything is going good. From uniting humanity against the underworld to entering the tomb of Ariel, everything had gone according to plan, and that made Raphael nervous. When nothing goes wrong in his plans, it usually means something bad is about to happen. That's how fated works. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. He turned around and saw Rzxs and Sunny. "What?" he asked. "We need to talk," Rzxs said. "Then sit and talk." Both Sunny and Rzxs sat down in front of Raphael. Sunny glanced at Raphael and asked, "So, what's your plan?" Conquer the nightmare as fast as possible." "We all want to conquer the nightmare quickly," Sunny said. "What's the plan?" "You don't understand, Sunny. What I mean is different." "How?" Rzxs asked. Raphael looked at Rzxs and asked, "Do you know what corruption is?" They fell silent, until Rzxs spoke. "Do you mean what happens to sleepers when they lose their first nightmare?" "Yes, when a being encounters corruption, a seed is planted inside them. That seed corrupts their soul, turning them into an abomination, like the azure serpent you fought against, Sunny." Sunny stared at Raphael for a moment and asked, "How does corruption happen?" "There are many ways, by touching something corrupted or gaining knowledge of things you shouldn't know." "So, what does this have to do with what you meant?" Sunny asked. "I'll get to that in a moment." Raphael looked at them and continued. "First, you need to know the history of the tomb of Ariel. When the Doom War started, the Sibyls foresaw the end and fled to the tomb, seeking shelter for their people. Others ventured to the tomb searching for the truth that the demon of dread had buried. They were called the Seekers. The Sibyls built cities, and the Seekers built solitary manors. It was the golden age for those living in the tomb of Ariel, but every age comes to an end. The Seekers searched for the truth, but no one found it until the first Seeker, Aletheia of the Nine, discovered it in the estuary. But there was no truth, only corruption. That's when the Defiled One was born." Raphael paused for a moment, looking out at the sea, sighing. "The Defiled One spread corruption." Anyone who touched it, or any of its subordinates, would become corrupted. The people of the tomb had no chance. The cities fell to corruption. There was no hope, until an outsider came. King Darren of Twilight came from outside the tomb with his people and founded Twilight. He gathered the people of the river and fought against the defiled one. But even a sovereign was lost to it, becoming corrupted. The reason I'm telling you this is because we might also get corrupted. And if we do you know who will be the first among us? Sunny thought for a moment, then a terrifying realization struck him. He turned to Neffys, and for the first time, he saw fear in her eyes. Neffys looked at Raphael and said, "Cassie." Raphael nodded and said, "Unlike me, she can't control the visions she sees. There's a high chance she might see the knowledge in the estuary. That's why I came to you both first. The only way to stop her visions is by using your shadow, Sunny." Nightmare. Sunny rose to his feet, urgency in his voice. "Then we need to reach her as quickly as possible." Raphael sighed. "You're right, but before we go to her, there's a place I need to visit first." "You don't have to worry, it's on the way." It took some convincing, but eventually, Raphael persuaded Sunny and Neffys to follow him. They agreed, on the condition they stay there for a day. Sunny looked at Raphael and asked, "Where are we heading?" Raphael smiled. The city of the nightmare spell priests." Anank watched the port as a large ship docked, carrying 3 humans, 2 men and 1 woman. She observed as they disembarked. The man with long black hair stopped at the edge of the crowd and surveyed the people before him. "Priests and priestesses of the nightmare spell," he began, his voice steady and commanding, "it's an honor to meet you. By the guidance of fate, we've come from the outside to kill the defiled one and bring salvation to the people of the river." As he spoke, another figure stepped forward from behind him. A man with short black hair and pale skin, who suddenly summoned a memory. The crowd erupted into chaos at the sight of the mask the man was wearing, but the one with long black hair didn't pause in his speech. "The mask is no ordinary mask," he continued, his tone rising above the turmoil. "It is one of the 2 holy relics. And the man standing before you bears the bloodline of Weaver." At those words, the crowd went into absolute uproar, their voices rising in fervor. "Hail Weaver! Hail the demon of fate!" Raphael, standing at the back, could hear the loud cries of worship rising from the sea of people. The stay on Weave wasn't long. From the start, Raphael's purpose had been to acquire more knowledge from the head of the village, but to his disappointment, there was nothing to be gained. Still, thanks to the villagers, they gathered more supplies. The important thing, however, was that they managed to repair the runed circle of the chain breaker. Sunny walked toward the chain breaker, but as he got closer, he felt someone tugging at his shroud. He turned to see a woman in her 20s, reaching out toward him with a small box. He raised an eyebrow. "What is this?" "It's a gift, my lord," she said, her voice a little hesitant. Sunny scratched his head, still unsure, and took the box. "Ah, thank you. By the way, what's your name?" The woman stammered a little. I'm Anna, Anank, my lord." Sunny smiled. "Thank you, Anank." At his words, Ananki's face turned bright red, and she quickly ran back to the village. Raphael, standing on top of the ship, glanced over at Neffys, who was beside him. He couldn't help but ask, "Are you jealous?" Neffys turned her gaze to him, her expression as neutral as ever. "What do you mean?" Raphael chuckled. "You know I can see right through you." He grinned and teased further. "There's no need to escape the truth, you love him, right?" Neffys didn't respond, but as she walked back toward the middle of the chain breaker, Raphael noticed her ears flush a deep shade of red. He couldn't help but laugh softly to himself. They really do look like teenagers who've just fallen in love with each other. Wait, does that make me the wingman? He shook his head, amused by his own thoughts, and made his way toward the runed circle. Behind him, Sunny approached, his voice tinged with a sense of urgency. "So, where are we going?" Raphael looked up, meeting Sunny's gaze. "Fallen Grace. Where dusk reigns, and where we'll find Cassie." Sunny's jaw clenched. Just thinking about what might happen to Cassie made his teeth grind together. Raphael sat in the center of the rune circle, focusing. He poured his essence into it. The chain breaker began to tremble as the magic within the circle responded. A few seconds later, it took flight, lifting off the ground. Finally, Raphael commanded chain breaker to fly toward the past where fallen grace is. I'm really sorry for not uploading any chapters over the past 2 days. I've been really sick and couldn't get out of bed. Anyway, see you again next time. Hand waving. Kronos walked the streets of fallen grace, a lantern in hand. A cold breeze caressed his face, and the world seemed at peace, or perhaps it only appeared so. In truth, the world was at war. But today, there was no need to worry. If trouble loomed, the lady would have already warned the city's warriors to prepare for battle. As he strolled, his gaze drifted to the river, and he froze, stunned. A black spot had appeared on the horizon. It was a ship moving toward fallen grace. Kronos trembled slightly. A ship, but it's not time for the fisherman to return. Has something bad happened? The ship sailed steadily forward, drawing closer to the city. The people in the streets didn't recognize the vessel. It wasn't one of their own or a twilight ship. Defiled. The shout shattered the silence, and panic spread like wildfire. The elderly recoiled in alarm. The defiled rarely traversed the great river on ships, but they were sinister and unpredictable. This ominous vessel might very well belong to those abominable monsters. Yet, if it did, why hadn't the lady warned them? Why was the light atop her palace still white? Icy dread gripped Kronos. Has the lady succumbed? No, impossible. The vessel loomed nearer, throwing the streets into chaos as people fled toward the city center in search of refuge. Unlike the others, Kronos stayed put, watching as the ship came to a stop before him. 4 figures disembarked, stepping onto the pier. The first was a slender young man clad in a dark mantle, his porcelain face cloaked in shadow. His lightless eyes resembled twin pools of unfathomable darkness, cold and piercing. A black metal crown, shaped like a twisting serpent, rested on his head. Beside him stood a tall young woman with silver hair and calm gray eyes. She wore a white tunic, her face like that of a statue, beautiful yet distant. A bright crown adorned with a single radiant gem rested on her head. When she appeared, the light of the 7 suns seemed to grow brighter. Something stirred in Kronos' heart, a deep and unexplainable longing grasping his soul for a fleeting moment. The two were like night and day, mysterious and beautiful. The others, however, resembled monsters. One was a towering knight clad in intricate, fearsome onyx armor. The other was an ogre-like figure forged of black steel, with hungry flames smoldering in his ferocious eyes. On top of the ship, there lurked something more, a dreadful, elusive presence that sent chills down Kronos' spine. From the ship's ark, a tall man appeared, his long black hair flowing like silk. His deep black eyes scanned the crowd. He wore a black Chinese kimono with golden dragons embroidered on its shoulders. The young man with the serpent crown stepped forward, his voice cutting through the tense air as he spoke in a familiar tongue. We come from the far reaches of the future, seeking fallen grace, the last bastion of the river people. We mean no harm, unless harm is done to us. I am. Kronos' heart pounded wildly as realization struck. They must be. He stepped forward, his voice trembling as he asked. My lord, are you the children of Weaver? The young man's piercing gaze made Kronos shiver. A flicker of surprise crossed those dark eyes before it vanished, replaced by a glimmer of satisfaction. Indeed, the man replied. We are the children of Weaver. His words hit the gathered elders like a thunderclap. Their fear melted away, replaced by joy. Bright smiles lit up their weathered faces. Of course, it's them. Just like the lady foretold. Praise the lady. Kronos couldn't suppress his smile. I must be growing senile, why didn't I realize sooner? Bowing deeply, he tried to steady his voice as he spoke. It is our honor to meet you. We welcome you to Fallen Grace, esteemed guests. Straightening, he added reverently. Lady Dusk has been awaiting you for a long time. The 3 walked behind the warrior escorting them toward the temple where Dusk resided. Raphael sighed in relief. Not only was Cassie uncorrupted, but it seemed there was no need for another loop. Had she been corrupted, his plan was to seal her and have Sunny go to the estuary and get corrupted, starting the loops, an outcome fraught with peril. Not only would the nightmare grow harder, but there was also the looming threat of Nether awakening. But now, it seemed none of that was necessary. Fate appears to be on our side this time. As they approached the temple, the warrior stepped forward and pushed open its massive gates. They were soon led into a grand hall of white marble, flowing water, and tranquil silence. At the center of the room stood a tall dais with an elegant stone throne. Sitting atop it was Dusk of Fallen Grace, the last Sibyl of the estuary. Dusk's beauty was almost otherworldly. Her petite figure and delicate face were captivating, her pale golden hair shimmering like spun sunlight. But her most striking feature was her pure blue eyes, stunning, yet unseeing. The young woman was blind. Beside Raphael, Sunny raised a trembling hand and called out, Cassie. At the sound of his voice, the blind girl turned her head slowly, her gaze seemingly searching for him. Even Neffy's, usually unshakable, looked visibly startled. Her gray eyes, typically calm, betrayed a storm of emotions as she stared at the young woman who looked so much like their old friend. But then, the tension in Nephis's gaze melted away, replaced by profound relief. Cassie smiled. That radiant, familiar smile set their hearts at ease. Sunny. Neph. You're finally here. Raphael, standing slightly apart, narrowed his eyes. Look at her, pretending to be surprised, as if she didn't already know we were coming. It seems you're still alive, he muttered dryly. How lucky you are. Cassie turned her head toward him and sighed. Ah, you're here too. Raphael chuckled, recognizing her deliberate attempt to irritate him. By the way, he said, can you come down? I don't appreciate being looked down on. Cassie tilted her head, her lips curling into a teasing smile. Is that your pride talking? You could say so. With a soft sigh, Cassie stood from her throne. Her light steps carried her gracefully down to meet them. Her archaic red dress, vibrant against the white marble, seemed to flow like liquid fire as she moved. She approached them swiftly, her movements fluid and precise. Before Sunny could decide whether to be wary, Cassie was already in front of them. She raised her hands, and wrapped Neffy's in a tight hug. I'm so glad you're here, Cassie said softly. Her voice trembled slightly. I missed you all so much. After a few moments, she stepped back, releasing Neffy's, her bright smile unwavering. Turning to Sunny, she hesitated briefly, then reached out and gently clasped his arm. I'm so glad you're here. Raphael clicked his tongue impatiently. Look, I know this is a touching reunion, he said, but could we please focus on the important matters? The trio glanced at him briefly, then returned to their conversation as if he hadn't spoken. Fucking hell, Raphael thought sourly. After a few minutes, Cassie looked at them, her expression softening. Let's talk somewhere else, she said. This hall is too oppressive. Follow me. They followed her up a spiraling staircase to a tall tower. At the top, they emerged onto an open platform. A massive brazier stood at its center, a pyre of white flame reaching high into the crimson sky. This was the flame they had seen from afar, the one that had guided them to fallen grace. Cassie lingered near the brazier, basking in its warmth. Right. I don't need to maintain the flame anymore, she murmured. Turning back to them with a soft smile, she gestured toward a small table near the platform's edge. Please, sit down. You must be tired after spending so long on the river. Raphael gazed at the river, its surface painted a million shades of red by the fading dusk. Cassie broke the silence. Can I ask you something? Raphael turned his attention to her. Cassie sat across from him, sipping tea, her expression calm but curious. Sure, he said. Why did you declare war on the sovereigns? Raphael remained silent, taking a deliberate sip of his tea. After a few moments, he finally replied. Don't ask questions you already know the answers to. Cassie smiled faintly, her gaze steady. I do know. You want to unite humanity against the underworld, but there's something else, isn't there? Something I don't know. Raphael sighed, his gaze drifting back to the crimson sky. Sunny isn't the only one who wants to be free. I want that too. The underworld is a prison, my soul is chained to it, unable to escape. By becoming a transcendent, I might finally break those chains. He paused briefly, then continued. But, of course, the underworld doesn't want that. My transcendence would delay Nether's awakening, and they won't tolerate my escape. So I devised a plan. By attacking the sovereigns, I distract the strongest forces of the underworld. To gain their trust, I drank the divine water and awakened Nether within me. Cassie's expression darkened, her voice cold as she responded. You killed thousands of people for a selfish purpose, you disgust me. Raphael chuckled softly, the sound laced with irony. And you're any different. You've let people die, manipulated Sunny by exploiting his goals. And you'll kill many more in the future, just to change fate. Cassie didn't respond immediately. She merely smiled, though his words struck a nerve. She knew the truth. With her ability, she could have helped the government and warned them about the chains of nightmare. Countless lives could have been spared. Cassie's disgust wasn't just for Raphael, it was for herself, too. The two sat in silence for several minutes, the weight of their choices pressing down on them. Finally, Raphael broke the quiet. How did you avoid corruption? Cassie didn't reply at first. Her gaze turned inward, as though she were searching for an answer she wasn't sure she had. I can't see any visions. Raphael blinked, caught off guard. What? I said I can't see any visions. No, I heard you the first time. But, how? The shackles haven't been made yet. Cassie shrugged, her tone calm but laced with confusion. I don't know. From the moment I found myself in Dusk's body, I've been unable to see any visions. Raphael clenched his teeth, his mind racing. Another vulnerability in his plan had surfaced. How? The only reason Cassie couldn't see her visions was because of the chains the Mad Prince created. But he hasn't even been born yet. So why? After a moment of thought, he looked back at her. Is it possible for someone with the power to control or manipulate fate to obscure another oracle's visions? Cassie frowned, considering his question carefully. It is possible, but just to remind you, Torment hasn't been born yet. There's no one stronger than me when it comes to fate. Even the other oracles can't compare. I'm not talking about Torment or the oracles. Cassie's expression froze as the realization hit her. There was one being whose knowledge and control over fate far exceeded her own, a being so powerful, they couldn't even be compared. She took a shaky breath. You don't mean? Raphael nodded, his expression grim. Weaver. The demon of fate. Cassie's voice wavered. But why? Even if he's still alive, why would he care about us? Have you forgotten? Raphael said, leaning forward slightly. Not only does Sunny carry his bloodline, but I also carry his brother's bloodline. He sighed, leaning back in his chair. Of course, this might just be speculation. But it's something we can't ignore. Raphael stood, brushing invisible dust from his coat. I'm heading to my room. If anything happens, let me know. Cassie watched him descend the tower, her thoughts heavy and tangled in the silence he left behind. It had been weeks since they arrived at Fallen Grace, and at last, the day of their departure had come. Raphael was already aboard the ship, busy with the final preparations for their journey. From his vantage point, he could hear the distant shouts and cheers of Fallen Grace's residents. Cassie was likely giving her farewell speech to the people. Raphael knew he should have been there, but he declined. He had witnessed this scene far too many times, and now it only brought him headaches. Sitting beneath the sacred tree, Raphael noticed Sunny and the others boarding the ship. As Cassie approached, Raphael looked up at her and asked, "So, which one of us is taking control of Chainbreaker?" "I will," Cassie replied without hesitation. Raphael nodded and said simply, "Suit yourself." Sunny, busy ordering his shadows to organize supplies, glanced at Cassie and asked, "You mentioned a memory that could help us locate the others. What is it?" "Guiding light," Cassie replied. "It's a memory that's supposed to guide people to what they seek. If it works as intended, we should be able to use it to find the others." "Well," Sunny said with a skeptical tone, "we'll see if that's true when we have it." Soon, the sails of the chain breaker were filled with wind. The graceful vessel moved slowly, leaving the voices of the crowd behind. The people of fallen grace watched as it sailed away, waving and wishing their lady good fortune in the days to come. But then, they disappeared from view, obscured by the crimson haze. There was nothing but a vast expanse of water left in front of them. The first of the many battles was approaching. I don't have an excuse why I didn't upload, I was too lazy to even get out of my bed. Forgive me, folded hands. Leave a review on this fanfic and some power stones, so more people can read it. See you again next time. Hand waving. The chain breaker was sailing across the blood-red expanse of flowing water. Under the blazing crimson sky, no mystical force seemed to be influencing it, and yet, its course was being set by someone other than the person holding the steering oar. The ship was being pulled toward the lost temple of fallen grace. Someone or something was influencing the future, steering the chain breaker toward the lost temple. Like Cassie, Raphael also sensed something was amiss, thanks to his ability, Seer. Just as fate could influence destiny, destiny could exert its own influence, allowing Raphael to perceive the interference. On the deck of the ship, 4 masters prepared for battle. Sunny, wearing Weaver's mask, broke the silence. How do we even fight an enemy who can influence the future? Both he and Neffys turned to Cassie. The blind girl frowned slightly. How should I know? Who else would know but her? Maybe Raphael knows since he can see the future too. Sunny hesitated for a moment before speaking awkwardly. Wouldn't a person who can perceive the future know best how to kill one of her own kind? The blind girl shifted slightly, then turned to face him. After a brief pause, she smiled faintly and asked, "What, haven't you thought about how to kill someone like me before?" "A lot." Sunny coughed. Never crossed my mind. Cassie laughed. It's like Neffys said, her power must have limits. Say she can alter the path of 1 arrow, then, hit her with 2. If she can alter the path of 100 arrows, hit her with 101. Sunny nodded, then turned to Raphael. Do you know another way? Raphael smiled. Actually, I know more than one. Sunny raised an eyebrow and muttered, please don't tell. Raphael smirked. Well, you could create a future that ensures her death, no matter what she does, or, you could render her ability useless. Neffys, still clad in her white tunic, looked at Raphael and asked. And how do you do that? Raphael shrugged. It's simple, really. Just as Cassie sees the future through fate, the defiled Sibyl alters the future through fate. To make her ability useless, you'd need to sever her connection to fate. Cassie raised an eyebrow. And how would you do that? Raphael grinned. I can't tell you that, you know, it might come in handy someday. Cassie smiled at him, and he returned the gesture. Sunny watched them and sighed. What happened between those two? With that, he headed to the bow of the chain breaker. Soon, the ship slowed down. Reaching the drowning island, it scraped gently against its surface and came to a halt. Just like before, everything seemed calm. There was no movement in the wild garden of black flowers, and no abominations lunging at them from inside the temple. The breached walls stood precariously, gaping with ominous darkness. It was as if something was inviting them to come inside. Summoning his cursed sword, Sunny grimaced and jumped down, onto the sinister shore. Since we're invited, let's not make the host wait too long. Inside the great hall of the lost temple, humans, abominations, shadows, and echoes clashed in a chaotic melee. On the left, a towering figure, 3 meters tall with 4 arms ending in sword-like bones stained with golden-hued blood, stood out among the combatants. The figure wore a black onyx armor of scales, its head concealed by a dragon-shaped helmet. The Titan lunged forward toward a humanoid abomination with powerful black tentacles instead of legs. With its upper left arm, the Titan aimed a lethal slice at the abomination's neck, but somehow, the strike missed. The Titan immediately thrust its lower right arm toward the abomination's chest, yet at the last second, the creature moved backward, narrowly evading the blow. From the waters beneath the abomination, a blood spear surged upward. At the same time, the Titan launched another assault from the front. The abomination had no escape, its death was inevitable. The blood spear pierced its chest, and the bone sword cleaved its neck. The abomination fell lifelessly to the ground, joining the bodies of its slain kin. You have slain a corrupted demon, a drowned warrior. The Titan turned its gaze forward. Ahead, a blonde woman faced off against a vaguely humanoid abomination. The towering creature was grotesque and gaunt, its body encased in the remnants of a rotten crimson dress. Its tar-like, glossy black skin gleamed under the dim light. Tentacles had replaced its limbs, and its monstrous head split apart to reveal a wide, bestial maw. A tentacle surged from the abomination's rotten dress, aiming to crush the blonde woman. At the last moment, she dodged with remarkable agility. Raphael, observing from a distance, whispered, 5,382. The fight between Cassie and the defiled Sibyl raged on. Raphael watched as Cassie died in his visions, hundreds of times over. While observing, he came to a realization. It isn't that she alters fate or changes it. It's more like she guides fate toward one of the possible outcomes. When the defiled Sibyl was attacked, she guided fate to the outcome she desired. Raphael saw Cassie perish again and again, each death more gruesome than the last. He considered intervening but smiled instead. He had already seen the inevitable, the death of the defiled Sibyl. No matter how the future twisted, every path ended with her demise at the hands of the blind woman. In front of him, Cassie finally moved. A split second before, she had been frozen like an ice sculpture, but then, abruptly, she was already in motion. Dashing forward with stunning speed, the blind girl danced between the surging tentacles, somehow avoiding each inescapable and lethal strike. The blade of the quiet dancer flashed once, and Cassie was suddenly behind the monstrous tyrant. The Sibyl swayed slightly. Her tentacles grew still. Then, a thin stream of crimson blood flowed from a small hole in her neck. As the invisible ripple spread through the flooded hall, the defiled oracle swayed once more and toppled into the seething black water. With the death of the defiled Sibyl, the battle turned. No longer guided by fate, the drowned were far easier to defeat. Raphael ran to another part of the battlefield and swiftly killed one of the drowned. With Raphael joining the fight against the corrupted devil, the battle ended swiftly. Killing the last drowned, Raphael's body began to shift, gradually returning to its normal form. He walked toward Cassie, who was clutching her head, and smiled. Not bad, Cassie. You actually only died 6,034 times. Cassie's body twitched as she raised her gaze to Raphael. We're counting. Raphael didn't answer directly and simply shrugged. Beside him lay a pile of transcendent soul shards, no fewer than 300, gleaming faintly. To him, it looked more like a pile of trash. As a Titan, Raphael had no use for them. His Titan core had been filled long ago. Deciding to give the shards to Nephis, he joined the cohort, all of whom were resting while Nephis absorbed the shards. Sunny glanced away from Nephis and looked at Raphael. By the way, how did you become a Titan? From what I know, you had a sacred aspect with no more than 200 soul shards. Do you really want to know? Sure, why not? Raphael remained silent for a moment, then sighed. When Nephis and I entered the second nightmare, I was summoned into the body of a prisoner. Humans in the underworld were nothing more than bags of meat, destined to be eaten. I was no different and was bought by one of the underworld's nobles. They planned to serve me at a banquet. But when the chef noticed my body regenerating, he informed the count. Following the count's orders, I was sent to the royal castle where Nether once lived. Raphael looked at the group and chuckled softly. There's no need for sympathy. It all happened long ago. Sunny sighed. He understood more than most. He had died thousands of times fighting against the nightmare, even if he couldn't remember all of it. Raphael sighed and continued. When I woke up in the royal castle, I found myself in an experimental room. That's where I met him, Moj. He was a sacred ranked being, but also a scientist. His research was dedicated to creating a body capable of withstanding the bloodline of Nether. And I, an immortal, was his perfect test subject. Raphael paused and looked at his trembling hand. Clenching it into a fist, he gritted his teeth and pushed on. Moj experimented on my body relentlessly. Because I was immortal, he didn't care about my safety. He crushed, destroyed, and obliterated my body, soul, and mind thousands of times. One of his experiments involved injecting soul shards into my body. Since I had a sacred aspect, my soul couldn't create more than one core, so both my soul and core was destroyed. But when my soul regenerated, something strange happened, my core could hold more shards. Seeing this, Moj continued. He shattered my soul core thousands of times, always pushing the limits. Then, he gave me Nether's bloodline. After that, I found myself in the nightmare spell. Raphael took a deep breath. When my aspect became divine, and with the massive number of soul shards in me, 7 cores were created. That's how I became a titan. Sunny looked at Raphael and sighed. He wasn't good at offering sympathy. I don't know whether to call you lucky or not. Raphael chuckled at his words. You could say I was both. Always remember, every bad thing that happens to you brings something good in return. And the opposite is true as well. Rzxs, who was focused on consuming the soul shards, glanced at Raphael. Her gaze carried a hint of sadness. Here I thought my second nightmare was terrifying. She now understood why Raphael had attacked her back then. In his position, she might have done the same. Rzxs shook her head. No, I would have lost my mind long before then. After half an hour of silence, the cohort resumed their journey deeper into the temple. Raphael's gaze lingered on the murals depicting the myth of creation. Of course, he knew most of it was incorrect. From his right, he heard Sunny mutter to himself, but where did the demons and the nightmare come into all of this? Raphael glanced at him and asked, do you want to know? Startled, Sunny raised an eyebrow. You know something. Raphael nodded. Well, what are you waiting for? For the spell's sake. Raphael shrugged and walked toward one of the murals. Sunny, Rzxs, and even Cassie focused their attention on him. It's true the gods were created from desire and fought against the creatures of the void. But what's wrong is the claim that the gods won. They didn't. They lost. To save existence, they attempted to seal the void. However, something went wrong during the sealing process. The gods could have stopped, but they didn't. For the first time, they sinned, creating their flaws. Once perfect, the gods became imperfect, giving birth to the law of imperfection. Raphael turned to Sunny and asked, you know who their flaws are, don't you? Sunny nodded slowly. The demons. Yes. The demons were born from the gods' sins. When the demons rebelled against the gods, both the gods and demons perished. Only one survived, Weaver. With the death of the gods, no one was left to reinforce the seal, and the void began to break free. Sunny's face turned pale. If what Raphael said was true, the void, something even the gods had lost too, was breaking free. When that happened, humanity would perish. Rzxs, lost in thought, turned to Raphael and asked, so, are the nightmare gates appearing because the void is breaking through the seal, which is our world? Raphael looked at her and replied with a question, why do you think our world was the seal to begin with? Rzxs blinked, caught off guard. I don't know. Raphael sighed. Do you remember what I said when I killed Matic? She stiffened. Of course, she remembered. She could still hear Matic's screams echoing in her ears. Is it because you were born in this world? The world of the goddess of war. That's what you said, Rzxs replied. Exactly. There are 7 worlds, or realms, if you prefer. The mortal realm and 6 divine realms, each belonging to one of the 6 gods. The world we live in is the realm of the goddess of war. Sunny nodded, understanding at last why humanity always turned to war when faced with conflict. It was their nature. Cassie tilted her head toward Raphael. Does that mean King Darren was from one of the divine realms? Yes. Darren was a native of the storm god's realm. Sunny was too overwhelmed by the revelations to ask his usual barrage of questions. But then he remembered something. He looked at one of his memory runes and summoned its description. Memory. Crown of Twilight. Memory description. There was a king who ruled over a dying land. The king was valiant and wise. Refusing to embrace despair, He thought of an audacious plan, gathered his companions, and braved the endless desert to enter the tomb of Ariel, where the great river flowed endlessly from the future into the past. Thus, the valiant king became a guide who guarded his people in their nightmares. Sunny reread the first sentence. There was a king who ruled over a dying land. What did the nightmare spell mean by a dying land? Did it mean the inhabitants died, or that the land itself had perished? Sunny didn't know the answer, but someone might. He looked up at Raphael and asked, "What happened to the realms?" Raphael's sad smile made Sunny's heart sink. They were all devoured. The dream realm consumed every divine realm. Only the realm of the goddess of war remains. Ah, is this why the sovereigns stopped people from transcending? Breaking the silence, Cassie asked, "Then, is our world next? Will the waking world be devoured soon?" Raphael shook his head, offering them a brief moment of hope, only to shatter it. No, it has already begun. The chain of nightmares, America and Europe. Those two regions no longer exist in the waking world, they've been devoured by the dream realm. Antarctica will be next. Eventually, all of Earth will follow. They sat in silence for several minutes. Sunny clenched his fists, cursing inwardly. He looked at Raphael and asked, "What about the dream realm and the demons?" Raphael sighed. "That's for you to figure out. I've given you enough hints." With that, Raphael walked ahead of the group. After a few steps, he stopped and looked back at them. "If you figure out the sin of the gods, everything will become clear." And with those words, he continued onward. After a few minutes of silence, Nephi sighed and turned to Cassie and Sunny. "Let's go. We don't have time to dwell on this now. We'll discuss it when we're out of the temple." The two nodded and followed her. They moved forward, entering what appeared to be a destroyed library. Most of the books and scrolls were ruined, their remains submerged in stagnant water. In one corner of the room, Raphael stood near a cracked wall. Taking a step back, he clenched his fist and struck the wall with precision, revealing a hidden passage. He glanced over his shoulder at the group. "When you're done here, come find me." Without waiting for a response, he stepped into the concealed chamber and disappeared into the darkness. Hidden behind a false wall was a small circular chamber. There was an altar in its center. There was a staff of pristine white wood laying on the altar, untouched by dust or dirt. Both its ends were encased in a beautiful weave of bands of polished gold, with a single radiant gem, a crystal, crowning the top. The rough crystal was easy to identify as a soul shard of a rather high rank. Supreme, perhaps, or even higher. Raphael waited silently until, moments later, Cassie entered the chamber. She walked toward the staff. She went forward and picked up the staff and held it carefully. After a few moments, the soft radiance of the soul shard crowning the relic swirled, growing more intense on one side. Sunny blinked. "What did you do?" The blind girl suddenly seemed a little embarrassed. I just, sort of, thought in my head, misguiding light, can you guide me to Windflower, please?" Raphael clapped his hands, drawing their attention back to him. "Now that we have what we came for, it's time to leave. The battle caused too much damage to this temple." As if to punctuate his words, the ground beneath them trembled violently. Nephi nodded somberly. "Should we hurry?" Sunny hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. A swarm of sparks rose into the air, slowly forming into a familiar alloy chest. "We probably don't have much time before this entire place sinks. Let's just load everything into the covetous coffer. We can continue studying the slates when we're safely back on the chain breaker." Working quickly, they gathered what they could and threw it into the covetous coffer before bolting from the library. Reaching the great hall where their battle against the defiled Sibyl took place, Sunny called Nightmare and turned around and grabbed Cassie by her thin waist. "Excuse me." Effortlessly lifting the delicate girl, he placed her on the dark destroyer's broad back and gave Nightmare a silent command to reach the surface as soon as possible. "You better hold on tight." A moment later, both of them were gone in a burst of wind. All that could be heard was the sound of adamantine hooves ringing on stone in the distance, and a short shriek. Sunny didn't waste any time. He turned to Neffys, grasped her hand firmly, and pulled her into the embrace of his shadows. Together, they vanished. That left Raphael alone in the great hall. His face twitched. That bastard. Letting out a long-suffering sigh, he channeled his essence, accelerating his blood flow and fortifying his legs' muscles. With a burst of speed that doubled his usual pace, he dashed forward, narrowly escaping the collapsing temple. Outside, Raphael slowed to a stop, his sharp eyes landing on Sunny and Neffys. Their hands were still clasped. Are they seriously flirting after leaving me inside? He walked up to Sunny, placing a heavy hand on his shoulder. Leaning in, he whispered, "I'm going to remember this." Sunny stiffened, his body betraying his unease. Raphael walked toward Chain Breaker and leapt onto its deck without wasting a single second. The other three followed, and just as they did, the drowning island resounded with a deafening crack, and split apart. Exhausted, the cohort decided to rest for the night and gather their strength. Tomorrow, they would set sail once more. The information they had gathered provided crucial details about the nature of the place where Jed and Effie were, a floating island in the middle of a whirlpool. The whirlpool itself was not the issue, it was the abyss lurking beneath the island that posed the real threat. As the group bid each other goodnight and retired to their quarters, Raphael remained on deck. He had no need for rest. Standing alone, he gazed up at the night sky. Soon, the darkness shifted, and the heavens turned a deep crimson. Phew, it's the first time writing a chapter more than 3K words without copying a lot, making it the longest chapter I wrote. I hope you like chapter. Leave a review on this fanfic, chapter and some power stones, so more people can read it. See you again next time. Hand waving. A few weeks had passed since they attacked the drowned temple, and with the guidance of the guiding light, the cohort sailed toward where Jed and Effie were. Surrounding the chain breaker was a gray fog, swallowing everything near them. On the chain breaker, Cassie stood inside the circle of runes, controlling the steering wheel. Beside her, Raphael waited silently. Meanwhile, Sunny and Neffys were under the sacred tree, clinging to its sturdy trunk for support. Sunny under the tree looked at Cassie and yelled, "How much longer?" His shout was swallowed by the mist. At almost the same time, though, the veil of fog was torn apart for a few brief moments. When Sunny saw the scale and magnitude of the vortex they were trying to brave, his face turned ashen. The whirlpool was indeed colossal, stretching as far as the eye could see. The raging tide moved in a vast circle, forming a revolving crater. They were currently sliding recklessly down its slope. Far away and below them, a harrowing darkness devoured the world. The depths of the great river lay naked and revealed, but his human eyes were not capable of discerning what dwelled below. Or maybe there was nothing there at all. Just an endless, bottomless abyss. However, there was an island hovering in the air above the darkness. Flowing mist shrouded its dark cliffs, and a magnificent tower rose from somewhere far inland, obscured by fog. The sight of the island was both austere and sinister, like a stark omen of ill fate. "Hurry!" Cassie let go of the steering oar and stepped out of the circle, allowing Raphael to take her place. Raphael was there a split second later. He took both steering oars and looked ahead. Then, his dark essence poured into the runic circle, flooding the enchantments of the ancient vessel with incinerating power. Sunny yelped and grabbed a railing. In the next moment, the chain breaker shook slightly, and soared into the air. Raphael gritted his teeth, pouring his essence in the circle while making sure the chain breaker didn't fall was taking a toll on his essence. The chain breaker continued flying to the sky. A few moments later, the shroud of mist obscured everything once again. Only the glow of the guiding light was there to show them the way. The chain breaker sailed through the blinding fog, with only the rustle of countless leaves proving that the sacred tree still existed somewhere out there, near them, hidden from sight. They didn't have to struggle against the current anymore, but the hurricane winds were still raging. They slammed into the hull of the ship with vicious force, trying to push it back. Suddenly, Raphael moved and smoothly raised one of the oars. At the same time, the chain breaker began to descend. Gradually, the fury of the winds was extinguished. The mist was still obscuring the world. But then, the ancient vessel finally fell onto soft, white sand. There was a violent crash, but the hull of the chain breaker withstood the impact. The runic circle fell dormant once again, and the enchantments lost all power. There was nothing but mist around them, and silence. They had reached Windflower. Raphael took deep breaths. This was the first time he had used such a significant amount of essence. He looked into his soul sea. Judging by its current state, he estimated his remaining essence to be around 15%. He sighed and glanced around. Cassie lay nearby on the deck floor, catching her breath. Nefis was sitting under the sacred tree, also breathing heavily. Raphael's gaze shifted to Sunny, and his brows furrowed. Sunny was standing near the bow of the ship, staring at the island, muttering to himself. Raphael stood up and approached him. Sunny, what loop is th? The last loop, Sunny interrupted. Raphael sighed. Can you see anyone else on the ship besides us? Sunny nodded. Raphael gritted his teeth. Fuck. He had overlooked something crucial. The reason Sunny could remember the loops was thanks to Sin of Solace. But in this first loop, Sin of Solace hadn't yet fully manifested. This meant that the influence of Sin of Solace on Sunny was far less than in later loops, and it also implied something worse. Sunny had died more times than in the novel. Raphael knew well that death could drive even the most sane person to madness. With the sheer number of times Sunny had died and returned to this place, his eventual descent into insanity was inevitable. It was likely this madness that had caused Sin of Solace to manifest in a humanoid form. Suddenly, Sunny leapt from the chain breaker onto the island, leaving the others behind. Raphael sighed, walked back to the steering wheel, and approached Cassie. How long have we been on this island? I don't know, Cassie replied. What about Sin of Solace? He hasn't fully manifested yet. He's still in an illusory form. Raphael exhaled deeply in relief. At least Sin of Solace hadn't completed his transformation. If he had, this loop would already be doomed. Cassie walked toward Nefis, and Raphael followed her. She began explaining everything about their situation and the plan to rescue Jade and Effie. Raphael listened intently, but something felt off. He wasn't mentioned in the plan. It was as if he had no role to play. What about me? He asked. Cassie smiled at him. When Sunny comes back, he'll tell you. Raphael sighed. He had a bad feeling about this. A few minutes later, he saw Sunny returning from the island, riding atop Nightmare with Jet seated in front of him. As they reached the chain breaker, Nightmare sank into Sunny's shadow, and both he and Jet leapt onto the deck. Sunny approached them, nodding at Cassie. Okay, we don't have time for introductions. Cassie's explained everything, right? Raphael cleared his throat, drawing Sunny's attention. What? Sunny asked. Well, Cassie said you'd tell me my role in the plan. Sunny glanced at Cassie, who gave him an awkward smile. He stepped toward Raphael, attempting to place a hand on his shoulder but failing due to the height difference. Instead, he stood in front of him. You see, in the last loop, we encountered some abominations on our way to the tower. We tried to find alternative paths, but nothing worked. So, you in the last loop, came up with a plan. Sunny took a deep breath. You'll lure all the abominations on the island away from us. Raphael's face twitched. So, I'll be the bait. Yes, Sunny replied bluntly. Fuck this shit, Raphael thought. Why am I always the bait? But he knew why. He was the best at it. Raphael sighed and looked at Sunny. Fine, but if I do this and distract the abominations, how do I get back to the chain breaker? Sunny's eyes gleamed. Based on the information you gave us about your immortality and regeneration, combined with experiments I ran in previous loops, we'll cut a piece of your body and store it in the covetous coffer. Since you always regenerate from the largest piece of flesh, I'll signal you to destroy your body and regenerate from the arm we've kept. Raphael blinked. He had to admit, it was a good plan. Fine, I'll do it, he agreed. Sunny grinned. Chop chop, everyone. We don't have time to waste. A few minutes later, Raphael leapt from the deck onto the white sand. He glanced back to see Sunny grinning at him. Soldier, your sacrifice won't be forgotten. Sunny shouted. Raphael raised his middle finger in response. Fuck you, Captain. Jet frowned as she watched him. Why does he remind me of Gehrman? Soon, the group heard Raphael's voice echoing through the island. It was the signal to proceed. On the island's left side, Raphael ran at full speed. The ground trembled beneath him, and from the forest, abominations emerged, charging toward him. From above, a massive black tiger with wounds covering its body lunged at him. The tiger sank its jaws into his upper body, tearing it apart. Yet even without a mind or a heart, Raphael's lower body kept running. Within half a minute, his entire body had regenerated. Raphael cursed under his breath. This is going to be a long run. Raphael had lost track of how many days had passed, but he knew one thing for certain: he had died more than 1,000 times. Of course, he hadn't just stood still, waiting for the abominations to kill him. No, he had taken plenty of them down with him. Over the course of his torment, he managed to kill 10 corrupted and 2 great abominations. His method was disturbingly effective. If an abomination devoured his entire body, he would turn himself into a spear of bones, flesh, and blood, tearing them apart from the inside. In the distance, the sound of a bell rang out. Raphael froze. He recognized it immediately. How could he not, when that same bell had shattered his hope countless times before? Just as planned, he detonated his body into countless pieces. On the chain breaker, Sunny held Raphael's severed arm. Suddenly, the arm twitched violently before throwing itself onto the deck floor. From the disembodied limb, the regeneration process began. Bones sprouted first, forming a skeleton. Then muscles, organs, and flesh emerged, wrapping themselves around the bones. Finally, blood flowed through the veins, completing the reconstruction. Raphael opened his eyes and glanced around, seeing 4 women and 1/2 man staring at him in various states of shock and curiosity. He gritted his teeth and roared, "What the fuck are you staring at? Move, you fuckers. Let's get off this godforsaken island." Sunny averted his gaze and asked dryly, "Could you at least put some clothes on?" Raphael looked down and realized he was completely naked. With a huff, he quickly summoned his kimono and slipped it on. "And so what? You should be grateful to have been graced by the sight of my naked body." Effie, standing nearby, gave him a long look, particularly at his lower half. "I truly was graced," she murmured with a smirk. The cohort wasted no time. Everyone moved to their positions, ready to leave the island. As for Raphael, he slumped under the sacred tree, finally allowing himself a moment to rest. Just at the moment, the island quaked once again. In the distance, the black cliffs rising above the beach crumbed and collapsed, falling down like a black avalanche. A giant crack appeared on the ground, the sand spilling into it like water, and crawled in the direction of the chain breaker. Then, the flying ship moved, as well. Slowly at first, then faster and faster, it rose above the ground and soared into the sky. Nephis was guiding it away from the disintegrating beach. Raphael watched Lydia's island break apart in silence. The entire island shuddered one last time and broke apart, falling into the abyssal darkness below. All the horrors, secrets, and treasures left behind by Lydia of the 9 disappeared with it. The flying ship hovered in the air for a few moments, and then slowly started climbing down. It was heading for the same lightless abyss that had swallowed the island. Diving into the darkness that lay at the heart of the great river. Soon, the darkness welcomed them into its silent embrace. The chain breaker entered the heart of the whirlpool. After some time, Nephis lost most of her essence, forcing Raphael to take over. "Can't I rest for 1 damn hour?" he grumbled under his breath. Suddenly, the sacred tree glowed brilliantly. Its leaves shone with a pure, radiant light, casting an ethereal glow over the deck. At the same time, the runic circle surrounding Raphael flared to life, flooding the ship with renewed power. Their flight, once turbulent, became smooth, much smoother than before. The circle had been fully repaired. Raphael let out a sigh of relief. The chain breaker continued its journey through the underwater tunnel carved by the whirlpool. Days passed. The crew faced dangers in the tunnel, but none too severe to handle. Standing on the deck, Raphael sensed the chain breaker accelerating faster than ever. Most of the cohort were thrown off balance, except for Raphael and Rzxs, who clung firmly to the steering wheel. As they reached the tunnel's end, the chain breaker shot out of the vortex with tremendous speed, breaking free from the whirlpool's grip. The twisting tunnel vanished, replaced by a vast, empty expanse. The oppressive aura of the great river was gone, and time seemed to flow naturally again. Yet the space around them, it felt strange. Raphael stepped to the edge of the deck. In the distance, he saw a vibrant ribbon painted in shades of lilac, azure, and crimson, with sections shrouded in shadow. 7 small motes of light moved slowly through the surrounding darkness, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The ribbon formed a circle, its surface twisting on itself like a Mobius strip. The great river, Raphael muttered. The chain breaker was now far, far away from the great river. The vast, empty darkness around them was the interior of the tomb of Ariel. I see, that explains why the defiled come from both the past and the future, Raphael murmured, piecing the puzzle together. Because both are connected. He paused, his gaze fixed on the mesmerizing ribbon. The great river is an infinite loop. If one travels from the future to the past, it resets everything, creating a loop that starts over and over. Raphael turned to face the cohort. Then the estuary must be the point where the law of time and space doesn't exist, he said, his voice calm but resolute. This is the truth of the great river, an endless river, connecting the future to the past, creating an infinite loop. I think most of you have noticed that I'm rushing this volume. But you don't have to worry, the next chapter will be Twilight, and then the attack on Verge will happen, where the action and lore drop truly begins. Leave a review on this fanfic chapter and some power stones, so more people can read it. See you again next time. Hand waving. The cohort remained silent at Raphael's words. It was too much information to process. Unlike the others, Jade and Effie neither understood nor cared. Both stood on the opposite side of the chain breaker, staring into the darkness. Effie suddenly cursed. In the next moment, Jade yelled, "Stop this damned ship right now. Sunny, the sails." Before Jade's shout even faded, Cassie and Sunny were already moving. Sunny called upon the shadows to raise the chain breaker's sails, while Cassie rushed to the runic circle. Rzxs turned her gaze toward the darkness, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. Raphael, meanwhile, stood motionless, watching the countless butterflies clinging to the inner wall of the tomb of Ariel. Grasping the steering oars, Cassie skillfully turned the ship to borrow the force of the wind. At the same time, the runic circle ignited, absorbing strands of her essence. Now that the enchantment circuits were repaired, it was not to power the sorcery of the ancient vessel, but simply to control it. Finally, the chain breaker came to a halt, hovering in the boundless darkness of the tomb of Ariel. Sunny, staring into the void, took an involuntary step back. This is the place Song and Valor wanted to conquer. Raphael laughed at his words. I warned them, didn't I? They were fools rushing to their own deaths. Sunny turned to Cassie with hollow eyes and asked quietly, "Cassie, can you extinguish the radiance of the sacred tree?" She hesitated for a moment, then nodded. In the next instant, the beautiful light of the rustling tree dimmed and eventually disappeared entirely. Sunny let out a shaky sigh. The lanterns illuminating the chain breaker were extinguished as well. Soon, the cohort found themselves in absolute darkness. Only Raphael, Sunny, and Cassie could move freely without the aid of light. Unable to tear his gaze from the harrowing sight of countless black butterflies swarming the endless stone wall, Sunny steadied his pounding heart and whispered hoarsely, "Cassie, take us away from here. Back to the river, fast. As fast as you can." The chain breaker began to move, slowly turning its bow. The creaking of the masts, the rustle of leaves, and the ripple of billowing sails sounded like thunder in the silence. Moments passed. Then a minute. The chain breaker glided steadily toward the distant great river, gaining speed with every second. Eventually, the dreadful wall of Ariel's tomb faded from view, replaced by the radiant ribbon of the great river growing closer. When the chain breaker began descending, the cohort unanimously decided not to return to Fallen Grace and instead set out immediately to find Kai and Mordred. 2 weeks had passed since they made the decision to head for Twilight. Now, before them stood a massive barrier, its towering presence designed to halt the great river and the abominations it carried. From the deck, Raphael could make out humanoid shapes atop the barrier, dozens of them. As the chain breaker approached, the figures became clearer, and Raphael realized they were human. He turned to the others and said firmly, "Stop the ship." Cassie followed his command without hesitation. From Raphael's back, black wings erupted, spreading wide before he launched himself toward the barrier. Upon landing, he found himself surrounded by warriors, their spears trained on him in unison. From beyond the line of warriors, a man stepped forward. His towering physique and commanding presence were hard to ignore. Dark blue hair framed his face, and his eyes mirrored the same deep hue. A scar marred his right cheek, giving him an even more formidable appearance. The blue-haired man fixed his gaze on Raphael and asked sharply, "Who are you?" Raphael met his stare and replied evenly, "We're outsiders. We've come to challenge the nightmare." The man fell silent for a moment, studying Raphael intently. Then, unexpectedly, he smiled. "Another poor soul come to this hell, lower your spears." At his command, the warriors stepped back, lowering their weapons and opening a path. The man strode forward, extending his hand. Raphael clasped it firmly. "I am Transcendent Caspian. Welcome to Twilight, the city built by His Majesty, King Darren." The cohort followed Caspian into Twilight, with the Transcendent leading the way. As they walked, Caspian glanced back and asked, "By the way, do you know a man with brown hair and green eyes? His face is like a mermaid." Sunny frowned slightly. He didn't know what a mermaid was, but he certainly knew someone with brown hair and green eyes. "Yes, he's one of our friends." "Is he here?" "He is," Caspian replied with a grin. "Actually, he talks about you a lot, Sunny, right?" Sunny nodded. Walking directly behind Caspian, Raphael looked up at the sky. There, he noticed the silhouette of a human figure descending toward them. It was none other than Kai. The moment Kai landed, he quickly rushed over to Sunny and embraced him tightly. "My friend, it's so good to see you again. Do you know how worried I was?" Sunny, slightly uncomfortable, replied, "Yes, it's good to see you too. But, can you put me down?" Kai chuckled and released him. "I'm sorry. I was just really worried about all of you." He then moved on to hug everyone in the cohort, skipping only Raphael and Jet. Behind Raphael, a man with raven black hair and eyes that shimmered like pools of liquid silver approached. "Do you want a hug?" the man asked with a playful smirk. Raphael turned to face Mordred and replied bluntly, "No." Mordred chuckled. "You took longer than expected," he remarked casually. "We ran into some problems along the way," Raphael replied. Mordred nodded and walked past Raphael to greet the others. "It's great to see you all again. You don't know how happy I am." Sunny, however, frowned at him. "I can't say the feeling's mutual. You're breaking my little heart, Sunless. Do you even have a heart?" Mordred chuckled again. "Of course, I do. What do you think I am? An abomination?" Raphael sighed. "We don't have time for this. Let's move." Caspian led them toward the castle. Inside, they walked through the grand hallways until they reached the throne room. Raphael gazed silently at the throne before turning to Caspian. "Do you know why we're here?" Caspian's expression turned serious, emotionless. "I do. You plan to siege Verge." Raphael nodded. "Yes, and to do that, we need your help, and the help of Twilight's people." Caspian's face hardened further. "I'm sorry, but that's impossible. His Majesty commanded me to protect our people. Attacking Verge is suicide. I won't lead His Majesty's people to their deaths." Raphael chuckled. "Suicide? Why would you say that? We've already planned the attack, and we're 100% confident we can kill the first Seeker." Caspian laughed bitterly. Even His Majesty wasn't that confident. "What you're proposing isn't bravery, it's foolishness." Raphael remained silent for a moment before saying, "Was King Darren immune to corruption?" "No, he wasn't, because his defiled body now drifts in the Great River." Caspian's face twisted with anger. "What did you just say?" Instead of answering, Raphael turned to Sunny. Understanding the cue, Sunny summoned the crown of twilight. Caspian's eyes locked onto the crown, and he gritted his teeth. After a long pause, he said, I see, at least His Majesty died a warrior's death. He stood in silence for a few moments before asking, what do you mean by immune to corruption? Raphael gestured toward Nephis. Nephis is immune to corruption thanks to her ascended ability. When we attack Verge, all we need to do is reach the Citadel of Truth. She'll handle the first seeker and kill him. Caspian studied him for a moment. Why should I trust your words? Raphael chuckled. You know Kai can tell whether I'm lying or not. Caspian turned to Kai, who nodded affirmatively. Even if I accept your proposal, Caspian said after a long pause, I cannot command His Majesty's people. Grinning, Raphael replied, you won't have to. I'll take care of that. Zane was one of the soldiers who had followed King Darren to the tomb of Ariel. He still remembered the siege of Verge, a failure that haunted him to this day. He walked toward the castle, summoned by one of the 5 remaining transcendents. Why did Lord Caspian call us? Zane didn't know, but he would find out soon enough. When he reached the castle, he saw a crowd gathered in front of it. He made his way to the front, where a man with long black hair stood, wearing a black kimono adorned with golden dragons on his shoulders. After half an hour, the man stepped forward to the edge of the stairs, looking around before nodding. Then he spoke, his voice brimming with authority. People of Twilight, my name is Raphael, the Black Emperor, ruler of the underworld. The crowd began to whisper. They had all heard of the underworld, but now, this man before them dared to declare himself its emperor. I bring you a proposal, Raphael continued. In the past, King Darren attacked Verge, bringing hope to the people of the Great River. Yet even he couldn't slay the defiled one. Zane gritted his teeth, the memory of that cursed day rushing back. The hopes of the Great River were crushed, Raphael said. And you, I know you lost friends and family that day. That's why I stand before you. Fate has brought us together, to bring salvation to the people of the Great River. From behind Raphael, a woman emerged. She had silver hair and eyes that burned like fire. It was the first time Zane had seen such a strikingly beautiful woman. This woman, Raphael said, gesturing to her, is immune to corruption. She is a direct counter to the defiled one. People of Twilight, this is our last chance to attack and destroy him. To Zane's right, a man shouted at Raphael. So what? We've already tried, and we failed. Why would this time be any different? Zane glanced at Raphael, waiting for his response. Finally, Raphael spoke. Is this really the same people I've heard about while traveling the Great River? The man who had shouted drew his sword and pointed it at Raphael. How dare you? Suddenly, Raphael struck the earth, making it tremble. I'm the one who should ask, how dare you? How dare you disrespect the legend of King Darren, who led his people to the tomb of Ariel to protect them from the dangers of the dream realm? When he entered the tomb of Ariel, he brought hope to its people. He protected the weak and destroyed vile creatures. He built the greatest city known to the Riverborn and, in the end, attacked Verge to bring peace to the Great River. In the Great River, people remember him as a hero and a great warrior. Yet here you are, disrespecting him. What will the people say when they see one of his own cowering in this city? The man lowered his head in shame and, after a moment, muttered. But His Majesty ordered us never to attack Verge and to stay here. That may be true, Raphael said, his voice steady, but have you ever considered how he truly felt? His people were slaughtered. He and his daughter were corrupted. Zane turned as another man emerged. This one was shorter, with black hair and eyes like twin voids. On his head rested a black metal band engraved with the shape of a river serpent. The crowd gasped. How could anyone wear their king's crown other than King Darren himself? My friend here, Raphael said, gesturing to the man, faced King Darren's corrupted form and emerged victorious. The king may be gone, but I'm certain his soul still lingers, searching for peace. How could he rest when the thing that killed his people and corrupted his daughter still lives? Raphael opened his arms and raised them to the sky. That is why I ask you, people of Twilight, will you come with me to avenge your king? Or will you stay here and betray him? Zane clenched his fists, the memory of King Darren crying over his daughter's fate searing into his mind. He wasn't the only one stirred, the crowd around him did too. The anger and hatred that had been buried deep within them were unleashed by Raphael's speech. Zane raised his fist to the sky and yelled, "No, we will avenge him and kill that thing." The crowd followed suit, their cries shaking twilight itself. For the king, for his majesty. Raphael watched them and began to laugh like a madman, his laughter drowned by the roaring crowd. Sunny, wearing the crown of twilight, shivered as he glanced at Raphael. He turned to Nefis and spoke into her mind. "Nefis, right now Raphael is reminding me of how you manipulated the Dark City residents to attack the Crimson Spire." Nefis was silent for a moment before replying. "I see." Raphael continued to laugh, his eyes gleaming with a manic light. "Finally, everything is ready. Now only the defiled one stands in the way of my freedom from the underworld. Next chapter is where everything change, and anything after it is going to be peak. Be prepared because it will blow your mind." Leave a review on this fanfic chapter and some power stones, so more people can read it. See you again next time. Hand waving. Anything that could go wrong will go wrong. Murphy's Law. Sunny looked in front of him as Cassie exited the catch and set foot on Verge. In his hands was the guiding light, brimming with radiance. Ahead of Cassie stood Raphael. "You are here." Raphael smiled and nodded. "I'm here to talk to him." Cassie nodded and moved past him. He looked back at her and said, "Cassie, make sure you don't use your ability, okay?" Cassie sighed and nodded. Satisfied with her response, Raphael smiled and walked toward the catch, sitting in front of Sunny. Sunny looked down at the catch floor and said, I'm sorry." Raphael chuckled, surprising Sunny with his reaction. "What are you apologizing for? Isn't this what you've dreamed of for so many years? The chance to break free from your fate and escape your slavery is finally here." Sunny remained silent, not saying a word. "Can you listen to my story, Sunny?" Sunny looked at him and nodded. Raphael smiled and began speaking. "I was once a normal 17-year-old boy who loved exploring. One of my favorite hobbies was reading novels, and the best novel I'd ever read was Shadow Slave." Sunny stared at Raphael in shock, his eyes wide. What do you mean?" Raphael didn't answer and continued his story. The novel was about a boy from the outskirts named Sunny. One day, he was infected by the nightmare spell and entered the first nightmare. Through cunning plans, he succeeded in conquering the nightmare and became a sleeper. The novel followed his journey through the Forgotten Shore, Chained Isles, the second nightmare, Antarctica, and finally the third nightmare. He paused for a moment before continuing. The boy loved the novel. He felt joy when something good happened to the protagonist and sorrow when things went wrong. One day, while on a trip with his family, a missile struck their location, and in the next moment, the boy found himself in the world of the very novel he had read. He didn't understand what was happening. Despair and fear consumed him. How could someone like him survive in a world like this? Days passed, and the boy was infected by the nightmare spell. But this time, he felt determination in his heart to find a way back home. So, he challenged the first nightmare and conquered it. He met the protagonist of the novel. Weeks later, the winter solace came, and he was sent to the nightmare desert. The boy was terrified and desperate. He quickly devised a plan to leave the nightmare desert and reach the Forgotten Shore before the Crimson Spire. Sunny watched Raphael, whose expression shifted into one of deep anger. He failed. The boy watched as his last hope crumbled before him. From that shattered hope emerged a woman he knew. How could he not? She was the one who enslaved the protagonist of the novel. The boy made a plan, to use her to conquer the second nightmare. The plan succeeded, and the boy conquered the second nightmare, but at the cost of his sanity. Raphael's voice shifted, now resembling that of a madman. Finding himself in the waking world, the boy sought answers. And there it was, right in front of him. The boy discovered the truth. He wasn't from another world, no. He was in his own world but in a different time. His last hope of returning to his family shattered into pieces, along with his sanity. After learning the truth, the boy tried to kill himself, but he failed. Raphael looked directly at Sunny, their eyes locking. Sunny felt a chill. In Raphael's eyes, he saw pure insanity and madness. This cursed body won't let me die, Sunny. Why? For God's sake, why can't I die? Raphael took deep breaths, his voice calming. The boy found hope again, for the second time. It lay with the protagonist. He was the heir of the god of death. Maybe, in the future, he could finally kill him. Raphael stood up and placed his hands on Sunny's shoulders. That's why you must live, Sunny. Your life isn't just yours anymore. That's why you must survive, or I'll truly lose it. He removed his hands from Sunny's shoulders and began scratching himself. But as his nails dug deeper, they tore into his muscles. He started peeling away his skin. His hands reached his eyes, which he crushed. His face became a horrifying sight, resembling an abomination. I don't know what I'll do if you die, Sunny. I might destroy the world, and kill everyone. Raphael took deep breaths as his face began regenerating. Damn it. I lost control again. This was the second time it had happened. The first was when he met the cohort, and now here. Looking back at Sunny, Raphael sighed. Listen, Sunny. I just want you to promise me one thing, that you'll live. Sunny remained silent for a moment before replying. I promise. Raphael smiled and clapped Sunny on the back. Good. Good luck, my friend. Let's meet again in the waking world. He stepped off the ketch and looked back at Sunny. Sunny, remember, never summon Sin of Solace. Do you understand? Sunny nodded. Raphael smiled once more and walked away from the ketch, which was now sailing down the great river. 2 days had passed since the scouting of Verge. Raphael soared above an army of 3,000 strong. Among them, 3 were transcendent, 50 were ascended, and the rest were awakened. Beside him was Kai, awaiting orders. In the distance, an army of abominations advanced toward them, their numbers 3 times greater than the human forces. Raphael observed the growing horde, calculating, and after a few moments, he bellowed. Archers, shoot! The sky darkened with arrows, raining death upon the abominations. Some fell, others were injured, but many pushed forward, unscathed. This was only the beginning. Hundreds of blood spears hovered in the air, awaiting Raphael's command. Without hesitation, he sent them plummeting downward, impaling anything in their path. Despite the assault, the abominations pressed on, their pace quickening. Shields up! Raphael shouted as the front line braced for the coming impact. The abominations closed in rapidly, now mere hundreds of meters away. Prepare for impact. The clash was thunderous as the abominations slammed into the shield wall. From gaps between the shields, spears thrust outward, piercing the grotesque forms. The battle raged for minutes in a brutal stalemate. Raphael's gaze swept across the battlefield, searching until he found it, a massive figure at the rear of the enemy forces. Its grotesque form consisted of countless human faces and bodies, oozing a dark, ink-like liquid. A great tyrant. Turning to Kai, Raphael barked. There, at the rear right of the army. Do you see it? Kai nodded, drew his bow, and loosed an arrow skyward. It exploded above the great tyrant, marking its position. Minutes later, 2 additional armies emerged from the flanks, each numbering 1,000 soldiers. They surged into the fray, unleashing their aspect abilities. With their arrival, the main army abandoned its defensive stance, activating their own aspects and launching a full assault. To the left, abominations collapsed inexplicably, untouched. To the right, a sea of white flames erupted, reducing the creatures to ash. The battlefield descended into chaos, and Raphael's task was to command and guide it. The signal served 3 purposes: to signal the flanking armies to engage, to unleash the main army's full strength, and to pinpoint the enemy leader's location. With these tasks complete, Raphael's body began to transform. His armor materialized, and he activated his Berserker enchantment. Wings spread wide, he launched himself toward the great tyrant, landing amidst a swarm of abominations. The creatures lunged at him, claws and fangs poised to tear him apart, but his seer ability allowed him to evade their strikes. Raphael fought like a whirlwind, cutting down everything in his path. His blade flashed as he beheaded a great beast, though it had killed him 50 times over. But he didn't stop. More abominations came, great and corrupted alike. He fought relentlessly, killing and dying in a gruesome cycle, refusing to yield. Finally, Raphael stood before the great tyrant. The dark liquid it oozed pulsed with an aura of corruption. Instinct warned him that even a single touch would doom him. From behind the great tyrant, a woman emerged, stepping through the sea of white fire. Silver-haired and silver-eyed, Nephi's locked eyes with Raphael. Without words, they nodded to one another. Nephi's would take the lead, and Raphael would support her. Together, they surged forward, launching a combined assault on the great tyrant. In the estuary, Sunny trudged forward, his thoughts teetering on the edge of collapse. The weight of the truth he had uncovered, the sin of the gods, pressed heavily on his mind. His thoughts swirled chaotically, but he shoved them aside. He could deal with them later. For now, he had one goal: find his freedom before Nephi's reached the first seeker. Sunny's steps faltered as he froze mid-stride, his breath hitching. His face paled as his gaze locked onto the scene before him. The still water stretched out in eerie silence, littered with countless corpses. These were not the carcasses of defiled abominations he was accustomed to seeing. No, these lifeless husks belonged to great nightmare creatures. His eyes scanned the macabre tableau, lingering on the broken forms of dark butterflies floating among the carnage. Despite their intact exteriors, their lifelessness betrayed the truth: something had obliterated their very souls. And then, in the distance, was it an illusion, or was something dark and immense rising from the water's surface? The guiding light, unwavering in its purpose, pointed directly at the shadowy figure far ahead. Sunny stood motionless, dread rooting him in place. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to move, taking a hesitant step forward. The stillness shattered. Beneath the water, something vast stirred, its presence sending ripples of unease through the air. And then, it looked at him. Sunny's instinct screamed danger. He immediately summoned Sin of Solace, gripping the blade tightly as he braced himself for an attack. Yet, to his shock, the entity made no move. The silence pressed on, yet a gnawing wrongness crept into Sunny's awareness. Something was deeply, fundamentally out of place. What is this feeling? Sunny's thoughts raced. He couldn't shake the sensation that he had forgotten something critical. He shook his head, trying to clear his mind. His eyes fell on the sword in his hands. Didn't Raphael warn me never to summon this? Cold dread seized him. For someone like him, someone meticulous and calculating, to forget such an essential warning, something was horribly wrong. Panic flared as Sunny attempted to unsummon Sin of Solace, his fingers trembling. But it was already too late. Before him, the illusory figure of Sin of Solace materialized, grinning with a madness that sent shivers down Sunny's spine. The sword's haunting voice broke the silence, its tone dripping with malice. Azathoth. Deep within Sunny's soul sea, a dark transformation began. A seed of corruption, small yet potent, came into existence. Raphael took deep breaths, staring at the lifeless body of the dead great tyrant. After an hour of grueling combat, they had finally killed it. Luckily for them, the great tyrant was physically weak, though its mind attacks had been powerful. But thanks to Raphael's immortality, they were able to bring it down. The enemy is retreating. Hearing the shout, Raphael looked over the battlefield and grinned. They were winning. Freedom from the underworld was finally within reach. He raised his voice and yelled, "Don't let them flee. Kill them all." The army roared in unison and charged, hunting down the retreating abominations. Raphael glanced at Nephi's and smiled, and Nephi's returned the gesture. Summoning his wings, he floated into the sky. But then, without warning, his seer ability activated. Startled, Raphael lost balance and tumbled to the ground. In front of him, hundreds, thousands, no, millions of silver threads appeared. But something was different this time. All the silver threads were connected to a single golden one. Normally, each silver thread showed a different outcome, but now they all pointed to one. His vision focused on a cave surrounded by jagged black mountains. He recognized the place immediately. The estuary. A cold wave of fear and dread swept over him. From the cave emerged a short man with black hair and two void-like eyes. His face was grotesque, marred by wounds as if someone had relentlessly slashed it with a blade. No, 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 no. This can't be happening. He promised me. He said he'd meet me in the walking world. So why? Why did he let himself be corrupted? Tears streamed down Raphael's face. Everything he had worked for was gone. The Mad Prince suddenly turned, his gaze locking onto Raphael. No, not at Raphael, at Verge. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Raphael laughed like a madman, tears mingling with his manic cries. Was it truly impossible from the start? Is this the inevitability of fate? He didn't know. He couldn't know. But one thing was certain. Sunny was gone, and the Mad Prince was coming. Anything that could go wrong will go wrong. That was supposed to be the opening quote for this volume, but I decided to change it at the last second. I didn't want to give away any spoilers. Unlike someone who doesn't seem to care about that. I hope this twist caught you all off guard. But this is just the beginning, there's so much more to uncover. Get ready. Leave a review on this fanfic chapter and some power stones, so more people can read it. See you again next time. Hand waving. In the estuary, the Mad Prince held the guiding light and said, "Changing star." The staff responded, and the soul shard glowed brightly, pointing to a location beyond the mist. The shadows around him surged, forming into the shape of a massive serpent. The shadow serpent submerged into the river, swimming toward the direction indicated by the staff. In Verge, the army of Awakened continued charging toward the retreating abominations, killing them as they fled. Raphael stood above, gazing down at the earth beneath him. Beside him, Nephis stood still, staring into the empty air, or so it seemed. But Raphael knew she was focused on Sunny's runes. Her body trembled, and then she collapsed, losing her balance. The Nephis he knew would never act this way in the midst of battle, but now, she didn't care. First, her mother. Then, her father. And now, the one she loved. She remembered her true name, Changing Star, another way to say it was Star of Ruin. Was this her fate? To bring misery to others? From the beginning, she had enslaved him, and with his obsession with freedom, Sunny had become corrupted. From the sky, Kai noticed Nephis and Raphael in this state. With no one protecting them, he descended. Reaching Nephis, he placed a hand on her shoulder and asked, "Lady Nephis, what is go?" Kai stopped mid-sentence. In front of him, Nephis was crying, silver tears falling from her eyes. Kai was stunned. From his right side, Effie ran to Nephis. Seeing her like this, Effie was worried. She grabbed Nephis by the shoulders and shook her. "Princess, what's going on?" But Nephis didn't respond, though her hiccups were audible. Cassie walked over to Raphael, standing in front of him. "Is it?" Raphael didn't reply, still staring at the ground. Cassie took a deep breath. She had tried. She truly had. She believed that with Raphael's help, they could finish this nightmare in one loop, but fate had other plans. From behind, Mordred approached, walking in his usual body. He turned to Cassie and asked, "What's happened, Lady Cassie?" Cassie glanced back at him and replied, "We lost. That's what happened." The smile vanished from Mordred's face, replaced by a blank expression. "What do you mean?" "Just like she said, we lost. That cockroach was corrupted." Mordred turned to Raphael, who stood up. He stayed silent for a moment before speaking. "So what? Are you just going to give up because someone got corrupted?" Raphael laughed bitterly, unable to stop. The only way to kill the first seeker was with Nephis's help. And now, she can't even stand. He turned to Mordred and chuckled. "Why do you think we can kill the first seeker before the corrupted Sunny reached us?" Taking his gaze away from Mordred, Raphael looked toward the great river. The Mad Prince was near. He wouldn't take more than 5 minutes to reach Verge. Raphael walked over to Nephis. Reaching her, he punched her in the face. "Wake the fuck up." Nephis blinked several times, trembling as she spoke. "Raph, Sunny, he's corrupted." I know. But crying here won't change anything, and there's still a chance to save him. What do you mean? Remember what I told you about the Great River? Neffys nodded. Good. The Great River is an infinite loop. Theoretically, if someone travels from the future to the past, they can start a new loop, one that begins when we first entered this nightmare, when Sunny wasn't corrupted. Neffys stared at Raphael, her hope rekindled by his words. To do that, we have to kill the corrupted Sunny. And we need your help. Do you understand? Neffys nodded as she stood up. Raphael looked around and said, now, let's make a plan. Suddenly, the river erupted, and a black serpent emerged from its depths. The Mad Prince had arrived earlier than expected. Raphael gritted his teeth and shouted to Neffys. Neffys, do it now. Neffys looked at the corrupted Sunny and whispered, I'm sorry, Sunny. Then, her voice echoed across the battlefield. Sunny, stop. But to Raphael's horror, the Mad Prince didn't stop. He continued laughing. Finally, Raphael noticed, the Mad Prince had no eyes or ears, making him unable to see or hear Neffys's command. Hey. The Mad Prince laughed like a lunatic. Do you hear? Do you want truth? Truth. He also spoke like one. Suddenly, Cassie moved toward the dead great tyrant, her red dress soaked in blood. Reaching the corpse, she turned to the cohort and gave them a sad smile. I really wanted to believe we could do it, that we'd finish this nightmare. But it seems we weren't fated to. I'm sorry, and I love you all. No. Cassie, stop. Neffys screamed, trying to reach her, but it was too late. With a broken smile, Cassie touched the black ink. Her body trembled, and she screamed in unbearable pain. Dark tentacles surged from her red dress, and her once vivid face became a mask of madness and corruption. Cassie was gone. Torment was born. The Mad Prince laughed. After a few moments, he spoke. You want to hear? Hear. Hey. Then the Mad Prince uttered a word that brought doom. Raphael tried to block out the sound, but it was too late. Azathoth. And thus a seed of corruption was born in his soul. Raphael felt pain, far worse than anything he had ever experienced. But he was no stranger to pain, even at this intensity. Inside his soul's sea, the corruption spread rapidly. Then, suddenly, it stopped, or rather, it slowed down. Moog's theory was wrong. Despite his immortality, Raphael wasn't immune to corruption, nor could he regenerate from it. All he could do was resist it. Feeling the corruption's pace slow, Raphael looked around. Everyone near the Mad Prince was already succumbing to corruption, including his own cohort. Only Neffys remained, frantically yelling for the others. Behind him, the army of awakened exchanged glances. They understood what corruption meant and the fate awaiting those who succumbed. Silently, they smiled at one another before taking their own lives in swift, merciful ways. Thus, the people of Twilight, and their awakened, ceased to exist, finding peace in death. Raphael gritted his teeth. He had lost. He'd been nothing more than a pawn in someone else's game. At first, he couldn't understand why everything had unraveled so perfectly according to his plan. Now, he knew, it was because he was fated to fail from the start. Suddenly, something ancient and terrifying stirred within his soul. After months of slumber, the demon of choice and destiny, Nether, awakened. Unlike before, Nether didn't try to devour the corruption. Instead, it joined forces with Raphael's soul to combat it, creating a fragile balance within him. In the end, even demons can be corrupted. With this newfound balance, Raphael regained control of his body. The pain remained, an unrelenting torture, but he stood tall. His body continued to change, though at a much slower pace. But Raphael didn't care. As long as his soul and mind remained intact, nothing else mattered. On the battlefield, the Mad Prince fought Neffys. To no one's surprise, Neffys was losing. In truth, it was never a fight, it was a massacre. She tried to strike his chest, but he dodged effortlessly, countering with a slash that left her gravely injured. Finally, Neffys collapsed to one knee, her strength utterly spent. She looked up to see the cruel smile of her former friend and lover as he prepared to deliver a fatal blow. The sharp clash of metal echoed through the air. Raphael appeared out of nowhere, parrying the Mad Prince's attack with his right hand while delivering a powerful punch to his stomach with his left. The Mad Prince was flung backward by the sheer force of the blow. Nephis stared at Raphael. Something about him was different. His presence was far more menacing, reminiscent of the time he had slaughtered the forces of 2 clans with terrifying ease. With Nether awakened, Raphael had become something akin to a transcendent titan. Still focused on the Mad Prince, Raphael spoke to Nephis without looking at her. Go. Leave this place and find somewhere to hide. Nephis clenched her fists and struggled to her feet. No, I can still fight. I told you once, and I won't say it again, leave now, or I'll kill you myself. She gritted her teeth. Raphael was right. In her current state, she was nothing but a burden. I'm sorry. For the first time, the great daughter of the immortal Flame clan retreated from a battle. Raphael looked in front of him. Behind the Mad Prince were 5 figures. The harrowing dragon, the Dread Lord. An amalgamation of countless people and numerous nightmare creatures, the Soul Stealer. A wraith, with a body like mist, undying slaughter. A woman wearing a red dress from which black tentacles emerged, Torment. Finally, a terrifying giant that resembled a female human, Devouring beast. Raphael looked at them, his eyes full of madness and insanity. I'll fucking kill you. I'll butcher you into hundreds of pieces. He then summoned one of his memories. Before Raphael started the attack on the clans, he ordered Moj to create for him a memory. The memory had one job, to unleash the darkness stored inside of it. Raphael had already predicted that his connection with the underworld would be cut off, so he made this memory for emergencies. And what better time to use it than now? The memory finally materialized. It was a simple black banner. Raphael raised it to the sky, then dug it deep into the ground and activated its single enhancement. From the banner, darkness emerged, covering the whole verge. Swords of darkness appeared in Raphael's 2 hands. In this domain of darkness, he was the predator, and they were the prey. He dashed forward to the 6 plagues, his swords in his hands. Raphael instantly knew what he needed to eliminate first, Torment. Thus, he ran toward her. Suddenly, he felt his soul being invaded. Raphael grinned. Inside his soul sea, Soul Stealer found himself in a dark place. In the sky were 7 orbs of darkness. Suddenly, Soul Stealer felt something behind him, but he didn't dare to look back. It was instinctual fear. Behind Soul Stealer was a giant being shrouded in darkness. From its back, 2 black crow wings emerged. The black water rose, circling around him. It started tearing him apart piece by piece. The sound of glass breaking echoed as the giant figure shrouded in darkness continued to tear Soul Stealer like an ant. Suddenly, Soul Stealer was gone. The being glanced briefly at where Soul Stealer had been, then disappeared back into the black water. Raphael wasn't upset about Soul Stealer escaping because the damage inflicted wouldn't let him continue fighting. With Soul Stealer gone, only 5 plagues remained. Transcending the speed of sound, Raphael reached Torment in a moment. He then activated his Seer ability. In a mere 0.0018 seconds, Raphael had killed Torment more than 1,000 times, yet at the same time, Torment had escaped death more than 1,000 times too. In the next moment, Raphael grinned and slashed at Torment with his right-hand sword. Torment dodged effortlessly, but Raphael didn't let her get away and followed with another slash. The battle continued like that for a few seconds. Suddenly, a wraith wrapped in mist attacked Raphael from behind. Raphael grinned and jumped above Torment, making a side flip and reaching her back. Thanks to the force of her attack, undying slaughter couldn't stop her attack, and with Raphael now behind her, Torment couldn't dodge. It was a plan without flaw. Raphael raised his dark sword and slashed at Torment. A dark slash emerged from the blade, cutting the left side of Torment, but the dark slash didn't stop, it continued toward undying slaughter. The darkness didn't care whether it attacked a physical body or a soul. In the end, it devoured all. Tisk, she dodged at the last second. Raphael quickly tried to finish Torment, but suddenly the earth beneath him shook. In the sky, the giant figure of the devouring beast came into view. Her massive arm descended, aiming to catch Raphael. Seeing this, Raphael summoned his wings and launched toward the devouring beast's hand. Reaching it, Raphael unleashed the force of a transcendent titan, kicking her hand with a thunderous impact. The heavens above them trembled, and the great river turned chaotic. The devouring beast, shocked by the attack, lost her balance for a moment. Raphael dug his two swords deep into her arm and started running along it. He continued slicing through her arm until he reached her shoulder, where he unleashed a large dark slash that severed her arm from her body. But he didn't stop there. He reached her head, stared into her left eye, and summoned a large spear of darkness, thrusting it deep into her skull. The devouring beast laughed even as she fell to her doom. When she struck the verge, the entire city shook, and tsunamis erupted around it. From the sky, the Dread Lord soared downward, jaws open wide, descending upon Raphael. Raphael's body grew larger as the jaws of the Dread Lord reached him. Using his hands, he caught both the upper and lower jaws. The two descended to the ground, Raphael's feet digging deep into the earth. Finally, they came to a halt. Raphael looked deep into the Dread Lord's eye and grinned madly. Unfortunately, the Dread Lord couldn't see it through the helmet. Raphael applied more force with his hands, his armor's claws digging into the dragon's scales. With the strength of a transcendent titan, Raphael hoisted the harrowing dragon into the air and flipped him upside down. The Dread Lord's back slammed into the ground, and he screamed in pain. Raphael jumped into the sky and descended on the dragon to finish him off. Suddenly, a woman wrapped in black onyx armor emerged from the darkness and attacked him. Raphael glared at Saint and yelled, "How dare you attack your creator, you piece of trash!" Raphael landed on the ground, surrounded by three figures, the Mad Prince, Saint, and Fiend. He looked at them and grinned like a madman. "Come at me, all of you. Ha ha ha." Beneath his two arms, another set of arms emerged. And just as he demanded, the three attacked. Fiend roared and swung his massive hand at Raphael. Raphael swiftly caught his hand and dodged behind him. Now, with Raphael behind Fiend, he used him as a shield against the attacks of the Mad Prince and Saint. The two couldn't stop their attacks, so they tried to mitigate the damage. Saint searched for Raphael, but he was already behind her. With tremendous force, he punched Saint in the abdomen, shattering her onyx armor and sending her flying. Now only the Mad Prince remained. As for Fiend, Raphael had already broken his arm. The Mad Prince launched himself at Raphael, slashing at his upper right arm. Raphael had dodged even before the blade reached him, and with a swift kick, he struck the Mad Prince on his left side. To Raphael's surprise, the Mad Prince effortlessly dodged and countered. Raphael retreated backward, creating space between them. He finally realized why the Mad Prince hadn't attacked him earlier. He had been analyzing Raphael, watching his fighting style, and using the shadow dance to adapt to him. Even in corruption, the Mad Prince's treacherous plans and schemes remained intact. So what? If you adapt to my fighting style, I just need to change it. From the surrounding darkness, a staff materialized in Raphael's hands. His body returned to normal. Twisting the staff in his hands, Raphael prepared himself as the Mad Prince dashed toward him. Using the staff, Raphael parried and deflected every attack. After several relentless seconds of defense, Raphael saw an opening. With precision, he thrust his staff at the Mad Prince's left leg. Suddenly, the Mad Prince pulled his leg back and spun in a 360-degree turn, slashing at where Raphael stood. It was a trap. Raphael had fallen into the Mad Prince's ploy. The Mad Prince's blade slashed, but it struck only the staff, with no one holding it. "Are you looking for me, fucker?" While the Mad Prince was focused on attacking, Raphael had never used his seer ability, deceiving his enemy into thinking he was in control. From the Mad Prince's right side, Raphael emerged, delivering a devastating punch to his face, shattering his skull. If it weren't for the bone and blood weave, the Mad Prince would have died. From behind Raphael, Fiend attacked with his remaining arm, but Raphael caught it midair. He stared into Fiend's eyes, which were filled with fear. With overwhelming strength, Raphael snapped Fiend's hand and kicked his leg, forcing him to collapse face first. Raphael tore Fiend's arm from his body. He approached Fiend's head, raised his foot, and stomped on it, destroying it entirely. Raphael discarded the severed arm and surveyed his surroundings. None of the 6 plagues were left standing. Against the 6 plagues, Raphael had emerged victorious. He walked toward the Mad Prince to kill him once and for all. Suddenly, the Mad Prince began laughing, and his body started changing. The Mad Prince became a shadow. What? It finally clicked in Raphael's mind. This wasn't the real Mad Prince, but one of his shadows. Raphael's face changed in fear. Nephes. He quickly summoned his wings and launched himself toward the chain breaker. It didn't take long to reach it. Under the sacred tree, Nephes was leaning against it, her hand gently touching Sunny's cheek. Nephes. Nephes looked up in surprise, then smiled. Raph, I'm sorry. And with a mad grin, the Mad Prince sliced Nephes's head off. Raphael landed on the ship and took Nephes's head, staring at it. The once fiery eyes, full of determination, were now hollow and dark. He rose, fury burning in his chest, and quickly attacked the Mad Prince. From the shadows, 5 chains emerged, each held by a different version of the Mad Prince. Raphael tried to break free, but he couldn't. The Mad Prince walked forward and placed his hands on Raphael's helmet. Why don't you become like us? He taunted. Raphael gritted his teeth, shouting, I'll kill you. The Mad Prince laughed at his words. The chains around him tightened, or perhaps Raphael was growing weaker. The Mad Prince walked to the runic circle and activated it. The chain breaker moved faster than ever. In half an hour, Raphael found himself in the estuary. The Mad Prince led him to the top of the estuary, where an inverted cross made of silver stood. On the inverted cross, a message was written in runes. Here you shall be imprisoned. Here you shall find the truth. Here you shall be born again. Hail Weaver, the demon of fate. Hail the hanged man, seeker of salvation. Raphael couldn't help but laugh. How could he not, when the message seemed to speak of him? The Mad Prince began nailing Raphael upside down to the inverted cross. The chains were designed to stop him from escaping, and the cross itself prevented him from using any aspect abilities. Once everything was finished, the Mad Prince stepped back, summoning Sin of Solace. With his sword, he began to dance. Raphael instinctively recognized it, Shadow Dance. He stared at the dark sky in silence as the Mad Prince's laughter echoed throughout the estuary. Raphael would now be imprisoned here, fighting against the corruption in Netherworld for hundreds, thousands, perhaps millions of years. He would fight against corruption and madness, eternally. Finally we have reached it, I've done it. For 3 months I was planning for this. This is my first time writing a fight scene like this, and I think I did pretty good. And the ending of this chapter with Weaver message ag, I really loved it, and I hope you did too. Leave a review on this fanfic chapter and some power stones, so more people can read it. See you again next time. Hand waving. Nephes gritted her teeth, everything had gone wrong. She and the others had planned to attack Verge after killing the Dread Lord and the Soul Stealer. Sunny had left to claim his freedom, abandoning them to face Verge and its forces alone. The cohort didn't resent him for it, not at all. They understood how much Sunny longed to be free. But in the midst of the battle, the corrupted Sunny appeared out of nowhere. He corrupted all her friends and companions, only she survived, thanks to her ability. Why did everything end like this? She didn't know, but she was sure someone did, Cassie. When Nephes first saw the corrupted Sunny, Cassie hadn't panicked, it was as if she had already known this would happen. Damnation. Her essence was nearly depleted, and she barely managed to escape from the corrupted Sunny. Looking around, she saw nothing but gray mist stretching endlessly. When corrupted Sunny appeared, the cohort fought him to buy her time to flee, allowing her to reach the chain breaker and escape into the mist, hoping it would shake Sunny off her trail. Nephes glanced at the ground, shame filling her heart. She had fled, leaving her friends to their doom. In the distance, an enormous black edifice loomed. It resembled a rough, irregularly shaped, giant sphere of black stone hovering in the void, eternal and indestructible. Its surface was adorned with strange mountains rising from its hollow interior, like a massive stone heart nestled between jagged outcroppings. Beneath its shadow lay a vast valley filled with the wreckage of countless broken ships. Nephiz's eyes widened in horror. She recognized the ships, how could she not? Some were chain breakers, and others were Anenkan ketches. Upon reaching the estuary, Nephiz leapt from the deck of the chain breaker and set foot on the ground. Summoning her sword, she began climbing the mountain. It didn't take her long to reach the summit. Lying down, she took several deep breaths before forcing herself to her feet. As she walked toward the peak, she stopped abruptly. Something, or someone, was standing there. She moved stealthily toward it. What is this? In front of her stood an inverted cross made of silver. Nailed to it was a humanoid creature, a monster, perhaps. Its skin was black as night, and its face had no features. Long black hair cascaded down its back, reaching the ground. The creature was bound tightly with black chains that coiled around its entire body. Nephiz frowned. Why is there a creature sealed here? Suddenly, the creature's face twitched. Nephiz gripped her sword tightly, ready to strike at any moment. The creature's face opened, revealing a single bloodied eye. It stared at her for a few moments before speaking in a broken, monstrous voice, even though it had no mouth. Nephiz's eyes widened in disbelief. What are you? The creature remained silent for a moment. What am I? I don't know. It paused again, as though speaking caused it immense pain. But I know who I am, I'm the Black Emperor. Nephiz's sword dropped to the ground, the sound echoing through the estuary. Raph, what happened to you? No, why are you here in this state? Raphael didn't respond. His gaze shifted past her, toward the great river. You brought someone with you. Nephiz's body trembled. She didn't need to guess who was coming, she knew it was the corrupted Sunny. He was chasing her, intent on killing her to secure his freedom. She turned back to Raphael, her voice trembling. Cassie, Effie, Kai, and the others, they're all dead or corrupted. Why did this happen? She stumbled toward Raphael and sat down beside him, burying her face in her knees. I don't want to die, hic. I still haven't avenged my father. Those bastards are still alive. I can't die here. She lifted her tear-streaked face and looked at Raphael. You always knew so much. I'm sure you can help me, right? Raphael remained silent for a moment before finally replying. If I could help you, I would have helped myself a long time ago. Ah, I see. Nephiz's fragile hope shattered. In the end, she was destined to die at the hands of her lover. The two sat in silence for several minutes until the sound of footsteps broke the stillness. Both turned toward the source of the noise. There he was, the Mad Prince in blood and flesh. Nephiz stumbled backward, her heart gripped with dread. Sunny, please, I beg you, stop. But the Mad Prince ignored her pleas and continued forward. Nephiz tried to run, but a shadowy sword pierced her heart. She turned to Sunny, her voice weak. I wish we had never met. The Mad Prince laughed over her lifeless body. Raphael glanced at Nephiz's corpse, his face void of emotion. After centuries of torment, his body's transformation, and the corruption of his soul, he had become numb. He turned his attention from Nephiz to Sunny. Though she was dead, Nephiz had unwittingly delivered him a valuable gift. With Nephiz gone, Sunny was without a master, which meant Raphael could enslave him and use him to secure his freedom. Raphael opened his mouth to speak but froze. It wasn't guilt that stopped him, no, not at all. In the distance, beyond Sunny, a figure stood. Their form was obscured by a black mist, as if they were both an illusion and reality itself. The figure's face was hidden behind a mask of black lacquered wood, carved into the likeness of a ferocious demon with 4 protruding fangs and 7 twisted horns rising like a crown. Within the dark chasms of its eyes, there was nothing but pure, consuming darkness. Raphael locked eyes with the masked figure. The oldest and strongest emotion of mankind is fear, and the oldest and strongest fear is the fear of the unknown. And Raphael saw it, the unknown. Ag. Raphael screamed, tears of blood streaming down his face. Even he, who had endured the agony of death itself, was on the brink of collapse. He was terrified beyond comprehension. The thing he saw in the eyes of the entity before him was beyond human understanding. The figure didn't move, watching Raphael's torment in silence. The corruption within Raphael's soul intensified, but so did the demon of destiny. The thing Raphael saw pushed both to their limits. His soul began to fracture under the strain. After an indeterminate amount of time, Raphael regained consciousness. He frantically looked around for Sunny but found no one, only the mysterious figure remained. It didn't take long for Raphael to recognize the being before him. The mask was unmistakable. The firstborn of the unknown. Master of lies. Weaver, the demon of fate. How are you here? Raphael demanded. Weaver remained silent, its gaze unwavering. Raphael asked countless questions, but the Weaver didn't respond. Finally, the Master of Lies spoke. You were born into this world for no purpose. Your existence doesn't matter. Don't remember why you were born, Raphael. With those words, the demon of fate began to vanish. Raphael gritted his teeth. Was he born for a purpose? Did his existence matter? He couldn't make sense of Weaver's words, but he knew one thing: this was his chance for freedom. Wait, I can help you. You don't want Sunny to escape fate so you can control him, right? If you free me, I swear I'll help you. Desperation filled Raphael's voice. He was on the brink of collapse, unable to endure his torment any longer. Weaver looked at him and replied, "You are correct. It was never part of my plan for him to escape fate." And with that, the demon of fate disappeared. Raphael stared at the spot where Weaver had stood and began to laugh, a crazed, maniacal laugh. From the beginning, everything they had done to change their fate was futile. They had always been puppets of fate, moving as it willed. His laughter echoed through the estuary. Please welcome, the mastermind, the embodiment of deception, and my assistants. Weaver, the demon of fate. 2 chapters left for the volume end where everything will be revealed. If you have any questions, you can find me in the official Shadow Slave Discord. Just go to the Fanfiction room, and search for mine, it's named after the FF name. Leave a review on this fanfic, chapter and some power stones, so more people can read it. See you again next time. Hand waving. Raphael looked up at the sky of the estuary. It was still the same after thousands of years. Raphael was tired of everything. Living here for an unknown amount of time had made him curse the day he was born. He wished he had died alongside his family that day. Truthfully, he was glad his family had perished back then. They didn't have to live through this cursed time. Raphael tore his gaze from the sky and looked toward the great river. It seemed visitors had arrived. After a few minutes, 2 figures came into view. The first was a short man with black hair reaching his shoulders. His void-like eyes glared at Raphael with murderous intent. Beside him was a woman with long blonde hair cascading down her back, her eyes concealed by a piece of cloth. Raphael recognized them instantly, Sunny and Cassie. Sunny raised his sword, glaring at him. Cassie placed a hand in front of him and said, "It's fine, Sunny." Sunny turned to her, doubt flickering in his eyes. Cassie sighed before speaking again. "Go, before Nephis kills the first seeker." Sunny gritted his teeth but said nothing. In the end, he turned and left, heading deeper into the estuary. Now, only Raphael and Cassie remained. "It's been a while since we last saw each other," she said softly. Raphael stayed silent, refusing to answer. The silence lingered for a few minutes before Raphael finally spoke, his voice broken and weak. "Why, oh you her, Cassie looked at him, a faint smile on her lips. "If you're asking why I left them, then, it's because this loop is doomed. So I came here with Sunny to meet you." Raphael forced out some strength to ask. "Do you ill want to break fate?" Cassie chuckled at his words. "After everything I've done, do you really think I'd stop now?" Raphael looked at her and muttered, "How foolish you are." Even after thousands of loops, you're still blinded from the truth. Cassie frowned. What do you mean? You think too highly of yourself, Cassie. From the beginning, you've been nothing more than a disposable pawn for him. You tried to break fate, but you've always moved exactly as it wanted. Raphael paused for a moment before continuing. Do you remember what I told you after the banquet? Don't trust your ability. That's what I said, and it seems I was right. Raphael shifted slightly, locking his crimson eye with hers. You've been fed lies, the visions you saw were fabricated by him. You always have been, and always will be, his puppet. Cassie's eyes filled with anger as she stared at him. No, you're only saying this because you've lost. Raphael remained silent, enduring her outburst without reaction. After a few moments, he finally spoke again. Then, why are you crying? Indeed, tears were streaming down Cassie's face. From his right, Raphael could hear the sound of approaching footsteps. It seemed Cassie had heard it too. The Mad Prince appeared, bringing her doom with him. Cassie turned to him, her voice trembling as she yelled. Don't come near me, you monster. Raphael observed the scene and closed his crimson eye. Another loop, another 100 years. Dash 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 dash. Raphael woke up to the sensation of someone touching him. Opening his eyes, he was startled to see Sunny standing before him, but this Sunny was different. The figure in front of him was lithe, with alabaster skin, gleaming onyx eyes, and lustrous raven black hair. This was not the Sunny he remembered. Sunny smirked and spoke. Handsome, aren't I? Raphael stared at him, his eye as dull as ever. Future, Sunny. Sunny chuckled and said, Bingo. 10 out of 10. He smiled. Indeed, I'm not the Sunny you know. Sunny looked around, observing his surroundings. Rocks vanished and reappeared in different places, shifting unpredictably. As a sovereign, he could sense the space around him distorting. He could also feel the domain enveloping the area. Though incomplete, it was unmistakably a domain. A domain, huh? Even though you're just a master. Raphael didn't reply. Over the thousands of years he had spent here, he hadn't remained idle, simply waiting for corruption or the nether to take over his body. Through the corruption, he had gained an understanding of his transcendent transformation. Using this knowledge, he had constructed a domain. Even without divinity, he had managed to forge one. Of course, building a domain without divinity was nearly impossible, but Raphael had all the time in the world to complete it. Sunny stepped closer to the inverted cross, but stopped as Raphael spoke. Stop. Sunny frowned and asked, Don't you want to be free? Raphael shook his head and replied, No, I shall bear their sins for eternity and await my salvation. Sunny sighed, looking at him. Raphael met his gaze and asked, Are you here to retrieve your fate? Sunny shook his head. I already retrieved it a long time ago. I'm here for something else. Raphael didn't press further, closing his eyes and returning to slumber. Sunny stared at him for a moment and whispered, I'm sorry. He walked past Raphael, leaving him behind. Dash 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 dash. Sunny glanced around the room. 7 people sat around the table, himself, Cassie, Neffys, Mordred, Kai, Effie, and Jet. The room was silent until Sunny broke it. Since we've killed most of the plagues, with only Torment left alive in Verge, we're close to conquering the nightmare, but there's one issue. Where in the spell's name is Raphael? His concern was justified. Raphael wasn't just a titan, he had a divine aspect and wielded darkness, the natural adversary of both light and shadows. If someone like him had been corrupted, then they were all doomed. Effie coughed, breaking the tension, and spoke. Maybe he didn't enter the nightmare. Sunny turned to her, his tone sharp. Effie, he was the first one to enter. She scratched her head awkwardly, chuckling. Right, you don't need to worry about him, Cassie interjected. All eyes turned to her. Mordred leaned back in his chair, a sly smile on his face. Care to explain, Lady Cassie? She nodded, pulling a scroll from her pocket and placing it on the table. Sunny frowned and asked, "What's this?" "It's a scroll written by dusk before I entered her body," Cassie replied. Sunny glanced at Kai, noticing him nodding in confirmation. Cassie wasn't lying, it was indeed written by dusk. However, she didn't clarify which dusk. The truth of the matter was more complicated, as the scroll had been written by Torment just before Cassie awoke inside Dusk's body. Cassie unrolled the scroll and began reading aloud. "All hail the hanged man, the degenerate nature of all living things, the one who bore our sins, waiting beyond time for his and our salvation." She placed the scroll on the table and sighed. "I didn't fully understand the first part, but I think I grasped the last." What Dusk meant by beyond time surely refers to the estuary. As for why he's there, I don't know. The room was quiet again until Nefis spoke up. "Could it be possible that he can't get corrupted?" Sunny nodded thoughtfully. "If Raphael truly can't be corrupted, then the 6 plagues likely tried to kill him. But Raphael is immortal. The only logical way they could deal with him is by sealing him," Mordred interrupted. Sunny glanced at him and nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Since they couldn't kill him, their best option was to seal him to keep him from interfering with their plans. I don't know why they chose the estuary, but it seems their plan worked. There's no other Raphael around, so they must have sealed him there for who knows how long. Poor bastard, really reminds me of myself." Nefis stood abruptly, determination in her voice. "If he's really sealed there, then we need to kill the first seeker as quickly as possible." The others nodded, and with that, the attack on Verge was imminent. Dash 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 dash. Sunny gritted his teeth as he climbed the mountain. Each step was a battle against exhaustion, but he pressed on. When he finally reached the summit, his gaze fell upon a creature chained to an inverted cross. He didn't need anyone to tell him who it was, he could already guess. Suddenly, the creature's face split open, revealing a single blood-red eye that burned with an eerie glow. For a moment, neither of them spoke, silence hanging heavy in the air. Then, the creature's deep, broken voice echoed. "Go, Sunless, your fate awaits you." The crimson eye closed, and the creature fell silent once more. Sunny clenched his fists, frustration boiling inside him. He had so many questions, but no matter how many he asked, Raphael refused to answer. With no other choice, Sunny walked past him and continued his journey through the estuary. Minutes later, after Sunny had vanished from sight, Raphael opened his crimson eye again, his gaze fixed on the starless sky above. He knew, this was the last loop. But even with the knowledge that his torment was finally ending, he felt nothing. No relief, no joy, just an empty void where his humanity had once been. For what felt like an eternity, thousands, perhaps millions of years, he had endured this cursed existence. The emotions that once made him human were gone, lost to the endless cycles of suffering. Yet, deep within, a faint wish still lingered. He wished, he truly did, to return to his old life. To the life of a normal high schooler who lived peacefully with his family. A life untouched by this nightmare. Suddenly, the space around him began to crack and shatter like a fragile mirror breaking apart. Darkness engulfed everything, consuming the world in an endless void. After an unknowable amount of time, a voice echoed through the void. "Your nightmare is over." Dash 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 dash. Dot dot dot. Dot dot. Your nightmare is over. Prepare for appraisal. Raphael remained silent, as though waiting for something inevitable. Ascendant. Your trial is over. A fool had journeyed through the great river, reuniting with his friends and companions. He fought and defeated the corrupted abominations that stood in his way. One of his friends had sought freedom, and the fool, in his naivety, made a promise to help him. Yet how foolish he was. In the pursuit of freedom, that friend succumbed to corruption and turned against him and their other companions, leading them all into darkness. Even as the corruption tainted him as well, the fool fought valiantly against the abominations that were once his friends. Despite his courage, he was ultimately defeated and sealed in a place beyond time, endlessly battling corruption and madness for an unknowable amount of time. You have slain a great tyrant. You have slain a great. The spell began listing every being and abomination Raphael had destroyed within the nightmare. The names echoed like dirges through the void. After what felt like an eternity, the spell passed its final verdict. You have achieved the impossible. Final appraisal. Glorious. Your perseverance truly knows no bounds. Suddenly, the voice of the spell faltered, glitching and distorting as if unable to handle its proclamation. From the shadows, a figure emerged. It was a man cloaked in an aura of malevolence, wearing a mask of black lacquered wood, carved into the shape of a fierce demon. Its mouth was lined with sharp, jagged fangs, and 7 twisted horns crowned its head. The mask's hollow eyes radiated an unnerving darkness. Raphael's crimson eye flickered as he looked at the figure. A bitter laugh escaped his lips, echoing in the void. When his laughter subsided, Raphael raised a hand to his face, his fingers grazing his own features. Is there really a need for a mask? Father. Dash 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 dash. Boom. And there it is, where all things will be revealed, in the next chapter, which is the last chapter in this volume. If you have any questions, you can find me in the official Shadow Slave Discord. Just go to the Fanfiction room, and search for mine, it's named after the FF name. Leave a review on this fanfic, chapter and some power stones, so more people can read it. See you again next time. Hand waving. Is there really a need for a mask? Father. Weaver didn't respond. After a few minutes of silence, Weaver sighed and removed his mask. In front of Raphael stood a man in his 40s, with black hair just starting to gray and dull brown eyes devoid of emotion. His features were unremarkable. The man before him was none other than his father, Alex. Raphael chuckled and asked, "Is that even your real face?" "Never mind, that was a stupid question." Weaver looked at him and said, "Should I feel proud? I didn't think you'd figure it out so soon." Raphael replied with a smile, devoid of any emotion. Weaver met his gaze and asked, "How did you figure it out?" Raphael shrugged and said, "Living for thousands of years, I had all the time to think about everything that happened to me, and something about time travel struck me as odd." He glanced at the golden threads around him and continued, "When I finished creating my domain, I sensed the laws of the universe. At that moment, I realized one thing: no mortal can transcend those laws, not even with the help of the gods. Their soul and body would be destroyed." Raphael chuckled bitterly. "But here I am, defying that, or so I thought at first." He sighed, his gaze shifting to his soul. "When I took on Nether's bloodline, I thought I survived because of my immortality. But I was wrong, or half wrong. My immortality played a role, yes, but it wasn't the real reason. When I created my domain, I glimpsed what makes a god a true god. It's their symbolism. The shadow god represents peace, death, solace, and mysteries. The goddess of war embodies war, life, progress, technology, craft, and intellect. The same applies to the others." Raphael smirked at Weaver. "Nether didn't accept me as his vessel because I was immortal. It was because I achieved his symbolism, as the son of the forgotten god." He looked at Weaver in the eye and spoke, "But I'm not even his son." "Yes, you are part of him, but you're not him, or at least that's the lie you told the world. In the end you are the master of lies. Your whole existence is a lie. Isn't that right, Weaver, or should I call you the forgotten god?" Weaver smiled at Raphael. "As expected of my son. You're correct. I am the forgotten god, or, more accurately, the divine side of him." He began pacing around Raphael, speaking calmly. "When my siblings and I fought against the void, we ultimately lost. So we devised a plan to seal the void using the laws we created. But at the last moment, I fell into their trap. My siblings had no choice but to seal me along with the void." Raphael frowned. "So, what then? Do you want revenge because they abandoned you?" Weaver chuckled. Revenge. Why would I seek that? We all knew the risks of our plan. He paused, then continued. At the last second, I split myself into 7 parts, escaping the seal. But when my consciousness awakened in this fragment, I found the others too late. They had already been corrupted by the taint of my imprisoned self. Under that influence, my fragmented selves, the demons, started a war against my siblings, igniting the Doom War. Raphael remained silent, processing Weaver's words. Finally, he looked at Weaver and asked, "What's your goal?" Weaver raised an eyebrow. "My goal." He chuckled. "What else, but to save the world we created?" "I see," Raphael said. "And where do I fit into this goal?" Weaver smiled faintly. "As I told you, Nether was influenced by me. I don't know why he left his bloodline, but I suspect it was on my corrupted self's orders. That bloodline is a variable in my plan, and it must be dealt with. The only way to do that is by destroying it." Raphael didn't need Weaver to explain further, he already knew what that meant. Weaver approached Raphael, looking down at him. "Will you accept your fate, my son?" Raphael sighed. His fate will only bring misery to him, but at least he can protect them, right? What was his purpose? It is to protect and guide humanity. What was he born for? To kill Nether and save the mortals from his tyranny. Raphael stood up and replied. "I do, Father." Weaver smiled. Behind Raphael, golden and silver threads swirled, lifting him into the sky at Weaver's command. Raphael closed his eyes, entering his soul sea. Weaver gazed at him and spoke with a voice like thunder, resonating with divine authority. "Rise, O son of mine, and be born anew as the Son of God. Dash 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 dash." The fourth seal is broken. Awakening dormant powers. Raphael felt something awakening within him, but he paid it no mind. With divinity now acquired, the fragile balance between Nether and corruption had been shattered. Now, either Nether would seize control of his body, or the corruption would consume his soul even faster. Awakening aspect ability. Aspect ability acquired. Aspect ability name, the primordial. The two forces clashed, fighting for dominance over Raphael's body. With his divinity awakened, the corruption was clearly on the losing side. Suddenly, from his beast core, a light of infinite colors and possibilities surged outward. The once dark soul sea became radiant, a split realm of light and darkness. On one side, under the sea of darkness, stood a demon with ashen black skin, jagged horns piercing its forehead, and black, crow-like wings emerging from its back. On the other side, under the sea of colors, stood himself. No, not quite, it was a version of him from before he took on Nether's lineage. The difference was its golden hair and divine glow. This being was Raphael's own divinity, born as the son of the forgotten god. Beneath his soul sea, the two entities fought fiercely. "Your aspect ability has evolved." The spell paused briefly before continuing. "Your transcendence is complete." Raphael grinned. With his transcendence now complete, his domain was finally finished. The fifth seal is broken. Awakening dormant powers. Awakening aspect ability. Aspect ability acquired. Aspect ability name, the visionary law. Aspect ability description. The law enables you to envision fiction and make it reality, or turn reality into fiction. Raphael had achieved supremacy. He looked up at the sky of his soul sea. With Nether locked in battle against his divine self, the corruption remained unchecked. Without hesitation, Raphael activated his ability. A domain is a representation of a law, thus making the essence of a domain as the law. When the gods created the laws of the universe, they also created their domain. The shadow god created the law of death, making his own domain the domain of death. When Raphael understood this, he also understood something else. It may be possible to create more than one law and merging them together in one domain. The final step of creating a domain is to make the universe accept your law as part of its laws. And since a one soul sea is a one domain, no one dared to fight against a sovereign in their own domain. Turning his attention to the corruption within his soul sea, Raphael saw black veins erupt in white fire. Using his visionary law, Raphael envisioned Nephis' aspect ability, longing. The veins of corruption burned in the white flames until nothing remained. With Nether preoccupied fighting his divine self, it couldn't take over Raphael's body. Although this victory was temporary, it would buy him a few more years. Behind him, a throne of black and gold materialized. At its peak rested a black cross painted in golden ichor. Raphael seated himself on the throne and summoned his runes. Name: Raphael. True name: the Black Emperor. Rank: Supreme. Class: Titan. Soul cores: 7/7. Soul fragments: 7,000. Attributes: Fated Time Traveler, Absolute Regeneration, Flame of Divinity. Aspect: the Fool. Aspect rank: Divine. Aspect description: you are the one who fooled not only death, but the world including yourself. Innate ability: Immortality. Ability description: you are immortal in blood, bone, flesh, soul, spirit, mind, and shadow. In essence, you cannot die. Aspect abilities: self-sovereignty, seer, weaver, the primordial, the visionary law. Aspect ability: self-sovereignty description: you can control your body, soul, spirit, and mind to your desire. Aspect ability: seer description: you can see the destiny of all things. Aspect ability: weaver description: you can weave fate and destiny to your desire. Aspect ability: the primordial description: as the direct descendant of the unknown you became something akin to him. Aspect ability: the visionary law description: he law enables you to envision fiction and make it reality, or turn reality into fiction. Flaw: masochist. Flaw description: you will feel pain 3 times more intensely than a normal person. Raphael looked at his runes and sighed. His wish had finally been fulfilled. He was no longer tethered to the underworld in any way. Closing his eyes as though waiting for something, it wasn't long before the voice of the nightmare spell returned. Opening square bracket ... Wake up, Raphael. Your nightmare is over. Dash 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 dash. In Antarctica, Sunny looked at Nephis. He opened his mouth, trying to say something. But Nephis beat him to it. Looking at him coldly, she frowned slightly and asked, "Who are you?" There was no hint of recognition in her voice. Identify yourself. Sunny tried to calm down, but at the same time, he knew that he was deceiving himself. Nephis was not the kind of person to lash out by treating him as a stranger, she just genuinely did not recognize him. How can it be? Well, to be fair, he was indeed covered in dust and dirt from head to bottom. It was easy to mistake him for someone else. No, was it? It might have been for someone else, but not for Nephis. She knew him far too well for that, not to mention that he was wearing a rather unique suit of armor. There was no mistaking the onyx mantle. Sunny hesitated, not knowing what to say. But he had to say something, because the pressure of the flaw was building, forcing him to answer. "It's me, Sunny." His voice sounded strangely lost. Neff's frown deepened slightly. "Your affiliation." Petrified and feeling his hair stand on end, Sunny answered stiffly. Evacuation army, I guess. Army command, special envoy. What was going on? What was happening? As Sunny was balancing on the edge of mental collapse, desperately trying to keep the emotions from showing on his face, Nephis nodded. It seemed that he accepted his explanation easily. She looked around, then opened her mouth to say something, possibly to ask what was going on, what date it was, and what state the southern quadrant was in. But then her expression changed, and she turned slightly, as if listening to a distant sound. Cassie. Before Nephis could dash toward Cassie, she felt something wet against her legs. The same sensation startled Sunny. He glanced around, only to witness something out of fiction. The entirety of Antarctica was submerged in water. The sea surrounding them shimmered with all colors and possibilities. Mountains began to vanish as if they had never existed, and strange things started appearing out of nowhere. From the middle of the sea, a figure emerged. Anvil, locked in battle with the monstrous creature, paused and turned his gaze toward it. From the dream gate leading to Ravenheart, Kisong sat on her throne, her attention fixed on the figure. On the moon, a gaunt man in a tattered spacesuit, the visor of his cracked helmet reflecting the void, looked down at Earth, specifically at West Antarctica. The heavens quaked, and the earth trembled in dread. From the swirling sea of colors, a colossal figure rose, towering higher than the mountains. The Titan stood, a force of unimaginable power, with 3 heads looming above all of Antarctica. Upon its left shoulder rested the head of a demon, skin ashen black with jagged horns piercing from its forehead. Its eyes remained shut, as if bound in eternal slumber. On the right shoulder lay the head of an angel, crowned with golden hair and skin pale as moonlight, its eyes also closed in serene stillness. Between them, the central head bore black hair streaked with threads of gold. Pale skin framed piercing golden eyes that burned through the darkness, illuminating the night with their radiance. The Titan's 6 arms stretched wide, 2 emerging from its back, lifting an illusionary sun high into the heavens. In its right hand, it grasped a flowing banner, the symbol of emperors and sovereigns. Its left hand held threads of gold and silver creating a complicated form. The final 2 arms, extending from beneath its shoulders, remained empty, as if awaiting purpose or command. The Titan gazed down at the world and began to speak. I am one, and also infinity. The beginning, and the end. He raised his last 2 arms and spoke, declaring his authority on the world. Let there be light. Blinding light erupted from the illusionary sun, engulfing all of Antarctica. For the first time in months, the light of day illuminated the sky. The monstrous creature Anvil was fighting burned under its radiance until nothing remained but ash. From the line of people entering the dream realm, some began to burn, skinwalkers, revealed by the divine light, disintegrated into nothingness. Everywhere in Antarctica monsters, beasts and any corrupted being disintegrated into nothingness by the divine light. Even the nightmare gates closed back under the radiance of his light. All eyes turned to the Titan. Without understanding why, people began to kneel. It was as if they stood before a god. No, it was a god. Dash 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 dash. Volume 4, The Hanged Man, End. Volume 5, Fool, opening quote. Yes, I'm a fool that loves the world. Dash 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 dash. I don't know, man, I really didn't like this chapter at all. I felt like there is something wrong, but I don't know what it is. I really want to delete this chapter and write it again. Anyway, the next volume will take some time for it to be uploaded. I planned some things, but the whole thing is not done yet. If you have any questions, you can find me in the official Shadow Slave Discord. Just go to the Fanfiction room, and search for mine, it's named after the FF name. Leave a review on this fanfic, chapter and some power stones, so more people can read it. See you again next time. Hand waving. My head hurts. Kevin was walking toward the cafeteria of the Awakened Academy. It had been 2 months since he was infected with the nightmare spell and conquered his first nightmare. Reaching the cafeteria, he looked around, searching for something. To the left of the cafeteria, he spotted 3 people sitting around a table. Walking toward them, he looked at the 3 seated there. On the right side of the table sat a boy with brown hair and eyes. His skin was a deep shade of brown, and his large frame was packed with muscle. On the left side sat 2 girls close to each other. The first had green hair tied into twin ponytails and brown eyes. Her white skin seemed to glow, just like her personality. The girl next to her was the complete opposite. Her dark hair was like the night, and her amethyst-colored eyes held a quiet depth. Her pale skin looked almost lifeless. Reaching them, Kevin sat next to the brown-haired boy. Took your time, Kevin. Last night must have been something else, ha ha ha. Kevin looked at the boy beside him and said. Shut it, Ren. My head still hurts. Ren continued laughing but stopped as Quentyn punched him in the stomach. What happened last night? The two looked at the green-haired girl. Ren tried to say something but was quickly stopped by Quentyn. It's nothing, Amy. Amy frowned. You can't just spark my curiosity and then leave me in the dark. She turned to the black-haired girl beside her and asked, right, Rachel? Rachel looked at Amy and replied. Don't drag me into this, Amy. Amy puffed her cheeks and looked away. Quentyn scratched his golden hair and asked. What do we have next? Wilderness survival, Rachel said nonchalantly. Quentyn groaned. It wasn't that he hated the class, it was just that the professor was too boring. At least for him. Mostly, it was because he already knew most of the material as the heir of the Hall clan. Ren stood up and said. Well, we shouldn't keep the professor waiting. The other three got up and followed the giant man. When they reached the class, they found Professor Julius sitting at his desk, reading a paper. Quentyn instantly recognized it, he had read it, too. The exploration report of the Tomb of Ariel was a research document written by nobody. Though banned, some had managed to get a copy. Quentyn was one of them. Ahem. Professor Julius quickly stuffed the research paper into a drawer and stood up from his seat. Ha ha ha. You're early today, youngsters. Yes, Professor Julius. Professor Julius nodded and gestured for them to take their seats. He began lecturing, explaining the dream world and how to survive there, but Quentyn wasn't listening. His head was already pounding, and with the professor's talkative nature, it only got worse. Suddenly, Quentyn heard Amy ask. Then what about the underworld, Professor Julius? The underworld is a mystery. 3 years ago, we believed all residents of the dream world had vanished, but we were wrong. The underworld is still inhabited. He shook his head and added. At least we know they aren't human, nor are they corrupted. Quentyn sighed. He still remembered that day. Even though humanity reclaimed its lands thanks to the rise of the new sovereigns, the sheer number of awakened who perished left the world in fear. One man. It took only one man to kill thousands of awakened and over 50 masters, not to mention the saints. The Black Emperor, Raphael. His name was forbidden. Some had even begun worshipping him as a god, but they were all executed by the clans and government. Quentyn hated that man to his core. In the end, he was the one who killed his father that day. With his father gone, there was no one left to protect the Hall clan. Envious rivals took advantage of their weakness, and Quentyn's sister was forced to challenge the second nightmare. Thankfully, she succeeded, even obtaining a true name. Quentyn raised his hand and asked. Professor Julius, do you know anything about the three-headed titan? Professor Julius frowned. Quentyn, don't ever speak about that. Do you understand? Yes, Professor Julius. Nodding, the professor continued his lecture. Quentyn sighed. He really wanted to know about that thing. Even though he had been in the NQSC that day, he still saw the light. Not only had it wiped out every abomination in Antarctica, but it had also closed the nightmare gates, something never heard of before. Because of that thing, the evacuation of Antarctica had been successful. Unfortunately, even with the gates closed, new ones had opened elsewhere, making Antarctica uninhabitable. Some theorized that the thing was the Black Emperor himself, but the idea was dismissed. He controlled darkness, whereas that thing wielded light. Of course, there was still a possibility that he could control both. Countless theories were debated, some contradicting, some aligned. But one fact was certain: the thing was a sovereign. Leaving the classroom, the four walked toward the training grounds. People around them started whispering, but Quentyn didn't pay it any mind. He was already used to it. Since all of them ranked in the top 5 of their year, the attention was inevitable. Reaching the training grounds, they suited up. Taking a spear, Quentyn walked to the center of the room. Beside him, Rachel held a dagger. In front of him, Ren raised a shield, resting a hammer on his shoulder with a smug grin. Behind Ren, Amy stood wielding a sword and a small shield. Taking his stance, Quentyn locked eyes with Ren, who struck his hammer against his shield, signaling the start of the battle. Beside him, Rachel suddenly vanished. Of course, Kevin knew why. Her ability created a veil that made her invisible. Ren turned to his left, raising his shield just in time to block an attack, Rachel's dagger. Even though she was invisible, Ren could still sense her movements. Kevin dashed toward Amy. He knew their chances of winning would drop significantly if she activated her ability. Reaching her, he thrust his spear forward, but stopped at the last second as a hammer swung toward him. Dodging back, he created distance. The hammer froze mid-air, then flew back to its owner. Ren's ability allowed him to manipulate gravity around him. He could only control his own body and marked objects, but he could also alter another person's gravity, though it would drain all his essence, making it impractical in real combat. Kevin clicked his tongue and glanced at Amy. Too late, she opened her mouth. A horrendous sound erupted from her lips, stunning Kevin for a second. Rachel, too. Only Ren remained unaffected. Amy's ability allowed her to buff or debuff through song, a perfect match for someone who had once been a performer. Unfortunately, her flaw made her voice unbearable when using her ability, crushing her dream of becoming like Saint Nightingale. Taking advantage of the moment, Ren swung his hammer at Rachel, but she dodged at the last second. Kevin sighed. He really didn't want to do this. In front of him, Amy suddenly stopped singing. Her face turned blue as she looked at Kevin, anger burning in her eyes. Kevin's ability was simple, he could control the air around him. Using it, he removed the air in Amy's surroundings. Without air, she couldn't breathe, let alone sing. Ren charged at Kevin, swinging his hammer. Kevin dodged backward. His concentration broke, and air rushed back to Amy, allowing her to gasp for breath. Ren glared at Kevin. That's a foul, you know. Kevin chuckled. There are no fouls in real battle, Ren. Also, shouldn't you be protecting Amy right now? Ren turned, only to see Amy kneeling on the ground, a dagger at her throat. Rachel had already won. Ren sighed and dropped his weapons. We forfeit. Hearing this, Rachel sheathed her dagger and helped Amy to her feet. Kevin walked toward Amy, scratching his head. Look, Amy. She cut him off. Don't talk to me. With Rachel's support, she left the training grounds. Kevin sighed, watching them go. He was in deep trouble. Dash 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 dash. Looking ahead, Kevin stared at the pods. The winter solace had arrived. It was time for them to be summoned into the dream world. Glancing at the three beside him, he smiled and said, "See you in the dream realm." Ren looked at Kevin and asked, "What makes you think we'll meet each other right away?" "Call it instinct," Kevin replied nonchalantly. Ren chuckled at his words before stepping into the pod in front of him. Kevin followed suit, just like the others. Closing his eyes, he suddenly heard a voice. "Welcome to the dream realm, Kevin." Kevin's eyes snapped open. He was standing in the middle of a forest, a burned forest. Dash 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 dash. Atop a large tree sat a young man with black eyes and curly black hair. He had a broad forehead and a thin face. A crystal monocle hung over his right eye, and a black pointed hat rested on his head. Swinging his legs lazily, he hummed a tune. Suddenly, he stopped and looked down. Though trees stood in front of him, he could see clearly, a boy with golden hair and emerald eyes. Three others stood nearby, one boy and two girls. Pressing a hand against his monocle, he murmured, "Interesting. Dash 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 dash. Well, I'm back, at least for few days since my mids or after 2 weeks, and when that time comes I will not have time to write a chapter. I know it's very sad, but I've good news. I've finished planning for this volume. If you have any questions, you can find me in the official Shadow Slave Discord. Just go to the Fanfiction room, and search for mine, it's named after the FF name. Leave a review on this fanfic, chapter and some power stones, so more people can read it. See you again next time. Hand waving. Are you happy now, fool_king? For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.